but that's not me.
Hold up, you think that is what, sis? Tell me again. I couldn't hear you. Yes, I did. Peace and love. I
Yeah,
made
I
sure I
said
respected out your space too.
I said that I kind of wish that I thought of that, but um I don't like staying on. I don't really like staying on
You
spaces.
did. You gave me the inspiration, yo. What you mean?
I did not do no 24 hours. That's what I'm.
But you passed me the inspiration to start the space and keep the conversation going. You
Well,
never
yeah,
knew that
honey,
I
but
might
you
have.
took it
You
to a
didn't. You
whole
didn't.
nother level, which is
I'm
good.
supposed to. I'm supposed to. I got it from a high level. No dribble needed. Just slam dunk it. Alley oop. I'm 6'6", so I'm gonna take the catch and dunk it. But I had a great team with me as well. I had brother I Am God, sister Pink Ice, brother Talent, brother Snugs over there as well. And we just was staying on these folks' neck, keeping the facts on top of on top of the conversation. And that was mostly it, sis. And we was playing mostly that brother clip and the one with the father and the son talking about we walked up to brother Carmelo. And when I heard we, that mean they were operating in concert and moving on brother Carmelo together as one unit. So therefore, he was not just approached by one, he was approached by both. And like Judge Joe Brown said, if they didn't leave him an escape or exit to be able to flee from, then he used whatever means that he can to alleviate the threat that was present in front of him. And also, the brother mentions that he stepped up in front of his brother Hunter, meaning he approached Carmelo at a point that Carmelo took to be perceived as a threat. And so Carmelo responded with what he perceived was an active threat, neutralized it, and further distance between him and that threat. I think that was a flawless execution, if you ask me. Hey, Judge Joe Brown.
Can you hear us?
I'm here.
Hi. Well,
I'm
me.
here.
Hey, Judge Joe Brown, why you ain't come to my space, man? It was two marathons. I knew you was gonna come up. I know you an OG. I don't feel no way if you was busy though. I'm a young buck. I was watching you growing up in the early '90s, sir. So I ain't want to tell you nothing, but I'm just gonna say I would have definitely appreciated you to come, and you're always welcome as well, Sister Dana, the big homie. And I definitely was picking up on a lot of the talking points you carried over. But we did see your clerk over there, little Peter, came through the whole time. He was in there the whole time, Judge. So I think we had a nice balanced conversation a whole while. But
Well,
peace
Peter
and
is
blessings
my
to you as well,
co-host, not
Judge.
the judge's co-host.
Oh yeah, I know, but he think he the judge's clerk. He think
Oh,
he be like Coach. He be like Judge Joe Brown said that I sound good, so you know
oh, oh.
he
Well,
think.
all
Go
right.
ahead,
So
sis.
let me start the space because I put it as a title because Judge, we spoke about this yesterday off the show. We did the show last night. Um, let's start talking conflict resolution. Hashtag Karmelo Anthony, because it's like, okay, this first, the DA, he did say they probably won't see a grand jury until June. So this is not happening right away, right? With the case. So, but the conversation that needs to be had is conflict resolution, especially with high school teenagers and adolescents. Yes, and adults as well. And it was just a school shooting in Texas today. So, what is going on with the kids across America? Do they know how to resolve problems? Um, do they know how to resolve conflict without resorting to violence, right? Whether it's a knife or a gun. And also, I do want to touch on the Judge Angela Tucker. She came under fire. I don't know why, but she reduced his bail fairly, but apparently she has to have 24-hour security, and now the the FBI is investigating her threats, potential threats towards her life and probably her family's. So this thing is getting out of hand, and I do blame white media and these certain fake ass black media conservatives that are pushing, trying to create a narrative of race. And so that judge, now they're saying she was appointed by Obama. So what? I think she was fair. She's not going to be the judge during the trial. She was just the hearing judge. And that was a fair bail to give Carmelo Anthony. So the FBI is investigating her death threats and all types of threats, and she has security beefed up. So again, this conversation is conflict resolution. Of course, before I hand it over to the judge, guys request to come up. It's still somewhat open mic. It's still open mic as well, because a lot of times the conversation evolves. People may have questions for the judge, of course. So it's still open mic. But the overall theme for tonight is conflict resolution. So, hey, Judge.
Unmuting, yes. Hi. I hear what I hear, but let me make some statement up front to everybody that's listening. Let's take race completely out of this and take the typical situation. The deceased and the defendant are of the same race. And what I'm hearing people say will get them in penitentiary situations very quickly and are dead. If there's a fist fight, there is absolutely no justification to escalate it to a one-sided knife fight. None whatsoever. Unless you have a situation where it's male-female and the person who wields the knife is female and there's a considerable dimorphic situation, meaning size difference. You get this banded around of somebody being 130 pounds and 5'9", and his assailant was 220. Except the individual in question, that detail comes from a driver's license he got when he just hit 16 years old, and he's bigger. He's a football player, in fact, captain of his football team, according to his current lawyer, also captain of the track team. So if he played defense, he would be a defensive back, but he'd have 220 pound, 230, 240 pound guards, tackles, center, wide receiver, not wide receiver, tight end, and some running backs. And if he was playing offense, he would have 2 defensive tackles, 2 defensive ends, and 3 or 4 linebackers he'd have to deal with, and they'd all be that size. So that's not going to wash with anybody when it comes to disparate strength situations. If he had been beaten, it's just like in old time terms, sometimes you got to take the ass whipping, but that does not give you license to stab somebody in the chest. So he's going to be in trouble out of his own mouth. And you do have the Fifth Amendment, and it is generally better to keep your mouth shut and wait till you talk to a lawyer or let somebody explain what the situation is. So we've got some troubles here if you're representing the defense. And the prosecution's case keeps getting stronger and stronger. And the other thing is take race out of the question or the equation, and you've got the same old black on black homicide or white on white homicide where we get tragedies. And that's one reason why we don't have the opportunity for youth to confront bullies and deal with it, because everybody, not everybody, but too many punk out, and that's the only thing we can call it. They aren't going to deal with a fist fight. They're going to want to stab or shoot somebody. So the use of deadly force is what is at issue. And if you want to see what it's about, forget the fact that it was a knife and substitute a pistol and try to see if a shooting would have been justified. Now, that said, you can do what you want to do, but there are penitentiaries that await you or some other things. So just keep that in mind. And then there's the other side of the equation. If it's a strong enough situation, you do what you got to do and take what comes of it. But that's why we have penitentiaries. And I'm speaking to you as a judge, and I know what would happen because these are very common cases. In fact, most of the homicides involve something like this. This one just got blown up by the media. Now, I pass the mic and we can go move from that, and that would lead us into conflict resolution. Everything does not demand a drastic response. There are levels of response, degrees of response, justifications for escalation, and a lot of it would be to pay attention to what's going on, learn that there are certain things called matters and protocols, and understand that it is not necessary to go to war over every little slight. Watch what you say, what tone of voice you have, unless you're serious about escalating the matter into an all out confrontation and what they call an affray, and or moving it on because somebody's scared, punks out and wants to pull out a weapon instead of just using fist. Now, with that said, let's move on.
Okay. So guys, please repost this on X, and shout out to everybody that's listening on YouTube. Please share your social media outlets on YouTube as well and like. So in the order, I'm gonna go to La Farmer, Disrespect, Cardi, and Halo. La Farmer? Or did you want
Yeah, thanks, sis. Oh,
okay.
thank you, sis.
Okay.
I was just over there turning my water hose off, prepping the garden. Peace to you, sis, Dana White, and Sir Judge Joe Brown. Pleasure to be here. Pleasure to have your company and your attention. And I would just bring a conversation that I had seen where you had was speaking about self-defense in the matter, and I was wondering if that matter of self-defense came into part, and what the burden of proof would be switched over. Would that burden be switched over to the prosecution? And if that burden was switched over to the prosecution, then wouldn't self-defense go ahead and give rise to the response that the threat was there? And my other part I would say is this: wouldn't the jurisprudence have to yield to the matter that was present, which gave rise to the self-defense claim, which was according to Chapter 22 of Texas Penal Code, the assault, and that assault is touching his property and touching himself in a way that he would not agree with or with force. And then the battery came by physically grabbing him, which gave rise to the response that he then gave, which is giving rise to the claim of murder in the first degree. So wouldn't that first charge of assault have to be dealt with in a matter and have to be adjudicated before the decision to try to render a verdict on the murder charge be present, due to the fact that it came first, and it's also the matter
No,
which gave rise to
that's
it?
not the case. He said he
Okay.
was defending himself. But the point of the exercise is that stabbing somebody in the chest when all you are facing at best is a butt whipping or an ass whipping is not justification to kill somebody. The use of deadly force is a special category of self defense. And generally, most states have something that reads like, if a person is assaulted in such a fashion that he has a reasonable belief that he is to be subjected to death or serious bodily injury or harm or whatever, and by that they usually mean something that might cause death, then he may defend himself, even extending to the use of deadly force, and may kill his assailant. Now, that's just not you can get attacked or assaulted or battered or hit. That's if it is something where you are facing a threat to your life, and then you may act and use deadly force. You cannot escalate a physical combat with no weapons involved to one where one is involved if it is a drastic, fatal escalation. It is no excuse that you might get whipped, because throughout history, recent history, history of the person talking now, me, everybody when we did have fist fights on the playground, behind the bar, or wherever it may be, sometimes you won, sometimes you didn't. So if you didn't, then that would have meant a whole lot of us would be in jail now, from doctors, lawyers, Indian chiefs, businessmen, ordinary people would be in jail because when they were losing, they stabbed somebody and went to jail for murder. Or the people that won the combat, like maybe you did, if you'd been in enough fights, if you were winning the fight, are you going to say that that justified somebody stabbing you because you were winning the fist fight? Think about it, because there's always the other side when you get to saying it was a justification for somebody to stab somebody because they might get whipped. See, that's why we have conflict resolution, so you don't get yourself whipped, because there's always somebody bigger and stronger than you, faster than you, or even if they're smaller, they may be trained in the manly art of self-defense, martial arts, boxing, whatever it may be. And does that mean that if everybody who won a combat is supposed to be stabbed? Think about what you're talking about. And then quit thinking of it as race and just think of it as two black kids on a track field, and whether that justified one of them stabbing the other because he might get whipped in a fist fight, whoever started it.
Well, in a fist fight, Judge, we both would line up and square up with each other, and we would both, have our positions that we take to initiate that we're both going to fight with our fists. Old school, when I was growing up, you take the shirt off, pull your pants up. If somebody hit the ground, you don't kick them. You let them get back up. If they initiate in a fight again, you fight them. And when the person hits the ground and doesn't get back up or quits, or the person walks away, the fight's over. That's how I was when I was growing up. And we both would agree that me standing there, it would be tacit agreement that we're engaging in a fight with each other that's going to use certain type of combat skills. But if one was aggressive towards one that did not want to give the illusion or the appearance of wanting to engage in such a fight, or one becomes a victim of another's assault, then at which point would that assault with that victim be deemed worthy for that victim to say the proportion of force level to get away from the threat? I would say that that his decision wasn't to kill him, but to give distance, and his actions also proved that he struck one blow and he ran away. He didn't try to stab him
Yeah, he
two, three
stabbed him.
times. Yeah, I'm just saying
If
he didn't
you
stab him two,
stab
three times.
somebody in the chest, what do you think's going to happen when you do that? Is he going to just say, "Oh, give me a band-aid. I'm sorry, I got scratched"?
I think the stabbing of the chest came to the proportionality of the victim breaching his zone where he felt safe, and that zone
Well,
that
the
was breached
point
where he
is,
felt safe probably. I mean, I think the presumption of this, and I'll just say this quickly: the presumption of the threat on his life or serious bodily harm. I think that decision lies in the position of the person at the time of the attack and the elements that are present. Two people operating in concert with over 50 or 70 pounds more each individual, both combined, having over the weight that he even weighs, would give rise to such force being used in the manner in which it was used. And what do you think about that?
nah, you're still going to the penitentiary if they get the charges in square and away and they go to trial and the jury follows the instructions. You're going to jail. The other thing is this: it's not uncommon, and there's nothing in here to say he was attacked by both of them. It was only one of them. And the situation is during a track meet, he was on the wrong team side under an awning, trying to apparently stay out of the rain. He was last to leave. He didn't. And if you want to see what the significance of that is, imagine a football game, baseball game, or a track meet, and somebody from the opposite team decides to come and sit in on the other team's bench while the game is going on. It just doesn't work that way. Somebody would have said, "Hey, you got to go. You can't come over here and sit on the opponent's team's bench. You can't do that." So that's where we are with this thing here. He's sitting in an area reserved for the other side. They asked him to leave. Apparently, the conflict escalated, and there was an imminent fist fight or physical fight without weapons on the part of one person. I don't care whether there's 30 pounds difference. The 230 pounds is based probably on a driver's license he got when he was just turning 16. He's 18 months older than that, and he probably has picked up 25 pounds. Now, remember, this is the captain of the varsity football team, according to his lawyer. So if you are captain of the team, you are a regular player. So if you are a regular player and you weigh somewhere under 150, that means you're either going to be a back or a wide receiver on offense,
If
or
you're
you're going
captain,
to
you're
be,
normally the quarterback, sure. Quarterback
well,
is smaller than anybody else.
not always. I played
Yeah, not
football in
always,
high
not always.
school and
Yeah,
college.
can you please stay on your mic? Halo, I'm gonna come to
Yeah,
you after disrespect.
it doesn't mean you're the quarterback, though actually that would make things worse for the defendant. The quarterback has got a defensive end on one side, a defensive tackle on the same side, and on the same repeated players on the opposite side. So that's 220, 240, 250, backed up by 220, 30, 40, 50, and the same on the other side with three linebackers, 210, 220. And if you're the quarterback, then you're used to facing down people much larger than you. So when you start talking about I was smaller than the 220 pounder, that doesn't wash. And again, I can guarantee you that he did not weigh 130 pounds if he's playing varsity football in Texas. That's what he weighed when he was almost 2 years younger and he got his first driver's license. People do grow.
But
I
Judge, that
played
was what he
football
weighed
in
when he
high
that
school
was
and at UCLA 60 some years ago. So I know how it is to not be the big guy on the field, but you can still hit. I've also been in a bunch of fist fights. The most recent one, I wouldn't call it a fist fight, but I was in my late mid 60s, and there was a 250-pound New Zealander who was drunk trying to snatch people's tops off, including that of my goddaughter and my wife at the time. So I put him on the ground, choked him out, let him revive, and started to do it again until he was almost out the second time, and then told him he had to leave the club.
Okay.
Now, that happens, so there's no excuse for somebody pulling a knife out and putting it in somebody's chest, because the action is the same as pulling the trigger on a pistol. You put a pistol to somebody's chest, pull the trigger. It's kind of hard to come up with an excuse of saying, hey, I didn't mean to kill him. Well, why did you pull the trigger? What do you think is going to happen if your bullet enters his chest or thorax? See, if you stab somebody in the chest with a knife, that used to be the way you take somebody out until the last 100 years. And we've got thousands of years of history behind all this. So that is a justification you hear on the streets, but it's also the exact same justification that I used to get when I was sitting on the criminal bench or defending defendants as a criminal defense lawyer, when it was just ordinary black on black or white on white or Hispanic on Hispanic at somebody's high school, and the teenager was being tried as an adult. It's what makes it hell down in the hood. So there's nothing new about it. It's one of the more frequent types of cases that's heard in a typical criminal court. And I don't know why that the media decided to zero in on this one and cherry pick it and make such a big deal out of it.
All right, I want to go to disrespect.
Thank you so much. How you guys doing tonight?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing fine. The other day when I spoke, and I apologize for my language, I didn't know you were streaming. But the other day when I spoke about the violence amongst the teens being the real problem, well, Rockford, Michigan, a kid, 3-star athlete, 14 years old, about to enter his freshman year in high school, got a job, doing well. He just took his own life because he was being bullied by one of his classmates. And it's such a tragedy. And this is exactly what I was talking about. The conflict resolution is a very nice space. They don't know how to solve internal issues, let alone external issues. But when it comes to this situation with the Carmelo kid, um, I don't know. I read the police report. Haven't really been too much keeping up with it, but I do think if this wasn't about race, we'd be having a very, very different conversation. And again, I say, we can't tell this kid if he feared for his life or not. I mean, we can say he shouldn't have, but we don't know. But I just want to see how it play out. I mean, I do. I don't. I think that it's reasonable. And I'm saying this as a Class 5A 800-meter champion 2 years in a row in Arkansas. I ran track. We had this school, Forest City. I played against these guys in football, basketball, track. I know them, right? So during the conference meet when y'all met, yeah, every once in a while I'll go sit under their tent, talk to them for a minute. Like how y'all doing, blah blah blah, catch up. It's not a strange thing in track and field. And if you know track season, there's a meet every week, sometimes twice a week, Tuesdays and Fridays. So it's not out of the ordinary for kids from other schools to sit with other kids. I remember there was a huge scandal going on where actually something similar just happened. We were trying to tell kids from another school that they couldn't sit next to us and blah blah blah, and they had to move. And the Arkansas athletic activities said no, that's not how that works. They said the stadium, the school is responsible. I mean, the Arkansas athletic activities is responsible for this. If we wanted our valuables protected, we have to leave it on the bus. They're not responsible for that, so you can't really make people move around because at the end of the day, this is taxpayer. What's the name? That's what they told us. So it stands to reason. There's probably a similar thing in Texas. So the idea is safety for the children, regardless of what school they go to. So the fact that he was talking to a kid under the tent, I don't really think that's a big deal. I mean, he was trying to get out of the rain, and then on top of that, um, it stands to reason that the kid would fear for his life if that the kids are bigger. Like some of these kids are bigger than me. I'm 6 foot tall. I'm 6 foot, 185 pounds. Yeah, some of these kids are bigger than me, 220. I mean, don't get me wrong, I got grown man strength, but these kids are big. And then you got to think about it. These children aren't fully grown yet. They're not thinking all the way. Now, if I'm not mistaken, they just passed a law here in Michigan. Well, in Michigan, they were talking about people under the age of, I think it was 20, can't get natural life because they're not fully developed yet. I just think it's amazing that we don't apply this across the board. They only pick and choose when they want to apply it. I don't think it makes sense to treat a 17-year-old frightened kid like a 27-year-old adult. I mean, I don't expect them to think the same. And on top of that, we have to remember, these kids are scary. My dad always told me don't fight nobody scared of you. That's what I was taught. I mean, we can talk about how we grew up fighting and everything, but that was the main rule. Don't fight nobody scared of you. When they say why, because a scared person to kill you. And this is what happened. He was scared. So that's why I think about it. Like I understand, if we want to give, the victim the benefit of the doubt, that's perfectly fine. I read the police reports, seen a few conflicting things, but for me, I think the bigger issue is the violence these children are inflicting on themselves. They're not as mentally tough as we were. We grew up talking about each other, like, oh, your mom was this, your mom was that, your shoes this. They break down and cry if somebody didn't like their Facebook post. So it's a different generation with a different own set of unique problems in a different age. But thank you so much for that, Judge.
Hey, I agree with you. When I grew up in South Central Los Angeles, it wasn't even called South Central then. We had a truism. It was the scariest person out there that would be most likely to do the worst kind of violence. I've seen that, and I would attest to it. That's the problem. Too many punk plays out there by punks who are scared. And, as you grow up, at least in my day, sometimes you got your ass whipped, sometimes you whipped the ass. It was just, you know, you avoided a situation unless it was unavoidable. And if you were faced by a bully, I mean, you did the best you could. You tried to bust him right in his mouth, so at least he would think twice about dealing with you rather than just thinking of you as a total somebody he could walk and step all over. Now, that is the truth. The scaredest one out there is the one that'll do you the most violence and try to justify it. And that's exactly what I'm looking at here. It was a punk play. Next thing, I have two little experiences that I bring to bear on this. One of them, when I was in the 11th grade and I played football at Dorsey High School in Los Angeles, I was a lineman, but I was not a big lineman. I wasn't much bigger than this person right here at the time, but I had 240 pounders I was in front of, squaring off, and I held my own. But there was a basketball game, and somebody was fighting, and he got scared when he saw our quarterback come up, and he ran by the quarterback, stabbed him because he thought the quarterback was going to do him some harm. Well, the quarterback panicked and they couldn't treat him because they couldn't get him stabilized, and he wound up bleeding out about 12 hours later. We had the funeral. Now, next thing, fast forward a whole bunch of decades, and in Arkansas, where you remember Ron Ward back when?
Oh, that sounds familiar.
Yeah, Ron Ward was the youngest person in the world on a death row. I got him off by a unanimous decision from the Arkansas Supreme Court 42, 43 years ago. And he was in jail supposedly for killing three people when he was in the seventh grade. And when they were going to execute him, I got a stay of execution from then but Governor Bill Clinton, and also from the Arkansas Supreme Court 23 minutes before they were going to do him in. He was 15 years old and 2 weeks at that point. So I got the conviction reversed unanimously by the Arkansas Supreme Court. That was back in the mid 1980s. Now, things happen, but the real thing is let's get race out of the issue and discuss this situation relative to anybody being involved with a fist fight with somebody bigger. Very seldom, when you're talking about high school, are you talking about equality in size, because there are different growth rates. People have growth spurts. A person that's 5 feet 5 may wind up 6 feet 3. Um, and it goes like that. So it's one of those things, and it's about what allows the under the law an escalation to the use of deadly force between two teenagers. The question comes: is a teenager in the either 11th or 12th grade, 220 pounds or other, is he possessed of some special knowledge or training or martial arts acumen that would indicate that with his bare hands he's going to kill somebody who is a star athlete? Now, that just doesn't wash. And also, though you're not required to retreat in Texas, there is a no retreat doctrine there. You may stand your ground as you can in Arkansas, Tennessee, Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia, North Carolina, South Carolina, Florida, Virginia, etc., because that you had to retreat was a unique thing from the few states that were in New England. And that doesn't work out because they've had to come up with all kinds of jury instructions, like if the person pivoted as though to turn and run, that was sufficient, even if he did not actually execute the runaway maneuver. It gets ridiculous.
Can I ask you something,
So,
Judge?
yeah, go ahead.
All right, cool. So this is the thing, right? Do we expect a person who is fearful to be rational?
Yes.
Interesting. A 17-year-old?
Fear, yeah. See, fear is no excuse. And as a matter of fact, I had acquaintances who died in the NOM at 17 years old because they volunteered, lied about their age. I know at least three. I know a lawyer who recently passed here in the Memphis area. Well, not recently, but a decade and a half ago, of a heart attack. He volunteered to go over into the NOM when he was 16. He lied about his age and took his brother's birth certificate in as proof. So it happens. 16-year-olds, that part that says a well regulated militia being necessary to the common defense. The well regulated militia, at the time the Second Amendment was passed, In 1791, the militia extended from 15 to 60. So the Civil War had many 15, 16, 17-year-olds out there with the infantry on both sides with a musket and a bayonet. So we have a situation where 17-year-olds are right there in the middle of what is going to go down when it hits the fan outside of what's happened in the last 50 or 60 years.
But should we hold these kids to those
Yes,
standards?
yes, you can, because we don't do them any favors by telling them they get an excuse. They want to act like they're grown. So at some point, there is a thing that says you must behave as grown. You are a male. You are supposed to be a man. You're supposed to be possessed of courage. We know you may not be, but we're not going to do anything as a society to make that a worse situation by letting you get girled up anymore. You are expected to be brave. Fear is overcome. That's why they give medals, because people did stuff fearlessly, but not really, because what they are talking about is they overcame their fear. It is not bravery if you don't have fear to overcome. That is part of being a human. That's part of taking a spear with a stone head on it, chipped out of flint, and with 5 or 6 of your fellow hunters taking down a bison, taking down something larger, taking down an elephant with 10 or 12 of you out there, and you take down something that weighs 8 or 9 tons, and let's not make it an elephant, let's make it a mammoth or a mastodon. So it seems humans ate up the mammoths and mastodons, which is why they're no longer with us. So if that's your favorite source of supply of the main course of the summer barbecue, we had to be brave and courageous to take on something that weighs 16, 18,000 pounds and can stomp you flat. So we had to depend on each other. You bravery and courage. Somebody jumped in and watched you six and put themselves on the line so you could escape getting trampled, getting done in, or whatever the case may be.
All right.
Now, that's humanity. So the other thing, by the way, is that recently we've had dummies dumb down the law. And you don't necessarily have to be in fear. You are supposed to be, the old word was apprehensive. What's the difference? Let's take this sports metaphor we've got going. A 245-pound linebacker confronted by an 89-year-old, 4 foot, 11-inch tall woman like Judge Judy, not that old, well, almost that old, weighing 85 pounds. She draws her hand back to slap him. He isn't fearful of the slap because she's not strong enough to hurt him, but he's apprehensive that he will be struck. Now, when you come to fear, the crucial thing before you can use deadly force to respond to a threat is that you must reasonably anticipate that somebody's going to kill you or cause such physical injury to you that you could die from the results. Now, if it's not deadly force, which means that the force is such that it can cause that, you're not entitled to do what you do. And the fact of the matter is 17-year-olds in normal human history, normal human existence, 17-year-old males are more likely to have a fresh experience of fighting than older groups. But they don't now because they've sissied up and the country's had 55 years of emasculation where being soft and emotional is popular. I didn't hear this when I was a defense lawyer ever, but when I was a first criminal judge, I didn't hear it. But somewhere around year 8, 9, or 10, I started hearing a justification. Why'd you do this, young man? I was emotional. What's that got to do with it? Why did you do it? But I was emotional. And then by the time I did that binding arbitration for 15 years on TV, all the time I was emotional. That's no excuse.
All right. I want to get to Halo, and I do see 4 people requesting to come up. So I'm just going to start rotating people down to listener
Well, I'll drop
who
it.
have.
Thank you so much, David.
Yeah, and then if you want to say something else, just request to come back up throughout the space, and I'll bring you back up. So I just because I
All
want
right,
to make
thank you
sure
for that.
everybody get
Thank
a
you, David.
chance to speak. Appreciate you, disrespect and La Farmer.
Let me make one remark here. There is a saying out there that bears on this, and it's an important saying. You people would rather face 12 than be carried by 6. In other words, it is better to deal with 12 jurors deciding your fate than guaranteeing that you will be carried by 6 pallbearers. But you see, that is the crux of the problem. If you're facing the 12, and you're trying to rely on use of deadly force with self-defense, you're going to have to convince them, or your lawyer is going to have to convince them, or the facts and circumstance and evidence are going to have to convince the 12 that you were in danger of being carried by 6. If there is no danger that you can show that you were being carried by 6, then you're going to get done in by the 12.
All right.
Now, I'll pass the
I
mic.
want to go to Halo, then D, Mara, Diligent, the Negro, Liz, Opinions, and Representative George Santos. So go ahead,
All
Halo.
right, awesome. What's up, Dana? What's up, Judge? Listen, look, we got to stop giving these people sometimes the benefit of a doubt, where the media plays like these are some innocent white kids coming up. They're the victims. They're, not saying that they're the nice ones, the innocent ones. Now they know if it was a little white boy, and you got 2 big guys bigger than the one white boy, 2 big black guys come up to a white boy at a place and threatening him. Okay, because that's exactly what they did. They threatened him. That's why he probably went and grabbed a knife. And these 2 boys are football players. They would have said, "Oh, this was justified." 2 big black kids came. They threatened him. They told him to move. This and the third. A fight pursued, and one of them was stabbed in the chest. And no one will sit here and say, "Hey, you know what? White kids, okay." But because it's the other way around, people have a problem with it. These boys, 2 twins, came up out of everybody in the tent, threatened him. All right. He warned them. They threatened him again and even put their hands on him. And just like even if it was just him with a gun, and he felt threatened by these 2 large boys. We see how big Carmelo is. He's a small kid that can barely fit his suit. Okay, when he walked out that place, and I would suggest and tell everyone, please look it up. Just go to a video, type in his name when he was released. You see how small he is, even to his lawyers and the people around him. He's small compared to these 2 big guys. All right. If the young man would have mind his own business and not went up and try to move this kid from a spot that he belonged to, he was able to sit there. He chose that seat. It would have been no problem. And again, I guarantee you, they threatened him in some type of way, which they are known to do themselves, going bullying people. That's why he probably grabbed it, and he had every right to protect himself. And I heard the knife wasn't even that big; it was like a pocket knife. And yes, he hit in the right spot where he caused some fatal damage. It wasn't like no 7-inch, 7-inch, 8-inch knife that's probably in some of our peers' mind. This part was this was a pocket knife. All right. I have a knife in my car. It's not there to kill nobody. I have a knife in my car because I actually customized my car, and I'm cutting this and cutting that. And the next time I work on it, I'm going to grab it and I'm going to start cutting some things. Now, if somebody come up to me and threaten me or ask me to get out my car or start, with this foolishness, I didn't attract that. I might grab it and stick the person with it because, first of all, I don't want to be harmed. But to act like this did not happen, to act like just because they're 2 white boys and we're going off the word of his brother, and he's not going to tell the full story. He's not going to tell the full story. You want what you wanted, bro? 1 seat for 2 guys to sit down in? Come on. Let's talk about motive. What was the real motive? Unfortunately, he just bit off a lot more than what he can chew. And now we have, even with that, we got the judge who's being threatened. And some people said, oh, what was it, Mike Walsh or Mike, whatever his name is, on here on Twitter, millions of views saying this woman doesn't, literally he threatened this woman did something horrible and she doesn't deserve her spot or whatever he said about her. All right. And it's crazy. And he's talking about, oh, she's woke. She's woke. She's a Republican. All right. She's a Republican. And you don't say, oh, she's woke. She did the right thing. First of all, he should never had the $1 million bond. All right. It should have been down to 100,000 or whatever. And I know you got that little white thumb and you're getting upset with me or whatever, but it's the truth. You guys have a problem. You have a racist problem.
No. Halo. It's called precedent.
No, you have
Precedent.
a racist
First
problem.
degree murder. No, first degree
It
murder
wasn't.
in
Can
the
we
state of
please
Texas
let
has
Halo
precedent.
finish,
Excuse me.
please? Can we please
He's
let
got the
Halo
mic.
finish?
Let him
Thank
go
you.
on the mic.
Thank
He
you.
can
Yeah,
go on.
he didn't get out and decide he was going to murder somebody. It was self-defense.
No imposter.
All right, it was self-defense. Now, the person who did murder somebody was the other white kid who actually killed both his parents, and he woke up that morning and he killed both his parents, and he got $1 million bond. All right, you guys don't know his story, but that happened around. He's also a young man too. I think he's 17 or 18. So it's funny how you know what? Let's just face it. A lot of you guys are racist. You can't help it. You don't feel that it's okay for on any stretch of imagination for a black man to defend, or a black boy to defend himself, and a white person or white man, whoever, get killed as a result of it. You have a problem with that. It doesn't feel good. Doesn't look good. I hear it in your voice and the way you respond. I understand, but guess what? Tough luck. This is the world that we live in. You're nothing special. You're nothing special to us, and we should be nothing special to you guys. We are Americans. Everybody deserves to protect themselves and everything. I'm sorry. These boys, they're football players. I'm sure they're tall. I'm sure they were very intimidating. And he had every right to protect himself against any bodily harm. And there's a video, people. We're going to find out. But even when you find out the truth and see the altercation, I guarantee you're not going to say, hey, you know what? You guys are right. I'm sorry. You're not.
Let me put this to you. I don't want to cut you off, but you're going down a rabbit hole. The jury gets some very detailed instructions on the types of things that a person is entitled to use deadly force to defend against. This ain't one of them.
Why is that?
So the problem is that he used excessive force to defend himself.
Excessive force would have been 5, 6 times, 5 or 6
No,
stabbings.
it ain't.
So once did he stab him more than once?
Listen to. Did you hear what I said earlier?
I'm just asking you, did he stab him more than once, sir?
Look, if you are old enough to be raised in a healthy generation, you've been in fist fights. Some you won, some you lost. If you won the fist fight, according to the logic that you're giving, the person that you beat or whipped would be entitled to stab you or shoot you. That's not how it works. Just because you are likely to lose a fight does not mean that you can escalate it to deadly force. You have to take the ass whipping if it's not one that's going to kill you or causes injury that would be life-threatening. Your ass whipping is just a lesson
That
on
must
how
be
to
in the
handle
black book.
No, look, let's get away from race.
Why?
Yeah, this is some
Most
black
of the
codes right
That
cases,
here.
must be the black code. Because
We got black
Well,
codes
why
in
the hell
jail
is
too.
Zimmerman out
let
of
me give you
jail?
examples,
Stop it.
Can somebody?
Stop it. Get back on your mics. Bottom line is that in my courtroom, in the courtrooms around and about me, over the period of time, I got elected to 2 8-year terms. Over that period of time, most of the instances were just exactly what we were talking about, were either black on black, white on white, or Hispanic on Hispanic, etc., or Native American on Native American. It wasn't even race, but the result would be the same thing. I have read the instructions on I don't know how many times, to the point that is nauseating to juries when they resolved this, and almost invariably the person wound up going to the penitentiary. The fact that race was involved is almost irrelevant in this case. The question bespeaks itself of why in the world would you go to deadly force? And then if you want to talk about size discrepancy, watch a Bruce Lee movie from 50 years ago and see what happens. You don't have to be big. Look at some of the people who, David and Goliath. How big was Goliath? And David took him out, but that was a deadly force situation. You have the little guy who's fast but good. And then in this case, you keep talking about two big football players, but you have to remember that as per the defendant's own lawyer, not the first set, but the current set, he was the captain of the football
You
team, which
seeing how
meant
big he
he
is, sir?
played regularly.
Hold
All
up.
right.
I don't
So
care.
one
When
second.
they got his
I just want to
statistics, they
finish.
got it from his driver's license. He got his license when he was 16. He's almost 18 now.
Can I ask you
The
a question,
typical
sir?
boy will grow a hell of a lot between just turning 16 and almost turning 18, maybe 20, 30, 40 pounds. But what did he play on the football field in the same league as this track meet was occurring in? Would they be any smaller than 220? So you're saying he would do what if they came in and rushing him if he was playing quarterback, wide receiver, or running back? What's he supposed to do? Lay down and eat the ball or keep running and get tackled and get hit by three and four of them at a time?
All
Or if
right.
he was
So
on defense, what was he supposed to
I
do?
just
all right.
wanted to.
Lay down
So
and roll
Halo.
over if
Yeah,
the 210
All right.
pulled
One
he ain't
back
gonna
a
second,
let me
halftime
respond.
Judge.
ran
You're
by?
not
All
gonna
right,
let me
Judge.
respond.
Wait, 1 second, Halo. Ask your question, and then I have to move on to other speakers. Go ahead.
No problem. So again,
You can say what you're saying, son,
unbelievable,
but it's
man.
going to get you put in jail.
Sir,
Now, that's the law.
sir.
So you can come up with all the justifications you want, but unless you get a legislative body that thinks like you, that will change the law, then you're going to wind up with somebody going to the penitentiary for using excessive force. And see, it wasn't like somebody hit somebody with a stick, a
Well, Judge, let
club,
him ask you the
or a chair.
question.
The person died. I'm responding to the last situation. Now we'll go ahead from there. I'll pass
All
the
right,
Oh,
mic.
ask your question, Halo, and then I
all
got to
right.
move to another
So,
speaker.
okay, man. I tell you, I wish you'd stand up for the right thing one day. But listen, this is my thing, Judge. Do you feel the same way about the brother that about the white guy that killed the brother who was a Michael Jackson impersonator? He killed.
Daniel Penny.
Yep, they killed him on the train. Right? He didn't have any weapon, no anything. He put him in the chokehold. He killed him. Yes, he was on drugs, but he killed him, and they raised money for him and everything. And Trump, he went around the country with
Brought him to
Trump
the White
all over
House.
the place. He did the same thing with Rittenhouse, Rittenhouse. Came to a one of those Black Lives Matter protests. Nothing was going on, but he brought a gun from another state and ended up killing. What was it? One or two people. And guess what? Again, he came with force. He came with force and killed these
Okay,
people.
let me break down the law to you. When there is a riot, a mob scene going
It
on,
wasn't a
all
mob.
bets
It
are
wasn't a
off.
scene. They
It
were
was a
protesting.
mob.
Well, what was your question, Halo?
So
I didn't.
hold on. My question was to him: does he feel the same way? Did those people have a right to defend
I'm
themselves? Because
I'm trying
you're
to tell
literally ripping the right of
you.
this young man to defend
You
himself when clearly we see how small he is. He's small.
You're not talking. You're talking apples and oranges.
Oh,
There was a riot going on. I reviewed all of the video on that. Dane and I did. It was clearly a riot. There were incidents of arson. You had a multiple attack going against the kid. You could see it on multiple videos that people recorded that
Wait,
they
what
thought
is this you were
was going
talking
wrong.
about here?
So we're talking about Rittenhouse. So the
he
problem
he
No,
came
he
was
to
was talking about Daniel Penny.
no,
well,
Penny and Rittenhouse. You talked about Rittenhouse
and you could throw George
specifically.
Zimmerman in there too.
No, we're
Wait a
not.
minute.
Okay, wait. Slow
Wait,
down.
just
Wait, slow
stop
down.
one at
Wait,
a
slow down for a
time.
second, Judge.
We'll
It's
get
a lot. Wait,
nowhere.
Judge, 1 second. 1 second. 1 second. No, we're not breaking down all those other cases. We
Well,
got
no,
a
wait a
whole bunch
minute.
of
Well,
speakers.
just stop a second. I can clear it up. This is what I did on the bench
Because
when I got an idiot lawyer trying to go off on stuff. Okay, You're talking about Zimmerman. Zimmerman with Trayvon Martin was a different situation. The person who had the stand your ground right was Trayvon Martin, not Zimmerman. What Zimmerman did was out of the ordinary, and it was, in fact, a murder situation. But what happened with that was clearly an example of what's known as jury nullification, where the jury, for its own reasons, chose not to follow the law.
I'm sorry,
All
can
right.
I interject one quick thing? I just need
Okay.
to interject one quick thing, Judge. Can we please move to the next speaker? This is why. This is why. Because
Okay.
when
Well,
people,
I'm going
one
to.
second, let me just say this. When and this goes for the other speakers. If you're gonna bring up Daniel Penny, Zimmerman, and whoever else, save it for next Tuesday, because the difference between them and this case hasn't started. With those cases, they already had their day in court. They were locked up. They got bail, and Daniel Penny had to be tried. They already had a trial, and they was found now guilty. You can't compare this to what's going on with Karmelo Anthony, because he hasn't have a trial yet. So let's move on from other cases. You can't compare it just yet. And I have to get to other speakers. I need to get to
Okay,
D.
now I'm here to talk about. We're here to talk about conflict resolution.
Right. So I wanted to
All
get
right,
to
now let
D.
me let me deal with that. Hold on a second. What I'm talking about this. You brought these cases up. Zimmerman was a case of jury nullification, and it too was an example of what could have happened otherwise, and it's also an example of some of the PR the media pulled off. See, Trayvon Martin's ambition that Anderson Cooper asked his family not to bring up was that he wanted to be a police detective, just like his sergeant detective daddy and lieutenant detective grandfather, both on the Miami Police Department. That was jury nullification because of the community pressure. That was outside of the law, and it does happen. The situation with what happened with the mob scene. It was clearly a mob situation, and the law clearly gives anyone dispensation when they are attacked by a mob. There's almost a presumption that they are being put in jeopardy of suffering death or serious bodily injury, and they can use deadly force from the get-go. And the legal or illegal possession of a weapon has no bearing on the capacity to use the weapon. Now, that deals with that one. The other thing with the subway incident, nobody was armed in there, and this person had a long history of interpersonal violence, meaning the victim. He was mentally ill, and it was one of these things where I'm sure the jury back there in the jury room said, good riddance. And I have had juries in my experience come back with questions. Your Honor, if we feel the victim deserved killing, do we have to convict the defendant? And that happens in real life. I've tried those cases as a defense lawyer, and I handle specialized in homicide cases. And I don't know how many I tried as a judge in a place, Memphis, Tennessee, that had the fifth highest criminal caseload in the United States of America. It was LA, New York, Chicago, uh, Chicago, Dallas, Memphis, and then Memphis was followed number 6, 7, and 8. So I handled a lot of homicide cases. I tried at least 42 first degree murder cases, death penalty demanded, as defense counsel, and none of my clients are on death row to this day.
All right.
Some of them are in the
I need to
penitentiary, and
get to
some of them
D.
got acquitted. Now, the point is, there are difference in circumstances, and stop being hard headed selling wolf tickets about what you want to do. We're here to discuss conflict resolution, which is necessary so people don't wind up in the penitentiary or have a foolish idea of what's going on and think they can get away with something. There is no way that a grown man, there is no way that a teenager or facing other teenagers is going to get away with saying, I feared an ass whipping, so I killed him.
All right,
And
come
you
on.
stab
Let's get to the
somebody in
next
the
speaker,
chest,
Judge.
you intended
Dana,
to kill.
Diligent
Now,
app crashed
that's
on
it.
him, just so you know. He's asking if you can bring him back up. He was
I am
after
going to
D.
bring him back up. I have him on the list
Thank
in
you.
queue.
You
Just
bet.
give me,
Now,
just give me a
that
second,
answer
I
Diligent.
hope he
alone.
does get off, Judge. He deserves to protect himself. He
Well,
must
he
say
can
what he
get
did.
off, but the point
All
is
right,
what
I
would
need
happen? Wait a minute. Let's get
Judge.
off
Can we
the
please
race
go to the next
issue.
speaker? We have
What
a
would have
lot of
happened?
speakers. You could say it after
I
the
know,
next
but the
speaker.
question nobody is dealing with is what would have happened if both parties were black?
All right,
And
fine.
that is
Can
usually
I
what
get
the
to the
case
next
is
speaker?
19 out of 20 times.
Judge, let's get to the next speaker. Go ahead,
Okay,
D.
go.
Hi, Zena. Hi, Judge. How are you? I'm going to try to make this as short as possible. Actually, so many things that I wanted to say, Judge Joe already touched on. I was going to just bring up if the both boys were black, I don't even think we'd be here right now. We wouldn't even know any of their names. Also, is it true that the twins weren't in the tent? Because I'm hearing a lot of he said, she said about the twins walking over to the tents from another whole nother area, but I can't find anything to support that. And then, don't you think he's going to look a little silly claiming self-defense if he was only pushed once but still had the time to reach into his bag instead of trying to like make a run for it? I mean,
Well, I read the actual transcripts. It wasn't just once. Actually, it was three times before he actually went for the knife.
And why would it ever be okay? The first thing you learn in school is to keep hands, feet, and all.
I want to know why the fuck people keep getting off their mic. And I'm trying to go through this space without cursing. And it's a lot of people waiting to speak. D has the floor. And whatever question she has to ask, the judge is going to answer. And then we're going to move on to the next person. Go ahead, D.
thank you, I appreciate it. So yes, my question to
It's a double mute.
Okay, answer real
Well,
quick.
she didn't ask the question.
I know, but what she
Can
was
she
getting at,
answer?
answer.
Let her,
I
please,
know, but
for the
hold
love of
on.
God, just let her ask you the question.
She's all, she fell off. Is she
No,
oh
back
she's
no,
on
I'm
still
right
stage?
there.
here.
It's
You
a
hear
double
me?
mute.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, do you hear me?
I hear you.
So yeah, the question was if it was true that the twins weren't in the tent and they were like all the way on a whole nother area, because I hear a lot of that going back and forth that they weren't even there when Carmelo walked under the tent. So I feel like it's a lot of he said, she said, because I haven't found anything to like support that. Also, the self-defense claim. I feel that I don't know how that's gonna hold water if, and that's what I'm asking you, he was just pushed. So he was just pushed, right? And now he made the decision, if he had the time to run and to get into his bag to get that knife. So he had the time to go get the knife, but he made a decision to do that instead of getting away, since he was so scared that some people claimed on here. So he was so scared, but so his first reaction was to grab the knife instead of trying to make a run for it, especially with all those people around. I don't know. I just I don't feel
Okay,
go ahead.
I got you. If it was resistance to a robbery, if it was resistance to a rape, if it was resistance to arson, or it would occur during a burglary, that's one thing. If somebody claims self defense, the standard is, was he reacting to a situation where he had a reasonable belief that he was about to be killed or he was about to be subject to injury that could lead to death? And if he was not entitled to use deadly force. That's the law. It doesn't make any difference how it came about. It doesn't make any difference what the justification was. As long as he is facing death or injury that could reasonably lead to death, then he can use deadly force. If that doesn't come out into proof, then his self defense by using a knife lines up with him being convicted of a homicide if the jury follows the law. Now that's the slam dunk of it. It doesn't make any difference if he was outsized or otherwise. It has to be something that would reasonably cause death or lead to potential death by causing life threatening injury. Now that's it. So it doesn't make any difference what his justification is, and the jury may nullify that, the jury may disregard it, but if they follow the law, somebody's going to jail.
All right, thank you. I appreciate it. You could drop me because I know there was a lot of other speakers, Dana. Thank you.
Appreciate you,
Okay.
Dean. I actually sent you a co-host request, but maybe you ain't felt like. Honey, Peter picked the wrong day to be traveling. Mara, and then Diligent, and then the Negro.
Oh, I didn't know you did that. I don't know how to use this that well, so I'm
Oh,
sorry.
okay. Oh, go ahead, Myra. Did I say your name correctly?
Hi,
Mara,
it's
Mara.
Mara.
Sorry,
Can you
Mara.
hear me? That's okay. I just wanted to know, so we're talking about, I guess, a push. Did anyone ever clarify if was it a push? Because I keep seeing it was being that he was touched. And as far as I'm concerned, is it not like if somebody is going to punch you or hit you or whatever, we've seen professional fighters be killed by punches. So it's not as if a punch is not cannot be deadly force. Does that not how do we know that somebody who's almost double Carmelo's size wouldn't have been able to cause serious injury by pushing or punching or whatever he might have done?
Unless this person was known to the defendant to be some sort of superior quality martial artist, he's got no excuse. So that would require prior knowledge. And there's nothing in here to show that. And even if that were the case, nobody is likely to be killed with one blow, contrary to what you see in the movies. My brother was listed by Black Belt magazine for 15 years as, quote, probably the most dangerous human alive in North America. And if you want to see who that is, look up Clifford Stewart, bodyguard for the stars, late of Los Angeles, California, also Dr. Stewart. Now, you'll see what that's about. It ain't going to happen. And I've studied martial arts under him and other people for 60 years. It ain't going to happen. Now, um, that requires special circumstances. Now, if it developed that you ran into one of those people and you could prove that you had prior knowledge of his circumstances, that might wash. But you're talking about somebody in high school against somebody else in high school, and the size difference is, remember, the defendant is captain of the varsity football team according to his lawyers. So he also was captain of the track team, according to his lawyers. So the captain of the football team is no punk when it comes to absorbing physical damage. I don't care whether he's offense, defense, whatever, quarterback, wide receiver, running back, safety, defensive back, or whatever he might be. He gets damaged. So he's used to getting physically beat on by people that size if he plays varsity football. Remember, this is in the same league.
All right. Is that all, Mara, or you have something else to say before I move to the next speaker?
No, that's all.
Thank
Thank
you for
you.
the question. I liked it. Go ahead.
Diligent.
Thank you. First of all, Mr. Joe Brown, for your objectivity. You're probably the least biased individual I've heard speaking on this case. The mental gymnastics I see people taking to try to justify what appears to be a homicide is just, it's crazy. But I would argue that him possessing the knife in the first place almost completely nullifies the self-defense as a reason for the murder, for the killing. First of all, Texas statute prohibits the possession of a weapon, a knife, explicitly on any school grounds or any school related event. That includes sports events. So he was already in violation of the law when during the entire interaction. Another thing is that neither of the other students were armed. So when it comes to a physical advantage in regards to like combat, he had an edged weapon and they did not. So I think they're going to have a really hard time convincing a jury that it was self-defense based on that premise alone. Another thing is that with the Texas stand your ground doctrine, you're not allowed to provoke the assailant. So you're not allowed to provoke the individual that you're getting into a fight with. If you provoke the individual that you're getting into a fight with, provocation completely nullifies the self-defense doctrine, right? So
What's the
there's been
provocation? If I tell you don't touch me,
Wait a minute. Just stay on your
Yeah,
mic.
I'm
We'll
about
come
to,
back to
because
you. Stay on your mic.
I'm not dealing with King tonight. I'm not dealing with him tonight.
Stay on your mic.
Go ahead, Diligent. Sorry.
Yeah. I'm almost done. So yeah, I covered the knife, right? He had a knife where he was not supposed to have one. What was his intent going into an opposing team's tent with a knife in his backpack? And then I can't remember who brought it up. D brought it up. If he had time to go through his backpack and pull out a knife, it kind of also nullifies the self-defense doctrine because his assailants weren't on top of him. If he had two individuals who were almost twice his size, which is untrue. Even if he was 160 pounds and one of the assailants was 220 pounds. I mean, that's not double the size, but um, even if he was like getting attacked by those guys, are you telling me that he calmly looked through his backpack for a knife while two men twice his size were pummeling him? I find that really unlikely, right? And so I feel like there's a lot of mental gymnastics happening here to try to justify something that doesn't look good for the defendant. I'll rest there.
Well, those are good observations. We don't know the facts right now. We have some hearsay allegations out there, and we don't know what the facts are. And I will tell you this: in 50 some years of being involved in criminal justice and trial work, very seldom does it develop that the evidence substantiates what's being put out in the newspapers, and that includes old time newspapers and new time mainstream media. So we have to reserve. What I am talking about is even assuming everything that the defendant has alleged right now, that presents a problem under laws relative to self defense. Get that story about it has to be more than a pummeling that you're going to take. It has to be more than getting your ass whipped to justify the use of deadly force. Waking up from a knockout is one thing. You don't wake up from a fatal injury. You're dead and you're gone. And society has a vested interest in keeping things level and on a certain, so that if there's an escalation, it's proportional.
It was a
Now,
disproportionate use of force.
yes, that in
D,
other
can you
words,
get the host attention because it's saying connection issue?
yeah. Well, situation you cannot just say,
Connection issue for who?
It's
Oh no,
fine.
I was just making sure you was there because it was flashing connection issue on the screen.
okay, we're here.
Well, if you're looking at your screen, it could be your phone. I'm not sure, but
If you're on
I don't.
Android, it might say that.
Okay.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you. Because I was hoping she didn't crash.
Okay.
Well, I'm still hearing her. I hear you. I hear everybody that's indicated on the screen is
Judge, I
open.
had one more. I had one more thing because I believe that race it doesn't really kind of play into the as far as what I've seen. Again, like you said, we don't know all the details of the confrontation as it happened, so I'm willing to reserve judgment on that. But as far as race goes, is it the standard precedent for bail for murder, first degree murder in Texas is $1 million. And so I would argue that race is playing into when the judge went against precedent and lowered the bail to $250,000. And then there was another aspect of this, which is, it was reported this morning that the family has used some of the, over $400,000 in donations to purchase a home with that money. I mean, what are your thoughts on that?
People will take advantage of all kinds of situations, but the Fifth Amendment speaks to bail. And over the last 236 years of the country's history, the U.S. Supreme Court and other appellate courts have spoken to this issue at great length. Essentially, all bond set a bond amount is supposed to do is ensure that the defendant shows up to complete the proceedings. And it varies depending upon his circumstances, his evidence of being a flight risk or prior criminal who is likely to disregard the law. Now, that is what bail's supposed to be about, just enough to ensure that the defendant will stay there until the charges are resolved, one way or the other.
Does severity of the crime affect the bond amount?
Well, in other words, if you're looking at the death penalty, what is going to keep you in place? No amount of money might be worth that. So, yeah, it would start at $1 million and go up. But this is not a death penalty case. This is not lying in wait. This is not poisoning. This is not wanton and premeditated. This is not that kind of situation. This isn't a contract murder. So we have a situation that has been up and down, in and out, and screwed around the way the press is carrying it. So $250,000 for a 17-year-old that's right about where it would be if it was not a notorious case. And like somebody has already pointed out, the question is, why does this particular case, being so typical of most homicide cases, get so much attention right now? And it looks like people are trying to manipulate it for various and sundry reasons that have to do with the political atmosphere more so than the righteousness of it when it comes to the applicable law. I just make that observation.
I concur.
The judge was appointed by Obama, and somebody has claimed she was a Republican. I don't know. But as far as needing all of this extra security, well, hell, I've had cartels and such like and involved in cases in front of me, and I've had other judges uh, talk about having the SWAT team around and about their courtrooms and having 5 squad cars escort them home every evening. I just would stop the proceedings, ask the court reporter to turn the mic off, turn to the defendant or whatever, and say, "Look, I'm listed in the phone directory. If you don't like what's going on here, have your buddies come visit me. You know, we can have a good, exciting time." Now, back on the record.
Okay.
Okay, see, it depends on who the judge is. See, some judges are they are weak people and they get cloaked by the authority of the office. Some other judges walk into a room and they are effectively a village chieftain who just walked in. It depends on the individual. I had 5 people
Well,
break in
isn't that
on
normal
me.
standard? If a judge or someone in office is being threatened, they automatically have to put security on you anyway.
They don't have to. That's with the request of the individual impacted. They always ask me that. I said, hell no. I'll take care of
Well,
myself. Now,
they asked you. They asked you, and
they
you
ask,
could
and I
accept or
always
not.
decline. Now, I will say this. I published it before. I had a James Earl Ray case, and 3:30 in the morning, one time after I'd come back in from the courthouse late at night, 5 people tried to break in my house, and there was an interesting shootout. So I'm still here today. There were some blood trails from the assailants trying to get away. So it all depends on what the nerve of the particular individual happens to be.
All right. All right. So
So,
let me go move to the Negro.
Hey, how's it going, Judge?
how
Judge
you doing?
O'Brown. How's it going, Dana? My thoughts on it is this: the young man was should have stood his ground. He did what he was supposed to do. From my perspective, I think that it's very racialized, very polarized, due to the fact that there might have been racial slurs that were used by these young domestic terrorists, These guys are twins that are out here robbing and doing strong arm robbery with both of them that are there. The perspective that I'm coming from is the Dred Scott decision, saying that there's no rights, no that a white man has to respect when it regards to black people, and we've seen that this is being socialized now. Dr. Claude Anderson talks about it in his book, saying that since they have not repealed this, that it is a social behavior now that's even being taught down to teenagers, where they can implement this type of racial behavior against Negro black children who are minding their business. So when I see and observe teenagers, that when people say that these teenagers that they're punched, that he should accept the beat down and all this other rhetoric, I have in the purple pill of a 16-year-old knocking out and was able to kill an older man by a punch. So no, nobody's not a punching bag. Nobody should never be a punching bag. And to promote that, I think that that's socially irresponsible and almost the guise of anti-blackness, being anti-Negro. We want our children to come back home, no different from those quote unquote police officers, right? So you're saying that our children can't come back home safely, that in a system of white supremacy where these teachers are out here sexually assaulting our children, they out here having fight club with our children. So like, yeah, I hear the rhetoric that's going on by everybody in the space. But I know that if the shoe was on the other foot, they would not condemn the death of that twin brother who initiated the crime. See, I find it very cute that everybody will blame the 17-year-old minor, but they're not going to talk about the person that he was running with while he was doing this crime against young brother Carmelo Anthony. And why are they not calling for the death or the jail time of this individual stemming white on white criminality, right? Let's
What
talk about
white?
the white on
What white on white criminality?
the white on white criminality, that he doesn't care and value his own brother life, that he's willing to put him in a predicament that was lead him to his demise. That is just like they could sit here and like so if you can't see that, then hey man, I guess white lives don't matter.
Well, excuse me. You see, you're extrapolating a set of circumstances that are not at the moment apparent from the case at hand. Next thing is, no one said that you had to sit there and submit to the attack. You may defend yourself, but the question is, are you entitled to defend yourself with the use of deadly force when all you are being subjected to is either the application or threat of the application of unarmed violence?
Well, the thing is, like, I hear you on that, Judge, but it's in Texas. You can use whatever you mean
No,
to
you can't use
preserve. No,
whatever you
it's
can.
life.
That's why he's
Wait. They're
charged.
using. The thing is, the reason why he's charged is because he was black and he was
That's not
defending
why
himself.
he's charged.
That is the
Son,
reason
that's
why.
not why he's charged. Texas,
So you're saying that
Alabama,
these people
North
were.
Carolina, Arkansas, Tennessee, they're all part of the old Confederacy. All of the time this happens. I don't know how many black kids I got brought into my courtroom charged with murder for the same kind of thing where the victim was black. I don't know how many I got brought into my courtroom who were charged with the same offenses of a homicide, of murder, where the victim was white and the perpetrator was white. It happens all the time. This is your
But
typical
the thing
case.
is, the difference is that those black children were probably not calling the N word with the ER
So
on it with a
what? We
racial
call
under. No,
ourselves that.
it does
Look.
matter
If
now,
I, I'm
You don't
Judge.
sitting,
even
I'm
know if
No,
they
sitting,
it
said
does
that.
matter
You're
I'm
now.
just
sitting
making it
in a
up.
rental car that was loaned to me by a Porsche dealer because my Porsche 911 twin turbo is getting worked on. I just turned the radio off when I got in the car because it was one of these rap songs that just automatically came on, and it said the N word no less than 17 times that I counted in the first few seconds I was listening to the thing.
Judge Joe
It
Brown. What
talked
I'm
about
saying
B's
is
and
it
H's and all the rest of it. So what is it?
That's
The
called wolfing. We used to talk about each
no,
other and
no,
mamas
no,
too.
no, no,
That's no
no.
grounds to
Not when
take
it becomes when
somebody
it's
out.
white in a black situation
That
now,
is
Judge
not
Joe
what
Brown.
you have
Because
here.
we got books like Without
You have to.
Sanctuary
Where
where they
did the
were lynching
racist?
people by
Where
calling
did
them
the
the N-word
racist?
now,
Or
Judge.
okay, now you
And
know
then, and
what
we
you're
don't know
saying.
if this and we don't know if this
You
white
know what
family
you're
is
saying.
a Klans member
You know
family
what you're
now, Judge
saying.
Joe
You
Brown.
know what
No,
you're
no, there's
saying.
not a full
You know
investigation
what you're
about this
saying. Do you
behavior.
realize what you just got through saying? You just said that a white man is stronger and more superior when it comes to
No, what I
physicality than
was
a black
saying,
man
no,
is.
Judge Joe Brown, what I was saying is that the
What did
young
you
man
say?
had a 2-on-1 situation, and you
That
called
happens
it a
all the
punk
damn
move.
time.
No, no, you called it a punk move for him to use
I
a
call
knife
it a
now,
punk
Judge.
move.
When he, no,
I
no, when
call
he
it a
had a
punk
right to
move.
defend himself.
Pick up a
So,
chair,
so I could
pick
see
up
that,
an object,
that
but
comes
you
across as
don't need to put a
anti-black to me.
knife in somebody's chest. You don't
No,
need
he
to
has a
take a
right to
gun and
defend
put a
himself and come
bullet
back
in
home
somebody's
and not
chest.
have two people jump on him that
I've
weigh
had
twice
that
his weight.
happen to me
No, no, no,
personally,
no. Well,
and
the thing is,
most
it's
of
a
the
new
time I
age. It's a new
prevail.
age. We don't have to tolerate us getting
Yes,
jumped in
you
any
do.
type of way.
You
All right,
No,
cannot
we do
use
not
can I
now,
physical
ask a
Judge.
force.
question?
Look,
No, we do
look,
not.
excuse me. The law is clear. You cannot
Well, he's
escalate a
gonna get off.
self-defense
He's gonna get off. And
situation
then
to
if he gets
deadly
off, if
force
he's gonna get off,
unless
what are you
you're in
gonna say then,
danger of
Judge?
All right,
suffering death
No, no.
or
If he gets
some
off,
kind
what are you
of
gonna say then,
death-threatening
Judge?
injury. Now,
all right. One
end
second. I
of
want to ask a
story. Is that
question.
what you say he was facing? Or are you implying by what you are
I'm
arguing
saying that yes,
that black
those
folk
two
are
young men
inferior
was
to
in a
white
life
I
folk
threatening
just muted
and
situation.
that
everyone. How you
white
talking
folk,
over the
just
mute button?
because there's a shoving match, maybe one of them is even punching the other one in the chest. If it goes any further, the black man's dead because of the white man's fist are harder. What are you saying?
So I have a
And he's
question to the
130
Negro.
pounds. Hell, he's the captain of the football team. What the hell does he do on the football field?
All right, I have a question for the Negro because, and then I will move on to another speaker
See,
to
what are you talking
nuisance.
about?
All right, let me ask him this question. So, you is it only a race issue because one was white and one was black? Because if both of them was black, are you still going to say he's a black man defending himself, or is it only a race issue because one just so happened to be white?
No, it became a race issue.
That's a double mute. That's a double glitch.
Give it a minute. Go ahead.
It's on his end.
Yeah,
We can't hear you, bro.
we can't hear you, the Negro. All right, drop down and come back up because I
Yeah.
got to move on to another speaker. Go, nuisance.
No, you just let off the mute.
Uh,
Like, come on
okay,
now,
no, your
players.
phone is a
Like what the hell?
delay. You
We
gotta
can't
stop.
hear you.
Okay, yeah, couldn't it was muted,
So
whatever.
answer my question, and I have to move
Yeah,
on
I
to
want
another
to
speaker.
address your question. What made it racial is because the young man was telling him to
No,
move,
no, no.
and he was
I'm saying
violent.
you
Wait, wait,
said
wait. I'm
no,
gonna.
no, no. I don't need for you to add stuff on because you said he had a right to defend himself as a black man. Okay, well, as a black man, if it was a black man that was quote unquote bullying him, are you going to say he had a right to defend
That
himself as a
wasn't.
black
That's
man?
not the nature of the case, Dana. The nature of the case that it
No,
was a
no.
white.
And so I asked you a straightforward question
You asked me to what if a
and you're
hypothetical.
able to talk over the
Let's
mute.
deal with
This
the
is why
fact.
you have a
Let's deal
problem
with
with
the
The
the mute
fact.
fact
button.
is,
I
wait.
asked you a question, and I need for everybody to be quiet when I
It,
ask you the question, and I just want a straight answer, no more than 3 words.
it's a
If
good
is
question,
it a
Dana.
race issue? Is it a race issue because he was white? And if he was black, would it still be a race issue? Yes or no?
It depends on the ethnicity of the
No,
individual.
it's no,
No,
it's
it.
no, it's no. And I'm gonna go on to the next speaker now.
All right. May
I
I,
don't need all that extra shit.
Dana?
All right,
That
go
was a
ahead.
great observation, Dana. Great
I need to go
observation.
to nuisance. Let's go to nuisance. Cause
That was
Judge,
a,
you know how I get when
yeah,
with the
that was a
time.
great observation. I appreciate that. That was right on point.
Yeah,
Now,
and if you can't say yes or no, I don't need to explain
may
it. Go ahead,
may I
nuisance.
point one other thing out? Think
Can
of
I
an
go to
image
nuisance
of
first?
justice. She's blindfolded so she can't see. She's holding a scale of justice. She's got a sword in one hand and she's trotting on a snake with the other. She's got one bare breast in case somebody needs to be nursed and fed. Now, if she can't see what color you are. What that is saying is justice, as we have adopted in this country, is blind to what your color is, unless there's some certain special circumstances that require that blindfold to come off. And the issue here is the conflict got way out of hand. It did not get resolved in a fashion that would have been appropriate. And what you got was an escalation from one instead of two, three, four, five. You got one all the way to the end of deadly force. So the question is, what is the justification? And in our system, we cannot say because the parties were of different races, that automatically justified the use of deadly force.
All
That
right,
is
let's go
not
to
going to wash.
nuisance. I want to go to nuisance. Nuisance, then it's going to be opinions and Representative George. Are you still there, nuisance? You're muted. All right, let's go to opinions.
Hey, thanks, Dana. How you doing, Judge?
All right, sir.
Good. I'm retired law enforcement, so I'm going to start there. Just full transparency. What the gentleman before just said about just the statement about the cops want to come home too. I agree. Everybody wants to come home to their family at the end of the night, but there are different standards for deadly force with police officers than there are for civilians. That's a whole entire different discussion. What I'm going to say might surprise a lot of you. I am not going to pass any judgment whatsoever on this case. Everyone in this country is innocent until they're proven guilty. Everyone, no matter what they're accused of, no matter who they are, no matter what color their skin is. Everyone. So I don't like it when police are judged in the court of public opinion. I am not going to judge this young man in the court of public opinion. There's going to be evidence that comes out in this case that nobody on this stage is aware of right now. Nobody, not even the judge, who has obviously forgotten more about these types of things than most of us will ever know combined. The jury will get instructions that none of us know at this time. Um, uh, when somebody said before, what if it was reversed? I mean, we could play that game all day long. What if the young man that was killed was black, and it was two black twin brothers, and the person with the knife was a white kid? That we could play that game and say, oh my God, what would happen then if one of the kids that was bigger was black and he was stabbed by a white kid with a knife? We can't play these games. We have to let the courts. We have to trust. And I know not everybody trusts our system of justice completely, but it is the system we have, and I believe it's still the best system in the world. And we have to let it play out. There is no evidence whatsoever thus far that race had anything to do with this case at all. We don't know that any racial slurs were used. We haven't seen, and Negro, you could put your thumb down, but we don't know that yet. So until we know that, we really can't bring that into this conversation. And I don't think, and I said on Diligence Space last night, I'm glad we're having these conversations in these forums because I think it's important to have them. Everybody has their points, everybody has their opinions, and it's better that we discuss this here than we get out in the streets and discuss it in ways that lead to bad outcomes for everybody. So I think these are important discussions, and I think it's good we're having them. And I just think that everybody needs to let this play out, let the system do what it's doing. It's obviously let this young man get off on a lighter bond than was initially enforced. So just let it play out and let's see what happens. And nobody should be taking sides or rooting for teams. Somebody's lost their life. And no matter what, you have a 17-year-old whose life will never be the same. So I'll leave it right there. And I thank you all for the time.
I thank you for those.
Can I comment, the homie?
Hold on a second. Sir, I thank you for those comments. They are on point and they're relevant. Consider this in terms of my remarks. The topic is conflict resolution. And what I'm trying to do is a former judicial officer, somebody sworn to uphold the law, who is encouraged to instruct the public upon the law, is trying to disabuse this false impression that if there is a fight that's coming about and you're worried about losing the fight, somehow or another that gives you justification to use deadly force when none is being used against you. That will get people in the penitentiary and a lot of dead folk who don't need to be dead. And that is not how you resolve the conflict. So, as long as we get this thing where people are using one form of justification or another for taking another somebody's life just because, then we have done nothing about resolving the issue of conflict resolution and its deficiencies in today's world. So that's what I'm trying to talk about. Yes, you're right, sir. This is all hypothetical. But the problem is by using the hypothetical situations, one can perhaps illustrate the foolishness of saying he was scared, so therefore he can take another person's life just because he was scared, and somehow or another there was a racial element involved in it. That's not an excuse to take a life, nor is it appropriate from a moral standpoint. And for that matter, we don't have the draft anymore. But for those of us who had understood what that meant, sometimes you might be white and depend on somebody black to saving your life, or black and somebody white saving your life. And the name of the place is Vietnam, or it was Korea, or it is Afghanistan, or it was Iraq. Now, that's the way of the world. So the idea that race somehow or another justifies taking somebody's life just because he's on the other side of a physical dispute that is not otherwise involving any kind of deadly weapons or weapons at all. So that's what I'm talking about here with the conflict resolution. And I think that's what we need to address. And let's not get so overly emotional about the fact that we have picked sides when we don't even know what the facts are right now.
All right, I want to get to Representative
Oh, wait,
George.
wait, 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 wait. I want to comment back on homie because he singled me out, Dana. Come on now.
He singled you out.
Yeah, when he mentioned my name, I didn't mention nobody's name. I didn't single nobody out on this platform. Now, come on now.
What did he?
You gave the thumbs down, didn't you?
I want to respond back
All
since he
right, well,
said something
you
Well,
have
directly to
10
me. I have a
seconds.
right
You
to.
have
See,
you
this,
have
see,
10
this, see,
seconds.
that's that white privilege.
You have 10
that's
So the
seconds.
okay,
All right,
the,
uh,
listen. All right, wait,
God.
stop for a second because I'm not in the mood. I'm not. And I'm being very, very, very nice. I don't want to hear nothing about no white privilege. I don't. I said you had 10 seconds. You wasted your 10 seconds upset that I'm giving you 10 seconds and you want to call white privilege. So I am going to Representative George.
Dana, thank you.
It's a double mute. Just give it a second.
Dana, thank you so much for hosting the space. Judge Joe Brown, great honor to get your commentary and your weigh in. I think it's very helpful, the message you're conveying. My observation of the case is, and I echo the words of opinions, which is this is highly speculative, and this is a problem we have in our society currently, which is trial by media and in the court of public opinion, which the only trial that matters takes place inside of a courtroom. That being said, we're all free. Thanks to the First Amendment, to speculate and have conversations and also try to use them to form healthy discourse and try to de-escalate the conflict, as the space is titled conflict resolution. My only observation on this that I just don't understand why is, why do we continue to try to make everything racial? I think that every single aspect of our society is in decay because of this obsession with dividing us racially when any opportunity of racial divide appears. I think we should look at this for the facts, as the judge has stated. I think we should look at the entire case and the entire situation as unfortunate. There isn't just one victim in this story. There's three victims: the child who died, the child who witnessed his brother dying, and the child who's going to probably have his life ruined for the rest of his life. He's also a child. These are children that it escalated to a point that it did not have to get to. I think that everybody is quick to judge one side or the other, skin color or not. Can we just take the opportunity and privilege of being lectured tonight for free, gratuitously, by a man who served 16 years on the bench, has an entire stellar career. And for those of you who didn't watch him on TV, well, you don't know what you were missing. But long story short is, I think it's an opportunity for us to have self-reflection and stop pivoting to the racial aspect of this and just listen to what this man is giving his knowledge and pouring it out for us and listening to him. He is an expert in this space, in the subject matter of criminal law. And I yield the floor, and thank you so much for the mic and for the opportunity, Judge.
I appreciate that, sir. Much appreciated. All right. Next person we have up. Let's see what that set of remarks is going to be.
HBCU, and then Love, and then I have to bring up the next group. Go ahead, HBCU.
What's up, Dana? How's it going, Judge Joe
All
Brown?
right, sir.
Listen, it's time to call this what it is, right? It's bias. No matter who you are looking at this case, no matter what side you're falling on, it's bias, right? Because you're right, we don't know everything that has happened with this. We only know what the police reports say. We got headlines that are out here about he say, she say what. So what I'm doing is I am waiting on the case to see what actually happened. What I do find weird is this kid had a knife in his book bag. Not weird, but there's a reason why he had this knife. This is my opinion. I think we are missing something that we don't know yet, and we should just go with what's next. But for me, I don't think this kid had a knife in his book bag for no reason. I don't think that he carried it around beyond that day, right? Or whatever the case. I just think there's a large part to this case that we are missing, right? And everybody's biased. If you try to lie and say you're not, I'm here to call you a liar. You're biased, okay? Uh, there's no secret. I'm just going to say it now. I hope this kid had a solid reasoning to his action, and I do hope that self defense holds up, because we see these types of cases all the time, and we don't know the facts. And there are people who are coming up here trying to finger wag at us. You need to go check under these pages and in these other rooms and start finger wagging to them, because they're calling Carmelo Anthony everything under the sun, the N word. They dehumanize him. They're lying. Somebody just got on stage and said they used the money to buy another house. Well, that's not true. They're still fundraising right now. The fundraising page is still up. So it's just false information like that when people get on stage and think they're doing whatever, and they're finger wagging, and you're making false claims as well. They did not use
I can support my claim. I can support.
excuse me, I'm talking. I didn't interrupt you. The money you're talking about, sir, is literally on the funding page that everybody has been paying into, and it's still going on right now. They've just raised the limit to $500,000. You don't know where they got the money from. Nobody told you anything. You're not in their bank account. You don't know how. You don't know if that family is rich or not. You don't know if a donor came by and dropped it off. You don't know if a bunch of black people in that area got together and raised $800,000. You don't know that at all. So right now, sir, you're just speculating and making up false information. And that's what we're going to see all the way until we have to actually sit down to see what's coming across that bench and across that TV screen when this trial opens. So I don't think anybody has room to be finger wagging at anybody, because at the same time, you are biased. And so when you get on this stage and lie like Diligent did, now everything you said before that is void, because you lied for no reason. And again, if you, for those on the opposing side who's against Carmelo Anthony, I would admonish you to go look at all these anti-black pages and what they have to say about this case. But of course, somebody's going to say, "Oh, I don't see those pages, or those are not on my algorithm." Well, guess what? They're on my algorithm, and they're atrocious and gross from white people. White people. That's all.
Can I respond, since he spoke directly to the claim that I made?
No, give him 10 seconds like you
Well,
did
first
me.
of all, and I'm gonna have to go there. I just have to mute. Give me a second. I'm gonna have to go here. I do facilitate this space. This is the judge space, but don't ever try to fucking try me. Don't ever try to tell me give somebody whatever, whatever. Don't do that. Don't do that. Cause I don't care if you white, black. I don't care who you are. I will come down on you, and my mouth is very lethal. So don't ever try me. Because I was going to say to him, of course you can respond 10 seconds. And the reason why I say fucking 10 seconds, because I know people going to take 2 minutes. Because if I say 30 seconds, then that's going to be fucking 5 minutes. So don't ever fucking play with me, the Negro. Don't play with me. So go ahead, yes, sir. You can. You matter of fact, you can have a
I'll be
minute.
brief.
You can have a whole minute. Take your time. Take your time.
So I draw your attention up to the jumbotron where there is an article written on Breitbart. The family of Carmelo admitted that they were using the $400,000 of donated money to buy a new house and install, quote, security measures. So it's not something that I'm just pulling out of the air. His own family admitted to it. And again, the article's up in the jumbotron. Thank you very much.
All right.
So
If I
did
can
you?
interject
Can
a
I
quick
go? I just
remark
need
here.
10 because you didn't hear what I said after that. See, what
Okay.
you're trying to
All right.
do is play semantics right now. You know exactly what I'm talking about,
Okay,
right?
hold on,
Good.
people. We
Go
have
ahead,
to
Judge.
resolve the conflict, and if we're practicing conflict resolution right now. One of the processes that goes into conflict resolution is hearing the other person out or the other side out. So we are not staying on the mics and we're interrupting. For 50 years, I've been dealing with a situation where somebody had to be in control so that each side got an opportunity to fully present what they were talking about. When they drifted, I'd focus them. Now, let's do that. But one of the things that is unsaid here is just as you have to have a certain amount of personal courage to overcome fear so you act in a reasonable, rational, and logical fashion, you have to have a certain tolerance of some things under certain circumstances so that you can properly resolve a conflict. You must control your emotions because the object is to control the escalation of a conflict into something that becomes fatal, becomes dysfunctional, or creates a very ugly situation. Now, I pass the mic.
All right. I want to go to love.
Hey y'all. I'm enjoying y'all space. Thank you for letting me speak. So I want to stick to the title. The title of Let's Start Talking Conflict Resolution. I feel like as someone who was married to FBI, I'm currently, like, and we have children, all those good things. I feel like both parents kind of failed their kid in a way. I feel like there were signs that something like this was going to happen or that, something bigger. They're teenagers, so I'm pretty sure that on both ends of the spectrum, they mentioned it at home or were having a conversation on the phone or in their phone or so forth and so on. Like, I don't like dude and, XYZ. And I feel like as parents, you have to be able to read your kids. You have to know when they, and I'm not speaking on just one party. I'm speaking on both parties. You have to know when, because this was building. This wasn't something that just quickly happened. It was building. It was, things that had already taken place or they already didn't like each other. And I feel like that's where the parents kind of dropped the ball. Um, on one set, you should teach your kids to keep their hands, feet, all other objects to themselves because that's one of the first rules we're all taught when we enter pre-K and different things. Our teachers stress to us, keep your hands, feet, and all other objects to yourself. And that when people say words, that does not give you the right to put your hands on them or to do things like that. We're taught these things from a child on up. So that's conflict resolution, us being, these things being drilled into us on, what we can do when certain, issues are presented. I feel like as them, and I want us never to forget, these are children. And I do feel for the parent that lost their child, and I feel for the parents that could possibly lose their child to, to prison. In this situation, conflict resolution would have been both sets of parents getting together, trying to figure out what's going on at the first mention of that there's an issue going on, no matter what school is at or whatever may have you. And this would have been, it might not have been resolved, but some kind of compromise would have been came to, instead of a child losing their life. I think that's the one thing I've heard a lot of you speak on it, but I think that's the one thing a lot of people are losing sight of. As a parent myself who's lost a child, losing a child for anyone is never easy. So someone did lose their child, they're going to have to bury their child if they have not already. So I just don't want us to lose sight that these are two kids. And on the other end, with the young man that did the stabbing, I feel like his parents dropped the ball in so many ways. Children should never speak to adults of any kind of anything without a parent being present, and that's something that you have to teach your children. They should not be talking from pre-K to high school, whatever. They should not be talking to adults without, especially in serious situations, without their parents present or a representative, because that's how words get twisted and that's how things get topsy-turvy. I don't care what color the child is. You just shouldn't be talking to adults in such serious manners without a parent present. That's just something that you should be teaching your children. And I feel like his parents dropped the ball in that sense. And I do feel like there could have been a scuffle, a physical altercation without the knife, but him bringing the knife in, he had to see that somewhere, and he had to be okay with his decision. And from what I'm seeing and what I've been reading, he seemed very okay with his decision. A hasty decision nonetheless, but he was okay with his decision. So wherever the ball drops, we have to be okay with it. And I do understand everyone's perspective so far as, the color issue and all of that, but I just don't want us to lose sight that these are children. And this is something that is really going to affect their life. You know what I mean? You can't bring this child back, and his parents, even if he comes off and he's not guilty, the ridicule that he is going to face throughout life is going to be damning. His name is not going to not be everywhere, and he's going to have to deal with a lot of other things, as well as his mental is probably suffering right now because he still is a child. So I just don't want us to lose sight of that. And I do want us to all understand the bigger picture. Teach your children to keep their hands to themselves. Teach your children that when there is an issue, let's talk about it. Let's go to an adult about it. Let's try to resolve the issue, so that we won't have a lot of more of these senseless killings, because there's just no sense in it. And I thank you guys for allowing me to speak.
Ma'am,
I, I,
those were interesting remarks.
well, not interesting. I loved everything that you said, and I 1000% agree. Real quick.
May I make a observation here? Neither of the uh, individuals involved, either the defendant, the victim, or his brother, had more than about 6 months to go before they would be able to vote uh, and have full adult rights outside of perhaps buying firearms, which in Texas, that's not even going to be an impediment once they get the next half year under their belts, and in some instances, buy whiskey or cigarettes or tobacco products. So, what's the difference that 6 months is going to make between someone who is classified as an adult who can serve on juries, be drafted if they reinstated the draft, or enlist without permission of parents in the military and go to whatever foreign war we may be involved in and get killed at 18 years of age, just a few months from where they are now? That's a question to ask. And also, a question to ask is when you're talking about conflict resolution, perhaps one of the problems is that our children have become entitled to feeling helpless and to be taken care of, so they do not learn the skill set necessary to resolve conflicts amongst themselves and depend upon others to do it for them. The problem is those others are not there with them 24/7. So what happens when they have to resolve a conflict on their own? What goes wrong? Now, just those
Um,
observations. I don't attempt to answer them with my response, but go ahead.
So I want to get to Immortal and Derek, and then it's 18 people requesting to come up. So I'll bring the next group up after those two speak. And I just want to say just one, two, three, four quick points real quick. My 2 cents. So the theme of tonight is conflict resolutions, and yes, take race aside from it, because there was a shooting at a school today in Texas, most likely by a teenager. So we have a crisis across this country that is not being talked about when we're talking about the youth. So, and learning how to resolve conflict is very important. And as a young male growing into being a man, those are important things for you to learn. And women too, young girls too, growing into womanhood. And as far as when it comes to injustice because he's black, it's not because he's black. A lot of times, what it is, people want to make sure that Carmelo Anthony gets a fair trial, and he should. And one of the ways to see that you get a fair trial is money, is have a good representation. And to have good representation, you need funding. So the fundraiser that was raised for him, over 400,000, that's great for his defense. And he could do whatever, his family could do whatever they want with that. If it's to relocate because of their safety, so be it. Daniel Penny, they raised $1 million. $1 million. He didn't just use that on attorney fees. And after he was found not guilty, he was at a sporting event with the president of the United States. And a lot of people was upset about that. It is what it is. So, and the two, when people, somebody said wagging a finger at black people, and I get that. So if we are going to echo and say this is not about race, then we say it to whether you're black or other, and definitely push back against these white media personalities like the Megyn Kellys, like the Jason Whitlocks, yes, I'm calling him white, and others like that made it about race, which is why this whole thing went viral about white versus black, because of media, social media. And these are
Tariq
people that
Nasheed
have,
too. I'm
excuse
sorry.
me, who?
I was throwing Tariq Nasheed in there as well.
Well,
He's
to
also
pause a little bit on Tariq Nasheed, because of the fact is that one thing about Tariq Nasheed, he pushes back against people that attack black culture. And black culture was attacked from the beginning by Jason Whitlock, by the Megyn Kellys, by the Matt Wallace on X, and others, because I've seen it. So when he does his spaces, you damn right, he's going to push back. He's going to push back. So I'm not throwing him in there. I'm throwing that big heavy hitters that are more popular than him, that have a larger following, a larger reach, and have some powerful friends. And the fact that no one isn't saying anything about them, and the disgusting type of content that they were creating about kids. I don't care what color that boy was that stabbed him. So push back on them, because they started this mess when it comes to race. I don't need the Negro or no other black person to tell me what the hell I should be doing or how I should think. Because I get on black people ass too. I don't do tribalism. But I also check white people or anybody else that try to attack black culture and label it as something negative, as if their shit is so positive. We are all biased. And we all have criminals in our culture, in our race. So with that, I will say this: women are better at conflict resolution, because the women that came up here and speak got to the fucking point, made their case very well, was not combative, and actually made sense and came up with solutions.
I
And
thought
I
I was
will
pretty good, Dana.
That's
Jeez, man.
sexism, Dana. Come on.
no. So I'm going to go to Immortal and then Derek, and then I'm gonna bring up the next group. Is Immortal still here? Okay, Immortal, you can unmute.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. So greetings to you, Dana, and greetings to the Honorable Judge Joe Brown. It's always an honor and
Thank
a
you.
pleasure. Yes, sir. It's always an honor and a pleasure. And so, let me speak to the title before I start preaching. So let's start talking conflict resolution. I see a lot of conflicts, and one of the things that I mainly counsel is use the system that we have available to us. Conflict resolution. Sometimes you're just not going to agree with the next person, and tempers can flare. And one thing in the United States, we have a system that we can use to address our grievances. Conflict resolution without violence, because we're supposed to be civilized, right? So we have this system set up. So I wish people took it more seriously. in the way that they go about analyzing it, using it, all these things. It's a very good conflict resolution tool because a lot of the things that I've seen, if it wasn't for the law, then a lot of people would be getting killed. You know, people would just take it into their own hands and they only have so many means to, get what they feel like is justice and then it becomes violence. So the law, we, especially as Black American, I know I need to know it and understand it because it's a great conflict resolution tool. I'm very particular about my name because I've always used my government name to make money. If you're we doing business, if you calling me my government name, we're doing business. And I got fiduciary responsibilities up the wazoo. So don't when you say things about me, it might raise my ire to where if you were saying it in front of me, I might get highly upset. But rather than argue with people or maybe even come to fisticuffs, no, I just file a suit for defamation, slander, whatever libelous things. So it's a good conflict resolution system that we do have. It's a lot of people being mistreated on this internet right now. Conflict resolution. It's a lot of people being mistreated on this internet, and they're being cyberbullied, and they're being stalked, cyber stalked, and breaking all kind of federal, state, and local laws. You know, and for the sake of I don't know what entertainment, engagement. A lot of this goes on, and they don't understand that they're breaking laws and they're harming people. People have been harmed. So rather than have some of these people that are being harassed and harmed, they got family, and their family might not know how to react to that properly. They might go out and try to do something they feel like they're doing something to protect their family. So we use these laws to keep, a civilized structure. So much for that. So much for conflict resolution. The law. That's what it's for. Conflict resolution. Before we have anarchy. Anyway, now what I believe, and I believe, and I have reason to believe, and I do believe that once all the evidence does come out, that we're going to see for ourselves that uh, Carmelo went under the tent to get out of the rain, um, and that he didn't go over there for any other reason than that. You know, and I believe, and I have reason to believe that when the evidence comes out, you're going to see the two twins come out from somewhere else um, and approach him and begin a physical altercation. According to the surviving twin on interviews that he's given, he's admitted to grabbing, trying to take Carmelo's backpack. So I have a reason to believe, and I do believe, that they were trying to take things off of his person based on the eyewitness of the surviving twin. Now, I hope that we can go ahead and get the proper person charged. And shout out to Judge Joe Brown because it could. People don't think it could go this way, but with the proper representation, it could go this way. It could go just like this. Um, Charges dismissed against Carmelo Anthony and felonious murder on his brother because somebody's going to have to answer for this life. And when you go out and commit crimes such as strong arm robbery, what they call it, assault and battery, and you issuing terroristic threats from some of the reports that I hear. But we'll see when it comes out. So when I expect that when the charges are dismissed, and then we need to let's get that felonious murder. Just see if you want to be colorblind, this is how you do it. This is the colorblind way to do it. So if everybody want to take race out of it, let's take, I ain't mention no race. Okay, cool. In that case, the brother who led him into carrying out those crimes, leaving out of his position and going to carrying out those crimes, he needs to be held accountable for what happened to his brother in the commission of those crimes. Got to happen. Accountability, you know. And the last thing I'm going to end with a question for the Honorable Judge Joe Brown. And like somebody said before, he's a library of information. And I wouldn't wish people would listen to everything he says. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people just listen to Judge Joe Brown and they hear something they don't like or agree with, and then they stuck there. No, keep listening. It's something here for everybody. I use a library, but the question is a national treasure, really. And so the question is, any information or anything you want to say, whether it's related to this case or not, about malicious prosecution. What is that? And what that look like? If anything you can say about that. And I appreciate y'all letting me speak.
Okay, malicious prosecution has a new phrase that covers it. It's called lawfare. In other words, there are other reasons for the prosecution than securing justice and equity for the parties involved or for the state that's represented. Now, again, all of the things that you say could happen. I am merely giving people a benefit of my experience from, let's see, as a defense lawyer, I think I tried 42 first degree murder cases where the death penalty was demanded. Nobody's on death row. Some got acquitted, some got lesser included. I tried a bunch more cases as a defense lawyer where a homicide was involved. Did not have a death penalty demand. And I also tried a whole bunch of cases as a judge in a murder capital of the United States, which right now is listed as the most dangerous place in the United States to live, that is Memphis, and it's the 10th most dangerous city in the whole world. So it's not that I don't get exposed to this. I'm merely giving you benefit of observations of the reality of we live where there is a law governed by the U.S. Constitution and various and sundry state constitutions that try to match the U.S. version. That said, conflict resolution requires that you start from square one. One of the things that we have not mentioned here, but has been inferred, is this thing called fighting words. The First Amendment does not extend protection toward fighting words. In other words, utterances that are likely to or reasonably could be reasonably anticipated as causing an ordinary person to engage in physical combat. Now, that runs the gamut from grievous insults on up. In other words, if somebody said this to somebody, is an ordinary and reasonable person likely to be provoked into an unarmed combat? Those are called fighting words. So if you want to have conflict resolution, start off being a little bit polite about the whole thing, showing some mannerability. You will notice, and the movies kind of get this right, you might have a nobility, an earl, a duke, a sir this, or a samurai lord, and they bow to each other and they're polite because they're very dangerous individuals and they do not want to provoke each other unnecessarily to what might be a very lethal combat. So watch what you say. Next thing, start watching your body language. Don't act like you want to punch the guy and go that way. Relax. You will get them wound down a little bit rather than wound up. Um, Watch the tone of your voice when you're talking. And I'm not necessarily referring to raising voices. That's ordinary and that's not particularly provocative. Uh, Watch how you approach stuff and don't let your fears show through. What did they say? Animals can smell fear or detect fear. Well, so can humans. And we happen to be possessed of an interesting characteristic. We are probably the most dangerous animal that has ever walked on this earth. We are the supreme predators. We are at the absolute top of the food chain. And anything that is a predatory animal also has the proclivity of turning on itself. So we need appropriate acculturation and socialization that is vested upon the youth so they do not get out of control when they grow up, and they are used to fear, they're used to excitement, but they know how to control themselves so it does not get to them and they get out of control. The whole thing is self-control. If you take martial arts, they train you to control yourself. So you are aware of your circumstances. You can act in a calculated fashion. If you have an emotional response, use it for inspiration, not for something that you allowed. Well, you don't use it in that instance, but don't let it control you. These are things that you have to learn growing up. But unfortunately, for the 50 years, we have had an escalating thing in this country that glorifies responses to emotions. In other words, you do it because you're emotional. It's all right to be under the throes of emotion. It is all right to lose it to emotion. That's not the way humanity got from cave to condominium. It got to its current state because it constantly worked on self control. And if we don't deal with that as a social issue, as something that we try to teach our children, teach ourselves, we are in trouble. And I do not like the flavor. I'm sorry, I understand free speech, but I do not like the flavor that I hear from time to time on X, including tonight, when we start justifying responses based on emotionalism. That just does not work, and that leads to disaster. And conflicts will not be resolved if people allow their emotions to take control of what they do. I'll pass the
All
mic.
right, I want to go to Derek.
Hey, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. It's been an awesome space to listen to. I've haven't really commented or anything on this particular story for a while. I was really hoping that it would blow over in the media because I felt that it was being made into a racial thing, and so. But it looks like it's here to stay. So I figured I got a quick comment and then a question for the judge. I guess my comment is, and a lot of people have said it, but the underlying tone doesn't seem that most people truly are waiting for the facts to come out, and I guess I really am waiting for that. And I'll say that I think that people need to take a step back and understand that two things can be the same at the are true at the same time. I'm not saying they are. I don't know. We're going to find out. But it is very possible that Mr. Anthony could be a really good kid from a really good family. And made a terrible mistake. That is very possible. It doesn't mean that he's an evil person if that does turn out to be true. It's very possible, and that the twins are really good kids and from good families who maybe did something they shouldn't have done. I don't know. We're going to find those things out, but two things can be true at the same time. A good person can make bad decisions and do something, and I don't think enough people are really thinking about it from that perspective. And at the end of the day, they are kids. And I'll just tell you, I think it's so heartbreaking to see all of this being portrayed in the media the way that it is from both sides, to be honest with you. I really do. So my question for the judge here is, with all your experience, how would you say that all of the media attention could play a factor in the in this court case as it once it starts? And do you think that there's any chance that this trial gets moved to another location because of all of the media hype and all that stuff? I don't know, but I'd love to hear your thoughts on those two things.
When you have a change of venue, it's usually based on the impossibility of getting a fair and impartial jury because of local media exposure. The problem when you have a case like this, the news media, mainstream media cherry picks to make something big out of for its own purposes, is that you don't have venues or other locations within the state that have not been exposed to the prejudicial press activity such that juries would be hard to secure who have not been exposed to well, in other words, you want jurors who have not been exposed to inappropriate things in the media. This has become so ubiquitous around the country for various reasons that have to do with the current political climate, that it would be difficult to come up with a different venue. Now, I don't think venue is going to be changed in this case. Professionally, I'd make that assessment. I may be wrong. I haven't been before, but I think we're going to keep it where it is. And again, it's this thing of if you want to have public peace, dignity, and order and safety, we have to encourage people to be in control of their emotions. We cannot glorify being out of control as a proper state of affairs. But that's exactly what we have done in our society. We have said it's okay to freak out off of the slightest thing because if it's uncomfortable, if it's disagreeable, if it's frightening, then it's okay to yield to it. That's not the case. You're supposed to be able to withstand things. You're supposed to be able to overcome things. You're supposed to be able to say, hey, I'm scared, but I'm going to be brave and overcome my fear. You're supposed to say, I'm really upset, but I'm going to calm down and deal with this logically, rationally, analytically, cold bloodedly, and be rational about this whole thing. And that's what we are not doing. So we have to start that. And I refuse to condone anybody who's saying anything to the contrary.
We went out.
Yeah, he did.
Your audio went out, Judge. I don't know if you can hear me.
Dang, I hate that. I was hoping to hear from him in terms of what he thought the challenges for like a judge would be with all the media attention. You'd think that would, honestly, I would say a judge would not want to be dealing with this right now, and I'd hate to be a judge on this case.
Yeah, so I think it sounded like he was in a car driving somewhere, so maybe he got into like a non-signal. But if you can hear us, Judge, drop down and come back because your audio went out. We can't hear you. And I don't, hopefully he could hear us. Okay, yeah, so he did hear us. So he declined and he should be coming back up. Give me a second here. And I see people requesting, I will bring you up. I just want to get through the speakers that are up here. Um, let's see. I don't see him. Uh, maybe I don't know. I think he's probably somewhere where the connection is kind of not strong, depending on where he's at. I don't know. Well, where is he at 10 o'clock at night? Unless he wasn't home and he was driving home, and if he did just pull to his house, it does take a minute for him to go to a spot where it's not what do you call it, a dead, he has a lot of dead spots at his house, so it does take a minute. Let's give him a couple more minutes. So if the floor is open until he come back, if anybody want to say anything.
Hey, real quick, do you mind let me know if you have like an order for like the people in line? I just
Yeah,
want to know.
so after Derek, it's Sway Me, Bush Trimmer, Linda, Nikki, Sam, and then I'm bringing and I'll bring some more people up. Um,
Okay.
yeah.
Dana, I'm going to drop down so you could bring some people up. Thank you for this space. It was really
All
great.
Oh,
right.
thank
Thanks.
you so much. Appreciate it.
You know,
Opinions.
while we're waiting for the judge, I was going to touch on something that someone said earlier while they was arguing, them two guys. And it kind of ended. The guy said something about, well, that's semantics. And I was going to ask the judge about this, but why do when we point something out as semantics, which this whole conversation is semantics, if you look at the definition, that just kind of negates the question or the statement made. From what I understand, semantics is literally the argument of the meaning of the implication or definitions of the words. And then when you're kind of arguing these perspective based arguments, they're all subjective. There's not one specific objective truth to them. So when you argue them, you're doing semantics no matter what. So I just don't understand why pointing out the semantics kind of negates the statement or the question asked. Like I always was curious about that because I've had it happen to myself as well before. If anyone has any insight on that.
I don't have any insight on that, but Dane, I got some really good information for you. I just got a DM from somebody, and someone from England was trying to join the space, and this space is being censored in England for some reason, and they won't. It's not available for people to listen to it. There's somebody who follows myself and Diligent, and they're not able to get in in here. I'll post the screenshot that they sent me of that the space is not available for them.
Well, they
What?
don't got free
Why? I
speech.
don't understand that.
Yeah, they got a system for misinformation and hate speech laws that aren't equivalent
But
to
this is
America's
not
free
even
speech.
hate speech. We're talking about conflict resolution. But see, isn't England going through a lot of, like, didn't they arrest someone because somebody said something that they didn't like? I don't know. Like,
Well, yeah, that's that whole semantic
I just
argument
put it in
because
the
who
jumbotron,
decides?
the screenshot of that they
uh-huh.
sent, and it shows you in the space, and it's unavailable. And they said they've tried everywhere
It
in the
looks like
world
the
to get
judge is
in
back.
and can't get in. It's been censored.
Oh, what is that? Because sometimes when that come up, it could be it's censored, and then also it could be someone in the space blocked them. So I don't know what they, if you want to tell me their X space name, but it could be one of those things. It could be maybe someone in here that's speaking blocked them, or um like you said, the censorship. Okay. So can you hear us, Judge? You're muted. Try to unmute, so you're still muted.
Okay, I can hear you. I don't know what happened. I dropped off.
Well, it sounded like you were
Um,
driving.
I was coming home. As soon as I got to my front door, I dropped off.
Yeah, that's what I figured.
Anyway,
Where you coming from, Judge?
None
what?
of your
I'm in
business.
Memphis.
So, Derek, okay, so you was talking to Derek. So what was the
Yeah,
last thing?
really quick, Judge. My main question is, what kind of challenges does it present, I guess, to a judge with this much media attention? I would imagine that this is probably one of their worst nightmares of having to deal with this. What kind of challenges does this present to the judge with all this media attention?
It depends on the judge, either none or a whole lot. Remember, I got discovered for this TV show, amongst other things, because I was the last judge on the James Earl Ray Martin Luther King matter. And, it depends on what you're all about. I had Court TV cover 5 first-degree murder cases in my courtroom, so it was no big thing to me. And it depends on the person. Some people thrive on attention, some don't care about it, and some get freaked about it. So there you go on it. It's when the judge is marginal, and there are a lot of marginal judges, they hate this stuff because they don't really know the rules. We have a lot of judges, a lot of lawyers, defense lawyers particularly, who basically would be like doctors who've never gone through an internship or a residency, and they are very inexperienced when it comes to practical law because they haven't been in front of a jury or enough juries to know how the human part of the equation works. And that is a risk. We have, like in Memphis, it's a huge place when it comes to criminal law. I'm aware of several criminal court judges who have never tried a criminal case as a lawyer. We have a new district attorney who was a law professor and didn't practice criminal law. We had one who was appointed who didn't even know how to get to the criminal justice center because he had never been there, and he's a chief district attorney. So it's all kinds of things wrong here. I can remember a federal judge that had never had a case as a lawyer, was sworn in as a state judge 4 days after they was sworn into the state bar the first time, and on the federal bench 14 months out of law school, which is just an obscenity. So we have these problems, and the answer to your question, it depends on the judge and the judge's character and experience.
Okay.
Thanks, Judge. Thanks, Dane. I'm going to drop down so we can
And
make room
by
for
the
more
way,
people.
I
Appreciate
am
you.
reading this thing.
Thank you, Derek.
I am reading this thing, and it is interesting.
Well, one second, because I'm going to get to. We have a whole bunch of more speakers. Sway Me, then Bush, then Linda, Nikki, Sam. Go ahead, Sway Me.
Good evening, Dana and Judge Joe Brown. Okay, so I'm just looking at this from and you touched on it a little bit earlier, Dana. Um, the mental health of these 17-year-olds. Um, I know we don't know that, but these are young individuals that are still developing. So when I hear people say, oh, they have to have a little bit more restraint and control. I get it, but we are still developing at that age. We're still learning different things in various environments on how to respond and react, right? And the thing about that too is our instincts and our intuition does come into play in a lot of things, and we have to be aware um, of these different instincts and how we respond, right? And I'm hearing that, and again, I just want to point out these are 17-year-olds and they're still developing. They're not fully grown individuals. I think boys quit growing at 24 years old, young women 22 years old. And I'm going on the mental health part because um even if, let's say, I think I brought this up before. What if there's some bullying involved and there's that affects the mental health? That's my question. What if there's some bullying involved and there was some mental health from that? Because we do know it's an issue, a big issue in our school systems right now. We've had young individuals to kill themselves, right? Commit suicide because they didn't feel that they had any support. And they felt their way out was, and these are young individuals, young children, was to kill themselves. And even the parents evidently didn't feel like they protected them. So what are your thoughts on that, Judge Joe Brown? I want to know, because I do believe mental health is huge. And Dana, you touched on it. We got a lot of our 17-year-olds, 18-year-olds bringing guns to school and shooting up schools now. And I remember when Columbine first happened. And now look at how this problem, this chaos has continued to develop in our society. And it all goes back to mental health. So what are your thoughts on that, Judge Joe Brown?
A lot of mental health issues are because of lack of socialization and acculturation and crippling children when they're growing up. One of the biggest and most profound episodes of crippling is protecting children from bullying. A child should learn how to handle bullies as part of growing up. If you want to see a classic presentation of it that the movies got right, look at the first episode in the franchise of Back to the Future. McFly goes back, Junior McFly goes back. He finds his rather bullied daddy, who has a particular bully named Biff, who in McFly's present kicks dad around, shoves him around, disrespects him. Well, he gets dad to screw up his courage, and on prom night, dad busts Biff right in the chin, knocks him out. And when McFly gets back to his present, he finds that Biff works for dad and Biff is dad's flunky. And dad is an emboldened, aggressive, assertive individual instead of the meek, mild little creature that he remembered. So that's about that's what life's about. So one of the problems that we have had to keep that vital growth, that vital training thing from coming into play in America is because we have situations where some scared person knifed or shot somebody else instead of duking it out man to man and learning to stand up to bullying, or taking his behind whipping but hurting the bully so the bully thinks twice about doing it the next time. And that's part of the problem. It's the parents, the police,
the faculty that takes care of the bully situation instead of the children. This is a process that is vital to the development, the proper development of the human male, and it occurs from prior to elementary school all the way through until you get to the 10th, 11th, 12th grade when it tapers off. And then into manhood, by that time, people know that they will get jumped and they will have to put up or shut up if they do certain things. So they learn through hard experience, bruises, knocks, bloody lips, black eyes, and whatever it may be, that some things aren't worth it. And you learn to deal with conflict resolution as a technique, as a style, as a matter of mannerability or courtesy, politeness, or just out of respect for the circumstances, so people don't get all up in each other's faces unnecessarily.
But
Now,
that's the thing, Judge. They're not being taught conflict resolution even now, even in bullying situations where, like you were saying, mediation, bringing if you're aware of the conflict, and then teaching those individuals how to manage the conflict, right? The resolution. That's not been taught by administrators in school systems, because bullying happens a lot in the school system.
but conflict can't be taught by the school system and the administrators. You know, the only way it can be taught, you get a bloody lip, black eye, whatever, when you don't do it right. So hard knocks teach humans how to deal with conflict resolution, along with some instruction to go with the practical application. We don't have the practical part. And if somebody is so weak that they want to kill themselves from what they get exposed to online, let them do it. We don't need them. They're too weak to deal in the modern society or anybody else's society. Some of the Asian cultures encourage that kind of thing. And we used to encourage it here because the worst thing you can be throughout human history is a coward. That is the worst. And that's because it's a dysfunction for the entire society. It's a dysfunction for the family involved and a dysfunction for the person who exhibits it. You're supposed to overcome your fear and be brave and courageous. Sometimes there is a healthy dose of self preservation that says you must make a retreat, and sometimes a surrender and hope you get mercy. But
And the limbistic system says fight, flight, or run. So his response was involuntary.
yeah, but you
So,
have to learn the contrary. A
but
brave
when you're
man
17,
overcomes
I'm
fear.
trying to figure out why people keep jumping off their mic. All
Okay,
right,
but
so
anyway,
I want to
yeah,
move on to
okay.
the next speaker because we're starting to wind down. Go ahead, Bush Trimmer. Give it a minute for the double mute
Dana, why you never let me engage with the judge?
because it's not your turn to speak. Why is that so hard to understand? Go ahead. Is Bush still up here? Oh, there you
Yes, I
go.
am, Dana. Thank you. Thank you very much. And thank you, Judge, for holding the space. Um, I I just want to start out by saying, and I'll keep this brief, but my prayers are with Carmelo and his family, and also Austin's family. This is a tragedy that is beyond belief. These are young men in the prime of their life, and so many lives are being ruined by this. And for me, I just when I see Carmelo, I see a young man, and from what I've heard, this was a young man who had great grades and stuff, and he reacted in a way that I don't agree with, and I think was wrong. He made a very stupid decision, but I also look at the situation, and I see the other side of the coin where somebody else didn't need to come up on this boy and assert anything. It's unnecessary, and as the judge says, conflict resolution was very important, and I wonder how that didn't come into play with these people, because I'm sure if Karmelo had a choice today as he sits there in, being incarcerated, he would probably rather have went with conflict resolution than where he sits today. I know he would, and I don't think anybody would disagree with that. When I look at these two boys and I look at the situation, it's two wrongs that don't make any rights. It just makes another wrong, and a really big wrong. And I feel really bad for everybody involved for this. And my prayers are with both those families and with Karmelo as well. And I got to lean back on, why wasn't he guided to have some sort of self-preservation, like live to fight another day? Was there the conflict before that actually made him feel the need to come back to this situation? Because on one sense, he shouldn't have been there where he was at, but on the other sense, sitting there, he shouldn't have been made to leave, because you got a right to sit anywhere you want to sit in a track field. So it's two wrongs here that just made more wrongs. And my prayers go out to everybody involved with this, and I know that justice will do it. I hope that justice actually does the right thing, and with the videos that are going to come out and stuff like that, I really hope that justice serves its purpose. But there's no black or white in this. These are just young men who are all beautiful people. I look at the pictures of the kids and I get it. We all went through high school. We all know what jocks are about. We all know what the minority thing is about. We know that big is big and smaller persons. I'm a smaller person. I've been bullied and stuff. But at the end of the day, it never gives me the right to do something. And thank God I never did, but I've been bullied. And it doesn't give bullies the right to do the thing that they do, but they're gonna. And conflict resolution is something we need to teach all of our children. And that's what I've taught my daughters. And my daughters have got out of situations where they triumphed. And my prayers are just with all of these people, and I feel so bad for it. And Dana, thank you very much. I'll land there. And thank you, Judge. Thank you,
Thank
Dana.
you. Next person is Linda. Is Linda? Oh, there you go, Linda. Linda Lee. You have to unmute. Linda. All right. Let's go to. Is Nikki's not up here? Okay. Sam. Is Sam up here? Sam keeps dropping. And the judge.
When is it my turn? When is it my turn?
1 second. Where?
Okay.
Okay. Why does the judge keep dropping? All right, let me. Linda, I don't know what was going on with your mic. Actually, let me send this to you, Judge. Invite to co-host. And what happened to Sam? All right, Sam, I guess your request. Gibson, then Carrie. What happened to Carrie, and then Judge, and then Sally? Go ahead, Gibson. Gibson.
Hi, Dana.
Hi.
The honorable Judge Joe Brown and everybody in this space. I'm traveling. I just wanted to briefly say something. I agree with what the judge was speaking about. As a kid, when I was being raised, coming up in school, and I was skinny, maybe about 128 pounds in high school, and I was thrown in the wrestling class. And I got my butt whooped a couple of times. I was a fast person, so I learned a lot from there, and I also took karate, taekwondo, and what I thought about is when I went to college, started having my children later, and I know I got a bad temper, My ex had a real bad temper, and also she's Creek Indian, so they're some of the most violent people ever walked the face of the
One
earth.
second, because it's a lot of noise in the background where you're at. Can you go somewhere a little bit more quiet?
Yeah, that was my daughter in the car. She just turned it off. So anyway, but like the judge say, what we have to do is we have to teach our children, bring them up the right way, so they won't have fear. If they do, they won't show the fear to the other person. So I put my children in karate for one reason, because my bad temper and their mom's bad temper, and I was like, they don't stand a chance. They just gonna go off at any moment. So in their karate, they learn how to discipline themselves. They learn how to listen to other people and do conflict resolution instead of just diving in on emotion. And I have three girls, two boys. So they grew up, went through high school, very good children. They did get into conflicts, and they handled it pretty much good. And I taught my boys not to be cowards. So you don't run and grab a weapon. You can fist fight. You get your ass whooped. Too bad. Be that guy's friend, or fight again the next day. And I don't step in with, so you got to be my enemy. I think about once or twice in my life coming through high school. You my buddy now. We on the same team. So this is what we as parents got to teach our children. If you see how you are, or they have a issue, put them in something to discipline them, so it won't resort to grabbing a weapon. Every time somebody say something you think sideways, you don't have to run and grab a weapon. You can try to work that out. So you have to grab a weapon. You got to fight. Get your ass whooped. So what? Nobody's bad and nobody else on this earth. You get your ass whooped. So what? You got your ass whooped. Go on. That's a lesson learned. You know how to handle it next time. But that's basically all I got to say. And the Camilla Austin, that is a very tragic thing that happened there. I don't know all the details. I'm going to wait and see, reserve my comments on that. But the only thing I thought about is, why? Was this guy bullied, bringing a knife or something long enough to stab someone through the heart? I don't know. But I'll leave it there and thank you.
Might I make a brief observation or question to everybody? How many of you watch prize fights, watched heavyweight championship of the world, think Ali was a great fighter? How
Hey,
many
Mr.
of you
Brown.
watch mixed martial arts? How many of you take karate or other martial arts form? How many of you heard of the effete Englishman who says the manly art of self-defense? These are characteristics of the human male. So why do we think all of a sudden, since for thousands of years, men have engaged in wrestling, boxing, and practice how to defend themselves non-lethally and lethally, and had sports that involved these things, that all of a sudden we forgot it just because some people think that it's inconvenient and it's somehow or another passe? But we keep getting incidents like this, which, as I have reiterated several times tonight, are quite common. In fact, they're probably the most common kind of homicide case that we deal with in the court system. I pass the mic.
All right. Judge. No, Carrie, then Judge.
Okay. Hi, Dana. Hi,
Hi.
Judge. Um, I just wanted to point out, I know, like I told y'all before, I feel sorry for both the kids, but when you're in a situation like that, looking at myself, and you can you get into a fight, and then there's other people that promote it, okay? Because it happened to me. I had to fight someone, even though I didn't want to, and because people were promoting it. And of course I lost because the girl bit me. I just passed out. So anyway, I just think martial arts, uh like self-defense, I think it's really important for everyone to take because of the bullying. I know it's harder today than anything to be a kid in high school. I can't even imagine. But I don't know what the answer is. I just think self defense, like you said earlier. I pass the mic.
All right. And
Thank you for those remarks.
Hmm.
Judge Sarah.
Thank you. I was looking for something so I could put a part of my submission. So first, I want to talk about the idea that Carmelo Anthony's family has spoke to anyone and said they're going to buy a house. I want to talk about that, and I also want to talk about his response. First of all, this is to the family. I kind of clipped in and I saw somebody put that crap in the jumbotron. I got work to do. I said, let me come in here and make sure people understand what happened and be able to understand when they see lies. I'm really disheartened that people will go to the lengths to actually try to harm this young boy. The idea, so family, I'm saying this to you because they expect you to go and believe whatever they tell you. Okay, but you have to always think about what's being said. The first thing you want to notice, and when someone reports something, when you have to do a paper, you cite your source. If you look, none of these tabloids, they're not even tabloids. These are little websites created by content creators that are on Twitter trying to make money. Okay. The first thing you say is, who's the source? They said, the family said. Okay. So we already know it's not true. Then you have to think deeper. This boy just came home. This family haven't did a interview. If they're going to do an interview, it's going to be with a national publication. It's not going to be some WordPress site that content creators put um in the header or in the nest. And I'm saying that because I know this young man is going to need at least $2 million for his defense at minimum. So I'm personally going to create content, and out of my pocket I'm going to promote it to counter these lies. So again, you got to be understand. I mean, why would a mother choose? Why would they buying a house? Your son could go away for life. You're gonna buy a house, and the people that come up with those lies is just I just can't. I get my feelings hurt that people are that egregious or maniacal. You know, okay. I'm not gonna say too hard on that. I just want you guys to know that's a lie. That's not true. Who did they talk to? Would you, if your son was in trouble, are you gonna? I mean, these are all, and I know how to investigate and look. Those are all BS sites. Those are sites that I can put up in probably an hour and a half myself. Okay, and I hire art to do my stuff, and I can do it myself. Anyway, I want to go to his response. First of all, you guys, and these are the things. This is one of the reasons why he needs money so they can hire experts and talk about this. We are talking about the brain now, and I kind of was looking for the reference where I learned this in my Audible account, the book that I think it's called Neuroplasty. It's about how the brain is wired. Okay, so the prefrontal cortex does not develop in a young man till he's 25. Okay, and then the limbic system is part of the prefrontal cortex. So fight, flight, or run. His response. So the question is, did he have justifiable fear? Okay, and that response is involuntary. That is a survival mechanism. Okay. You say it's a bad decision. In hindsight, it's a bad decision. But in the heat of the moment, okay. And then I heard someone say, oh, I was taught to fight, not to be a coward. Let's talk about this. It's raining. Someone's sitting down on the phone minding their business. Who's really the coward? I hope you get that because I heard someone saying, "Oh, he was a coward. He should have fought and used his hands." I'm sitting down minding my business on the phone, and these two big guys, twice my size, want to come and harass me when I'm not doing anything to bother them. And so that's when the fight or flight kicks in. That's when the survival mechanism kicks in. And again, because his prefrontal cortex has not developed, he's only 17, his decision was rash, but it was involuntary. Okay, I'm gonna stop. Thanks for listening. But I just guys want you to know that the thing about him buying the house, you can't believe that. Are you really serious? And the thing that the idea that people sit and come up with this stuff to harm someone that they don't even know is crazy to me. So myself, I'm going to create content and I'm going to spend money I'm going to spend my own money to promote and talk about, so it can encourage them to give more money. As I look, he's still getting money every minute. He's getting a little bit of money, but he needs at least $2 million for this. What do you think his legal fees should be, Judge Joe Brown? He's going to need at least 2 million. I think 5, but I'm trying to be conservative. What do
I
you think
think
his legal
about
fees?
$50,000 in today's dollars ought to do it. It's a minor case.
$50,000
Yeah,
at $600 to $800 an hour.
yeah, I
You
know, and
said
it's an
$50,000.
obscenity. I think it's an obscenity for
Mm-hmm.
these inexperienced lawyers who haven't
Mm.
had 20 trials in their entire career who
Uh-huh.
want to charge these fees.
Yeah.
Second thing, for
Yeah.
most
Okay.
of the time, unless you're getting one of the very top-notch lawyers, criminal
Yes, sir.
defense lawyers, you'd be better off with the public defender's office. They have more expertise, particularly in a case
Mm-hmm.
like this, since this is the routine grist of the mill they deal with. This kind of case that you're talking about is
Mm-hmm.
day in, day out. I must have had 150 of these kind of cases with almost exactly the same kind of facts in front of me as a judge over a 10-year period. It's common. And the
Mm-hmm.
fact that the news media has inflamed this situation on one of the most common kind of homicide cases and
Mm-hmm.
interjected race into the thing is the real obscenity.
How
$1
much do you
million
think Daniel Penny
is
spent?
absolutely
How much do you
obscene.
think Daniel Penny spent on his legal
I
fees?
don't know. And
You
I
think
do
it's
know
upward of
this.
$2
I
million?
do hold on. I do know this. I practiced law for 50 years. I graduated top of the class from a major law school, UCLA, back when they had no affirmative action. I got in the front door. I did real well, won a whole lot of cases, a lot of appeals, had many, many, many jury trials in front of many, many juries, and I presided over a whole bunch of them. I
Do you know how
represented,
much George Zimmerman
I
spent
know,
on his
damn it,
legal
and he
fees?
did not get, Zimmerman didn't
How
have the
much do you
best
think his
law
fees
crew
were?
going.
How many hours? How many
I know
billable
how
hours
long
in
Why
it
a
would
trial
was.
like
Look
that,
Hakeem
Judge
know
here.
Joe
that?
Brown?
Listen,
Hmm? No,
I
I want you
I
to answer specific
drafted.
questions. Well,
I
how many
listen.
billable
I know
hours in
what
this
they do.
case?
I've
I'm
done
just asking you a
I've
question that I
done
know you
more
know the answer to
difficult
because
than
you're
they
on top
have.
of your class.
I've
How
done
many
more
billable
difficult. Look,
hours,
it's
Judge Joe
no
Brown?
excuse. Let me tell you
No,
something.
sir. I'm asking you
Back
how
when I
many
was
billable
flat broke
hours
busted,
in a case
excuse
like
me,
this,
you're
sir.
not talking from experience.
No,
Or
I'm asking you
I'm
because you
listen
are
to
the
me.
expert. How
Stay
many
on your mic. I'm
billable
replying to
hours,
you.
sir?
I'm replying to you. I
Okay.
represented the youngest person in the whole damn world on death row. He
How many
was
billable
he
hours did
was
you bill him
supposed
for,
to
Judge
be
Joe
in the
Brown? How many
listen,
billable
why
hours?
are
How
you
many
talking
hours,
over me?
Judge Joe Brown?
Why are you talking over me? I represented somebody that was accused of killing 3 people when he was in the 7th grade. I got a stay
You
of
never give me a straight answer when I ask you
I'm
questions.
giving you a straight
How
answer.
many billable hours?
Excuse me. Excuse me. I represented the youngest person in the whole world on death row. He was 15 years, 2 weeks when I got a stay of execution 23 minutes before they were going to execute him.
How many hours did it take for you to
Excuse
get there?
me,
How
stop
many hours
talking.
did you spend
I'm
just getting
about
the
to
stay?
tell you.
Okay.
Now be quiet. Now, I drafted up what had to be printed in a hardbound book, like a dictionary, 12,842 pages on the brief for this boy. I paid for that out of my pocket. I paid for 20 copies of this stuff. I donated $50,000 out of my
How
own
much
pocket.
out of your
Listen to
pocket
me,
did you
damn it,
spend,
and I'm
sir?
telling you, shut
We're
up.
talking about the cost. How
Be
much did you spend
quiet.
out of your
You're
pocket?
talking. I put in about, I'd say somewhere around 3,000 hours on this case. It lasted 6 damn years. And I did it pro bono. Now,
So
these
you
son of a
guys listen
bitches
to
who
what
are
he's
lame
saying. Do the
asses
math.
who have no
$600 an
experience
hour.
need to
Do
take
the
these
math,
cases
family. I
pro
don't know why
bono
Judge Joe Brown
and
is
do something
downplaying
to
this.
give back to the profession and learn their goddamn trade by having a
Hmm.
serious trial. That's the only way you will make any money.
I
Look at
see, sir.
Johnny Cochran. Look,
Well, I think you made my
he got
point.
where he was. He's a friend of mine. I still have his phone number in my cell phone.
We were
Well,
friends.
I'm
We
just
used
concerned
to
about the
talk. We
lies
met
about
back
the
in
house. I think
1966 at UCLA.
I
All
think he
right.
needs $2 million, and I'm going to
Yeah.
try to help
Okay.
him get $2
Fine.
million
Well,
personally.
you don't need that much money for a criminal defense. That's obscene. There are too many damn lawyers who don't know what the hell they're doing, and they charge high prices so they can be about the business of making money instead of professionals who owe back to the whole system because they are masters of manipulating it. They keep the law honest. They keep this system working. Their job is not to get the guilty off. Their job is to make sure that due process of law manifests anytime they are involved. And they do not need to be charging $1 million for this. Because, first off, that prices a defense out of the reach of damn near any American around here outside of the very rich, unless you make a public spectacle of it, like this is, where you can go have fundraisers. That defeats the whole purpose of justice. And I am embarrassed that my profession, that I have devoted more than a half century to, has devolved to this kind of nonsense. Now, that's just my opinion and my particular outlook on it from having done this. Never in the devil. I've talked to some of the best trial lawyers in the country, and we say this is absolutely obscene, some of the fees that are getting charged.
I told you, you need to go get your license, sir, so you won't be so jealous and
License?
angry.
What are you talking
I'm more
about?
concerned about this young man, not $2
What
million.
are you talking
Money
about?
come
I'm
and
not
go.
practicing law
Money come
anymore
and
because
go,
I'm
Judge
not
Brown.
going
When
in front of some of these idiots that have on the backscape sitting on these benches that don't know what the hell they're doing any more than the rookie lawyers do.
So yeah,
Now, I'm
Judge Sarah.
saying your answer, $5 million for a case like this, is absolutely obscene because it is routine. There are hundreds, thousands of these cases every year in the United States where somebody punked out, killed somebody because they yielded to a fear, and the worst they would have gotten was a physical ass whipping from a fist fight.
All right.
Yes, many times the big guy is confronting a little guy. That's what growing up and becoming a man is being able to handle it. That's no excuse to kill somebody because your punk ass got scared. Now, I don't know if that's what happened here. It may have been a robbery in progress. It may have been something else that we don't know. I'm just talking about the facts that people seem to be operating on, or the alleged, or the believed, or the banded around facts, and it is not appropriate to conflict resolution. And what I'm hearing will get you in jail. And there's no excuse for cowardice. That's half this problem. That over the last 50 years, well, I know what the reason is. Somehow or another, this crazy idea has taken root over 50 years that you can be a coward and it's all right. You can sit there and yield to your emotions and it's all right. It's not that somebody can charge you an obscene amount of money for something that you ought to be involved in halfway pro bono at the very least, because it impacts you as a citizen as well. And I don't understand these things the way people have devolved into this mess.
Mhm.
It
All
is
right.
obscene.
I want to
Now,
go
that is
to.
just my personal opinion, and I'll pass the mic. There
Can you
is
hear
no
me,
way to
Judge?
justify this.
Can you hear me?
I hear you.
Okay, good. No, I dropped her because she just kept getting off her mic and it was just being rhetorical. But I'm gonna go to Sally Ray, Golden, Hardy, Linda, Hi Bye, La Farmer, Diligent, D, and Peter. I see you requesting. I'm gonna bring you up soon as I bring somebody down. So go ahead, Sally, and then we're gonna wrap it up.
All right, I'll try to make this quick because I know you're trying to end. I just wish that we could get back to a point in America where we could look at people and go back to people are innocent in the court of law until they're proven guilty. I wasn't there. I'm not a fly on the wall. I've seen all kinds of assumptions, people judging. I don't know what the real cause of everything was. I've been sitting back taking information. I don't know. I wasn't there. And if I have no clue what their conflict is, when the trial happens, I'm sure that we're going to see all of this stuff, right? And I hope he gets a good defense. He deserves every single person deserves a good defense. And to your conflict resolution, the best book that I ever read when I was young was The Four Agreements, and it's quite simple. Don't make assumptions. be impeccable with your word, and don't take things personal. And the fourth one is do your best to do these three things. I taught my kids this. I read this book when they were young, and I try to teach my kids the same thing, right? Don't make assumptions about people. Be honest with people, and don't take shit personal. If you're a good person, what people say and do is not really going to impact you. The rest is my son was teased and ridiculed about being chubby when he was little. Guess what? Now he's fit and he's strong. He took that as a way to get motivated. What doesn't break you makes you stronger. And I just wish that people would step back, stop trying to think they know all the facts for clicks and for bait, and just these are innocent people. Their lives are impacted forever. Both their families are impacted forever. And I just think that we just take a step back and breathe. So thank you for your time, guys.
Hey,
Thank you.
those were great remarks.
Ray, is Ray up here? Yeah, Ray, Anima, Ray, unmute. Going once, going twice. All right, go Golden, go Alden,
Golden, I appreciate
Golden.
your time.
Okay.
Excellent, speech, everybody. I just want to say I'll make this short. I know you're wrapping up. I've been in the prison industry for the past decade. I'm sitting in a prison right now, and I just want to say there's a clear distinction that's occurring that seems to be based off of the sensationalism that often comes from the media with these things. And it goes back to like what the judge was saying. There really is a difference between our emotions and our ability to think rationally. And too far often, many people in society are just running based off their emotions. And so all I wanted to say, sitting here in a prison with so many inmates with their own personal cases, like the judge said, this is a dime a dozen case. This happens hundreds, if not thousands of times every year across our society. And I'm telling you, there are countless sad and tragic stories and cases as to why these inmates are here in prison. And I assure you, I can walk down the tier right now, and there are a dozen guys who would love the same sensationalism and emotions applied to their case and why they're in prison, the same way this young man gets. Um, and there's a difference. So I just think that people using their emotions, thinking that the world should be a certain way, it's nice to think that, but we have a system, an imperfect system, rightly so, but it is a system, and we just have to let it take its course. So thank you for your time. Thank everybody up here, and it was a pleasure to hear the judge speak.
Well, thank you very much, sir. Those were profound observations, and it's a dose of reality to all of this fantasy, make believe, and uh, illusion that people have. Thank you for those remarks. Those were necessary.
Hardy.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much, Dana, for having me on your panel. It's good to speak with the brother, Judge Joe Brown. I'm inspired, big fan. I love his testimony growing up when how he spoke about overcoming his challenges and how he was able to develop into a great man. You know, I feel like America needs to keep watching basic cable, but I feel like hopefully those clips are on TikTok all over the internet. I need to start reposting those. Those are a lot of gems from my brother. But yeah, like this situation, I seen it a lot growing up. Like I remember in my community, it's like this. It's pretty suburban, but yeah, there was like a house party shooting where like one gentleman, like they basically butt heads. It was like an old like Texas standoff. I live in Houston, by the way. And one guy shoots out of the ground, and another guy says, "What do you think? You're a gangster? Are you tough? I can do that too." And shoots him in the chest, and he dies. And so yeah, I seen this a few times, you know. Yeah, but yeah, but I feel like yeah, absolutely. I understand the message that you're pushing because I know you want children to understand conflict resolution, you know, and be able to not resort things to deadly force. And also my message to the other brothers I was telling them was about listening to rap music and it influencing us. I feel like it's been subversive and our culture has been subverted because of the it's destroyed the moral perception of reality. So it's easy for us to resort to these things, when we're listening to this type of denigrating music, where it's like you can test the temperature of society if you listen to the music of your youth. So yeah, I feel like I talk to a lot of brothers, like I talk to a lot of young children. Like I speak against rap music, but I enjoy rap music, so it's kind of like you know a double standard. But yeah, I just hate these things from happening again and again, like house party shootings and one guy gets robbed and getting revenge and things like that. You know what I mean? Like I just don't like it. Like yeah. So it's kind of like I hope. Yeah, I just hate it how even rappers to say, "Oh, the next generation will fix it. The next generation will fix it." Like what do you mean? You're giving an interview. Give solid advice. Live what you preach. So that's why I love Judge Brown for he's living what he preaches. But I most definitely feel like it's like situations where I saw an instance one time a bully was defending a child getting bullied and he was killed by the bully. So it's kind of like it's like his life is kind of things are kind of tricky. So but I feel like live and let live. Like I feel like hopefully we return to better values because I feel like black people we come from Rosewood. We came from Tulsa. Black Wall Street in Oklahoma. We've risen. Even though they've destroyed certain parts of our community. So I understand the rife and the hidden the discontent that our brothers and sisters may have. But I feel like we can rise above these traumas. What I mean, it doesn't have to be generational and so inherited that we have to we can teach children because I know a lot of children are listening to us and a lot of people like what affects one affects all. So I like to like look at things at this broad lens. What can we learn from this? But as far as like, the family goes, I feel like they should have a shield of protection over them. I just hope that these lynch mobs, these white supremacists and these likes, are taken aback because I debate with them as well, and they hate me. They want to harm me for saying, "Hey, bullying is a part of life." Some kids commit suicide. Some kids want to shoot up the school. And some kids, they fight back. So it's unfortunate. But yeah, hopefully we can learn from this. But yeah, I appreciate y'all. I learned a lot. Thank you, Donna. Thank you, JoJo Brown. Shout out to
Dana with the
everybody.
long
Thank you,
day.
sir.
Thank you. Linda. Linda.
Hi. Thank you so much, Judge Brown. It was a pleasure meeting you recently. Um, I just wanted to talk about the conflict resolution really quick. I've had 3 family members murdered, and all female, 2 cousins and a niece. And to me, it was all 3 by Black men. And for those 3, they within the family, none of them were impoverished. None of them lacked education or anything like that. Um, and they were mostly domestic violence. And so conflict resolution with a partner or companion that you may have is essential. The violence that took place and how to deal with people who are escalating, it really does need to be taught. And back in the day, for me growing up, we learned how in the church, we learned our scriptures, a soft answer turns away wrath, how to deal with people, walk after peace, and the like. But it is not being taught in the homes and in schools on how to deal with um, and de-escalate, how to de-escalate issues. And I'm concerned that it is missing. Um, and that's what I wanted your thoughts on. I have had to mourn family members who are murdered, unfortunately, and my husband's 3 nephews in Detroit were killed and murdered. Um, and so we have dealt with our share of Black on Black crime, and we really didn't care the color. But and somebody mentioned it earlier, that had the attention been brought to the forefront as this case has been, maybe some good can come from this, because there's no good for the young man Mr. Anthony, and the decedent and their family. There's no good coming out of that, whether he wins his defense or goes to prison for life or what have you. there's no good coming from the family. They're all of them are going to have to deal with the loss and the mourning, and the the constant issues. But what can we conclude from this? Can we conclude that there does need to be a concerted effort nationwide to deal with conflict, unresolved anger? Because in my family, 3 females murdered by 3 different men, Black men. And that to me is alarming. And it really does show and demonstrate. And 3 of my husband's nephews murdered by Black men, 3 different Black men. And so I ask the question, are we at a point where we're really trying to deal with and dialogue on especially the issues of conflict resolution within the Black community, especially? Thank you.
I appreciated those remarks, ma'am. They are profound and they're on point. As I've said all night long, this is a typical case, and ordinarily what it is, it's black on black. That's why I keep saying, what does race have to do with justifying what happened? And what does somebody's emotional state have to do with justifying what's happening? That's why we have these shootouts in the lounges, the clubs, the gatherings, the concerts, the parks, the 3 members of your family that were murdered by somebody that they knew because they lapsed into emotionalism and they couldn't control themselves because they were taught not only that they did not need to control themselves, but it is a good thing, according to what they were taught, to let go and yield to emotions. And that's what we've had a lot of people tonight on this space advocate, that it is okay to let those emotions take control of yourself, and that somehow or another justifies the homicidal tragedies that result. Now, there is a thing called proportion. A bloody lip, black eye, does not equate to somebody laying up in a coffin. Now, I'll pass the mic, but thank you for those remarks, ma'am. They were needed.
La Farmer.
Yeah, thank you for that, Judge. Man, you getting it from every angle, so I'm gonna keep it straight up. Carmelo Anthony himself is a hero. Carmelo Anthony himself had risked his life to save someone already. I know you found it funny, but most of you guys have never done what he did in your life to what he did in his short life.
What did he
He
do?
worked with he
What did
worked
he
with a
do?
white woman. He worked with a white woman, made the local newspaper for jumping into a pool when a woman's child was going to go ahead and actually die. And he actually went in to save that child. That child was on a respirator for 10 days following. I mean, 3 weeks, I think, following after that. Came off a respirator, and that child is still alive.
He
Actually, was
jumped in a
honored as a
pool?
local. He was. He made a life or death decision to jump
What
in a
is a
pool
life or death
to go
decision
get.
about going into a swimming pool where people go for recreation?
But it wasn't. But it wasn't a swimming pool with recreation. It was a pool that was supposed to be closed and secured, and he went into that pool, and you couldn't even see at the bottom of it. So
Okay, was it
so
a
so so
swimming
so
pool
so,
that was
so
condemned?
it was a swimming pool that probably wasn't cleaned out and stuff like that, and the kid fell in it.
Was there water in it?
Yes, sir.
He could swim.
Yeah, he could swim.
I've
Sure
done
could
that
swim.
myself, except it was in the
That's
Pacific
fine.
Ocean. I was a
Yeah. That's
rescue driver.
yeah.
I don't call that actually
That's I
heroic.
was
I've rescued a person or two from dying in the ocean with scuba divers, but I don't
yeah.
call
That's
that
fine. That's
heroic. That was just doing
yeah.
what needed to
I
be
know
done.
you. Listen, maybe at your age you wouldn't call it heroic, but his local community did.
Well, good for it.
And I
That's
love how
why
when
they
I
call
love how
basketball
I love
players
and
heroes for
again
dropping in a
I,
point, winning the game by 1 point with 3 seconds left. That's not heroic. That's getting paid big money for a sport. Heroic means
well
somebody shooting at you. There's something about to eat you. You are in danger of the building collapsing, that kind of thing. Now,
well
I don't
let's
find
go
that
to the
kind of
we
false
could
heroic.
I made one statement about the boy's success and I don't think it's an undermining
Okay,
success.
well,
But
fine. That's nice. But the bottom line is
let's
good
go
for him.
let's
I
keep
appreciate
going
that. But he
down
undid
let's
it.
keep going down
Maybe,
there. But
maybe.
we can keep going down the line.
I
His
know,
mother
but
is
we
greatly
still are
appreciated.
getting
We got it.
justification here for
Listen,
reacting
we're fine. We're
emotionally.
gonna
We
get to
don't
that.
know all the facts, but
We're gonna
essentially
get
what
to
we
that next
have
part.
is he was emotional. He
Hold
had
on.
a right to do what he did. He didn't.
I think we're gonna get to it real quick, Judge. His
Go ahead.
father and his son stated on national television that him and his brother operated in concert going towards Carmelo Anthony in a threatening manner, which Carmelo Anthony told him that was not warranted nor suggested. Again, I referenced this, and I don't know why it's so easy to think that because you're an American Negro, you have to suffer some sort of assault and
Nobody,
be
it's
tough
not,
enough to
it has
overcome.
nothing to do
Let's go
with
ahead.
your
Let's go
being
ahead. Let's
black.
go ahead and
This
do
is
it.
just a
Let's go
human
ahead and do
issue.
it. We're gonna
What
go ahead and
about
go
the
through it. We're gonna go ahead and
circumstances
say this though.
indicated to the
I
actor,
love how
the
every time I'm trying to
defendant, that he was
put the point
likely to
down,
be
as soon as
killed
there's a
or
trigger, it's just
suffer
interrupt.
life-threatening injuries? What?
Absolutely.
What?
Absolutely. And
What about the
so
circumstance?
the circumstances when those two boys came over there
That
that
isn't life
outweighed
or
him,
death
that
threatening. That's two boys.
maybe it might not be life or death
It's got
threatening
to
to you
be
because
more
you
than
don't know the
maybe.
manner
It's got
from
to be
which.
something that a
Okay.
reasonable
Well,
person
that's
of reasonable
let's
prudence,
go.
reasonable bravery, and personal courage would
Let's just walk
interpret
it
as
out, right?
life threatening. What about it? I mean,
It ain't
maybe
gotta be
that'll come up, but you see, you
it ain't
just
gotta be a
giving me
reasonable
because of the
person.
race of the actors, somehow or
uh,
another, there's supposed to be justification and heroics. That's not what this is
hey,
about. This is
hey,
routine.
look,
This
Judge.
is the most
Hey,
common type of homicide that the criminal courts around the country hear. It happens
so why don't they
thousands
have
of
their
times a
evidence?
year.
Why don't they have their evidence presented then? Why did it take them so
It's
long to
not
go
your
ahead and get a
business. It's
charge?
the
Why
business
was it
of a
$1 million
jury.
bond?
It's
You
the
know what that
business
million
of the
dollar bond
court. It's the
suggested?
business
That
of the
$1 million
prosecution
bond
and the
suggested
defense.
that was unfair and unreasonable, and a reasonable judge on the matter had came to the conclusion that that was absolutely unconstitutional. And even in your own
What are you
words,
talking
like you asked
about was
yourself, why was it
unconstitutional?
unconstitutional? You
What?
said it yourself, Judge. You
What?
said it yourself out your own mouth. The $1 million bond was
I
too
know
high
the
and
$1 million bond
unconstitutional.
was
So we're going
excessive.
to go
I
ahead and
don't
ask ourselves,
disagree. I'm not
why was
disagreeing
that
with the
bond so
judge.
high from the
I'm just
beginning?
talking about the charges. It's a
The
routine
bond was so high in the
homicide, for
beginning.
God's sakes. It happens all the day. It
It
is
ain't
the
a
grist
homicide
of
if
the
he claims
criminal courts.
self-defense. Listen, a crime was committed against that young man, and he
Excuse
claimed
me, it does
self-defense.
not necessarily justify
He
killing
claimed
somebody for that
self-defense.
crime.
He claimed self-defense.
That doesn't make a damn bit of difference. You can claim
It
it
makes
all you
every
want.
difference.
It has to.
It
It
makes every
only
difference.
lies when there
And
are
I'm gonna tell you
certain
this, Judge.
situations.
You,
Now, what
Judge,
I'm
you mentioned
hearing is not evidence. This is all third-party hearsay based
no,
on
sir.
mainstream or small stream
I
time
got it
media.
from
We
the
don't know
son's
what the
mouth.
facts are, but I am thoroughly
We do.
disgusted that in the
We got it at
United
the
States of
facts.
America, in the third decade of the 21st century, we're talking about cowardice justifies behavior.
You know what? It's always cowardice when there's a Negro at the helm
It
of
ain't,
going ahead and
goddamn it,
actually
half the
asking it.
time what
It
I
ain't
dealt with.
cowardice
I
when
dealt
no
with
white
hundreds
dude
of
do it.
these cases,
It ain't
and
cowardice when
usually
they
it was
do it.
black on
See, this
black
is
or white
this is the
on
thing
white.
about
It does
America
not change
that's
the
being exposed
circumstances.
right now.
Race
Whether you guys
has
want to
nothing
acknowledge it
to
or
do
not,
with this case.
America whole soul is on them on the
Oh,
table
hell
right now.
no. Get over
America's
it
whole
and go
soul.
stand
They're
up to the
threatening the
people you
judge.
think are
They're threatening the
oppressing you.
sitting
Man the hell
officer
up
of the
and go
court.
do what
They
you
don't
have to
have no
do to face
judicial
it down
process.
and
When
quit
the black kid is on
whining and
there,
crying
they're
about
talking
it's
about
racist.
lynching them.
Yeah,
It has
there's
nothing to do with
racism.
no
It goes
crime.
both
It has
ways.
nothing to do with the law. It
It
has
goes
everything to do
both
with that. That's a
ways.
little black boy, and he
It
killed
ain't
a
no
white
little
boy.
black
And that
boy,
white boy
captain
is
of the
seen as the enemy.
football team,
That's the
captain of
thing
the
about
track
it.
team.
No,
So
see,
what the
all right,
hell?
he's
We're
a
not
captain.
talking about some
So what?
physically
Anybody can be a
inept kid
captain,
here.
right?
We're talking about
So what?
somebody who
Anybody can be a
starts on
captain.
the varsity football
See,
team and is
no,
captain of the team.
the thing about it is he's 130 pounds, and that's what he weighed in
He's
when he
not
went to prison.
130 pounds. That's
He's
from his driver's
130
license, the first
pounds
one he
that
got.
he weighed
He
in
has
when he went
gained weight
to
since he's
prison.
been 16 years old.
He's 130 pounds, and that's what he
Oh
weighing in
hell!
at
When what's he
listen,
doing
are you
playing
saying they lying?
football?
He's 130
What the hell
pounds.
is he
You're
doing
district.
playing
I
varsity
think that you
football
can't.
in
Hey,
Texas where
Judge,
they have
I'm
all
gonna be
those
honest with you.
beef-fed boys
I don't think
get a
that you
big and
can
strong?
properly
And
adjudicate
220
such a
sounds like
matter because
somebody
of
on the
your
line.
bias against
You
that young
have
black
one,
boy.
two, three, four
You've been in the
offensive
position
linemen,
so long.
five
You've got
offensive
a
linemen.
bias
That's
against
eyes
that young
facing
black
you if
boy
you're
because
on
you don't see
defense.
him in the eyes
You've
of.
got 4 defensive linemen facing you that way and 3 or 4 linebackers that big. if you're on offense. So where the hell do we get this disparate situation? And he's on the track team. Hell, he could have turned around and run, though he has no obligation to flee. And if you don't take that option, then punch it out. If you get a bloody nose,
See,
you
no,
get
no,
it.
no.
All these
Listen,
people standing
check it out.
around and everybody's
Check it
so
out.
damn
Hey,
cowardly they
listen.
couldn't
We're
intervene.
gonna
They
stop
got to pull
pretending
out
like
their
in this
damn cell
goddamn
phones and
country.
record it
Goddamn.
instead of
Okay, look,
restoring
you can keep
peace.
yelling, but
What
you
the
didn't yell
hell are
with
we
none of this
talking
Wait,
about here? This
hold on for a
country's
second.
gone to hell. We talk like this.
Hold on. Well, LaFarmer, first of all, this is his space and you're yelling. You are yelling. You're actually not even letting him talk. Let him talk, then you talk.
Go ahead,
So,
talk.
and if the judge want to raise his voice, he can do it. This is his space. But why are you yelling? It's a discussion.
I think
So
that,
go ahead
you know,
and finish up because
I
I
know the
need to
Go
brother
move
looked
to
at
the
ahead.
this,
next
right?
speaker.
It's ironic. I simply said something of good character of the young black boy,
I
but that
don't
seems not
want
to
to
be
hear
allowed.
these
See,
meek,
look again,
mild
and at the end
little
of the day,
expositions of good
you just
citizenship
don't like black
cast
boys.
as
Just be
heroics. It's
honest.
not.
You
Get
think young
over
black
it. We
boys,
need to
because of
grow
your
up into the
position,
21st century and
you
Wait,
understand
being
what
Judge,
real
mistreated.
life heroics
He don't
is.
want to hear me because I'm sick of the
let
shame
him
of a
speak.
black boy.
Let
He
him
don't want to hear
speak.
that.
Let him
I
That's a
finish up,
clear
don't
bias.
care
LaFarmer.
He
whether
never
he's
talks to none of
black
these
or
white
white.
people
I
like that.
don't give a damn right now
You
because it
clearly
has
do.
nothing to do with the
Sir, you
situation.
clearly do.
It's a
It has everything to do
tragedy.
with it.
And
There's
most
a
of the
race
time,
travesty in America.
So,
And
all right.
19 out of
Okay,
20
I have a
times I
question.
run
I
into
have
it
a
is black
question.
on black. So you want to say if this had been
it don't matter
all
if it's
black
black on
people,
black.
it would have
When
been
it's
all
black on
right if
white,
this
clearly it's
guy
a
had
difference.
stabbed him
All right,
because two
LaFarmer.
people
Yeah,
were coming after him?
LaFarmer.
Or hell, the
So,
two
Judge,
people coming after him, maybe they were wrong, but that doesn't make what's the old parable? Two wrongs don't make a right.
I gotta move on to other
Hey,
speakers, and I don't know why you yelling, LaFarmer. Like it's no need to be yelling. Like, and then I don't. And so my question is, you saying that the judge don't like black boys because when you brought up he saved somebody in a pool and the judge is dismissive. If it was a white boy, he would be dismissive. If it was Asian, he would be dismissive. So why is it that because you brought up something that the black boy did that was quote unquote heroic and a black man dismisses it, why is that equating to he doesn't like black boys?
His current posture and response and his abhorrent behavior to even suggesting the heroism of a young boy placing his own life
Again,
in
answer my
jeopardy. Okay,
question.
I
You're
think I'm
not
answering
answering
the
my
question.
question because
I think I'm
what
answering
you're
the question
doing,
right
wait a minute.
now.
No, wait, you're not going to talk over me. You're not. Because you are saying his inherent behavior. But who are you to talk about how somebody is behaving? I asked you a question. Now, you're saying he doesn't like black boys because he dismissed the fact that he saved someone in a pool. Well, he would have that same trajectory. He would have that same conclusion if it was Asian, if it was white, if it was Hispanic. So why is it because he's black that he has to say, yeah, you agree with you and say he's a heroic? But if he disagrees, and not even so much disagree, just dismiss it, but like, so what? He doesn't like black boys. So if you black, you have to sit up here and just say, great, and give you a pat on the back because you're black. Is that what we're doing?
The young man, the young boy made the newspaper.
So who
Okay?
gives a fuck? Now
Okay.
he's national
Okay. All
news
right.
for
I got
stabbing
you.
somebody.
I
So do
got you.
I dislike black boys
And
because I
Dana,
just said I don't give a fuck
I
that
was,
he saved
I was
somebody?
gonna,
No,
I was gonna
this is the
use that.
point. Wait, let me finish my point, and I'm gonna give you the last word. Then I gotta move on. The point that I'm trying to make here with you is you brought up the fact that yes, he saved somebody. So it's not like we know he's not a thug. So whether he saved somebody or not doesn't matter. We know he's not a thug. But if I say I don't give a fuck, which I don't, because he made national news for stabbing someone with a knife, clearly lets me know teenagers like him and others, no matter what background, what race, what culture, what religion, they have to learn conflict resolution. They have to learn temperament. They have to learn when to use a weapon and when not. And he didn't learn that. And he's learning it the hard way. So, no, I don't give a fuck that he saved somebody. But who are you to be the fucking black police or anybody black. So you're talking to a judge, and I'm on mute. You're gonna get the last word. You're talking to a judge who, by law, who swore a oath to not see fucking race. And he's going to talk to people in this space and in the real world as such. So who are you to say someone is black or dislike someone who's black? What makes you or anybody else the fucking black police? Go ahead. And then I'm going to go on to Diligent.
Yeah. So the interesting part that I was using was a comparison of the fact that his character was one that could judge when a situation is high, because Judge had mentioned it earlier, and he had mentioned that he was a young dude full of emotion and didn't have the right judgment to make the call, and he overreacted to the situation. What I was trying to use the comparison to show was that he had proper judgment in assessing situations of life and death because he had been in one before, when he had put his own life, as the newspaper story said, not my own, in jeopardy to save another member of his society. And what I responded to is that when he could have held his position and not gave a fuck whether I made mention of that attribute of his life, and he could have felt any way and responded when I was finished saying what I was saying, to use that as a comparison. But it went down a river of anti-black, anti-Negro bashing to fit the nucleus of the conversation, which is highly racial, and not because the young black kid or the way. It was like that because of the current population of these people in America who cannot fathom that a Negro will defend himself and his person and don't have to give ground to any white person or black person when he does not feel like it or when she does not feel like it. And so, in that matter, if it was two black boys against him as a black boy, and he thought it wise to use lethal force, I would feel the same way, because it was his judgment in that moment that gave rise to his decision to use such force to neutralize that threat, which also flows with what his actions was. He stabbed once and he fled out of fear for his life. Now, to notion that he has no consciousness of fear for his life, no consciousness of the gravity of the situation and the inclement environment he was in, is to try to go ahead and dispel the notion that he has a right to defend himself. He has a right to defend his property. He has a right to defend his position, and he has no duty to retreat in any situation that breaks the law upon him. Even if he was to shoot a criminal who he caught breaking the law in Texas, gives him the right to use lethal force to sustain that person till criminal prosecute to the police officers get there. So I think that this conversation went its way, and I made my decision how I did, Dana, based off the fact of his response, not any type of prejudgment over the judge, but his response to when I was using that comparison, to not just use it as an example, but to dispel it as a notion to barrage the character and the credibility of this man, and I mean this young boy, and I wonder why he did that. And if he could explain why he did that, maybe that'll bring some clarity to me, and I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Judge, I sent you the co-host request, so see if it comes up. And everything you just said, La Farmer, you could have just said from the beginning, but you were doing way too much
Ma'am, I
yelling.
was trying to. I swear to God, I
No,
was.
it does. If even if he was talking, right? All right, let him finish. Cause you would have had the mic all to yourself, just like you just did. So again, it doesn't matter if it's his space. So if he interjects, so if he wanna, so what? You're going to have the mic, and that's what he's speaking to. And I'm listen. I have to side with him on that, and I don't, because everybody up here is grown. All that yelling and getting overly emotional loses whatever you're saying. Nobody can grasp
Dana,
the
I never
message.
yelled first. I never
You
yelled
didn't
first, though.
listen. What you were yelling. You were yelling. I'm not gonna go back and forth. You were yelling. You're a grown ass man. You
I never
were yelling.
start yelling. I never start yelling at
It
you.
doesn't. everybody up here fucking heard you. People on YouTube, you were yelling, La Farmer, because you got agitated that, yeah, the judge, you didn't like what he said. And then you was like, well, let me finish. Okay, but he was speaking. Whoever is up here speaking, you're going to get the last word. So don't feel like, oh, he's not going to let me talk. No, you're going to talk without being interrupted. But again, I just simply asked you, and I asked you I asked you a straightforward question from me to you. Who are you to police who's black and not, who's on code or not? Who are
Yeah,
you?
I never took that position at all.
You
I simply
did.
made.
You said you not on code.
I
You
didn't
don't
say that
like
at
black
all.
boys. You
I
said
didn't
that
say
to
that.
him.
I didn't
You
say he's
didn't
not on
say that he
code.
doesn't like black boys.
No, I said that he is against. He seems to have a bias against black boys
You
because
said
soon as
that you
I
dislike,
said
no.
that.
You said
Come
you
on,
dislike
I
black
can
boys.
speak for
I got it.
myself.
It's recorded here, and I can play it back on YouTube. You
We
did
can
say
play it
that.
back. I'm not lying. I'm telling you what I said. I
Then you
said
don't
to
remember
him,
what you said, because I heard you
"How
and
do I not
everybody else
remember what
heard
I
you.
said? What the fuck are we doing?
Yo,
How do I not
okay,
remember
so
what I
then maybe
said?
you need to take a breather,
I'm
because you were
cool.
just rambling on. You was rambling on so much. You really didn't hear what you were saying.
Yo, he wouldn't even hear what I was saying. What is he responding to? Carmelo
Nobody could
Anthony?
hear you.
What was
If
he
okay, if
responding
he's
to?
talking, listen, the farmer, if he's talking, and this goes for anybody, if somebody is talking and you're trying to talk over them, no one's not going to hear you.
Oh
And
my
that's why I'm
God.
just like,
All
there's
right, I
no
got it.
need to. That's why I tell
I
people,
feel you.
just wait. You're going to get the mic, but you
I just
did that, and that's why I said,
I would have
who are
rather had the
you or anybody
conversation
else?
though.
Who are you or anybody else, or just black people? Period. To say, well, you off code. What fucking
I didn't
code?
say he's off code. I
I'm
never mentioned that.
generalizing
I
it, but
swear to God, I never said that.
you made the fucking statement. He doesn't like black boys.
I said he don't. I said he seems to have a bias against this boy, and he
That's
seems
the
to not
same
like
fucking
black
thing,
boys.
yo. That's it. All right, I'm gonna move on because this shit is getting
Dana,
redundant.
could I jump in? Because
Wait,
this has
I
been
need to go to
yeah.
Diligent, and then then D, then you, Peter. Because this went on for far too long. Go ahead, Diligent.
Well, if you don't mind, I actually have a question for LaFarmer. And just want to say I have a lot of respect for LaFarmer, and he's the Spaces host, so he knows how this goes with moderating the space. My first, I guess, is more of a statement would be, I think it is racist in and of itself, for somebody to have to side with you because of your color. You know what I mean? So like, if you don't side with me, you're racist. I think that notion in and of itself is racist. And oh, he's gone. I had a question for LaFarmer. I guess you dropped him. But I guess my question would have been, if this boy's character was so well, then what was he doing bringing a knife to a track meet? What was the intent?
Same reason people bring a gun anywhere in Texas.
I'm sorry, but that question was for La Farmer or the judge. And I said it throughout this space. People need to stay on their mic. And you, out of all people, should know that, because you was talking mad shit, and I had to dig in your ass in La Farmer space. So go ahead, Diligent.
I meant what I said, and I said everything to
I
you.
don't, yeah, okay, so hold on for a second. Hold on, Diligent. Hold on. I know your punk ass meant what you said, but the fact is that your punk ass said it when I wasn't in the fucking space,
No,
bitch.
I said the
No, you
same
ain't
thing
say
to you
shit,
on the
because you
post
was talking shit about me.
about you and Peter and y'all little
When I
y'all
wasn't in the space, bitch ass. And I called you a fucking bitch when I went up in his space, because I'm like, if you had a problem with me, you could have came up in my space on Sunday, and me and you could have had aired out the grievances or whatever issue you took with me. But you want to go in somebody else's space and talk shit like a bitch. And then I came in there and I had to get your ass right. So I had to give you that motherfucking act right. So when you come up in my space tonight or any of my spaces, you stay on your motherfucking mic until I get to you, nigga. So you can finish up, Diligent.
yeah, whatever, yo.
Then drop the fuck down. Since you want to get the last word, you want to get the last lick, nigga? Huh? That's what we doing? What's up?
No, I just don't like you putting out
I don't give a
misinformation.
fuck
So I'm
what you
gonna
don't
speak
like.
on it
I don't give a
because
fuck
that's
what
what
you
you're
don't
doing.
like. I don't give a
You
fuck because you should have stayed on your mic till I
Okay.
got
you
to
putting
you.
out
You gotta
misinformation.
understand. You gotta understand. You walked up in my shit tonight. You walked up in my motherfucking house, and you ain't wipe your fucking feet or take your shoes off.
I
So
just
you
want to
so you
say,
stay
and
on that motherfucking mic till I get to you. Go
I
ahead,
was just gonna
Jay.
ask the judge, or maybe just to the panel, but you definitely.
It's a double mute.
Okay. Sounds intriguing. I like the passion.
Oh, hold on. Starlight on YouTube, baby. I'm from the bricks. Oh, I would say it to somebody's face if they try to get up in mine. See, I don't look for trouble, but if you come for me, I'm going to send for you. I'm not the one, the two, or the motherfucking three.
All right. Can I say a little word or two here? I promise to be brief. Con permiso, signora. There?
Judge, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay. All right. I say this with this perspective. What the young man got commended for, I did twice before or at the same age he was, something similar. I don't consider myself a hero. I don't consider him a hero for doing that. I consider him a good Samaritan, a good citizen, which is good, but that's not the point. We're talking about conflict resolution, and what we are discussing, or have been for the last several hours, is whether or not one should control one's emotions or whether or not one is entitled to act upon emotions. And that is compounded by the thing that if it's black versus white, then somehow or another, whatever happens is justified. It is not. As I've repeated over and over again, 19 out of 20 of these cases, which are about as common relative to homicide as shopliftings are to theft. Many more shoplifting situations than generic theft from some person of somebody. Usually the perps and the victims are both of the same race. So when race comes in, it doesn't alter it. I've already spoken about fighting words. That part of conflict resolution starts from the beginning. Don't issue fighting words because those aren't really protected by the First Amendment. That is freedom of speech. The next thing, if you want to adopt this position that he had to go use lethal force because two guys came after him, then you have to say that every time somebody happened to that in life, they were entitled to kill the other person. The prisons would be overflowing if that is the case. We had somebody who's in the prison industry, and he attests, just as I've said, that most of the people up in there have the same kind of situation. I've talked about the obscenity of media trying to make this
Your audio's going
sensational.
in and out.
Okay. I talked about the obscenity of media trying to make this routine case somehow or another some spectacular occurrence. There are thousands of these all the time, every year, where somebody saying he didn't want to get hit, he killed somebody because he was defending himself, or he killed one person because there were two on the other side, and neither one of them was visibly armed or had done anything to indicate that they were armed. Now, I don't know what the facts are. The case may develop, but the defendant himself shot his mouth off, and he violated something he should have learned in the fifth grade, which is you have a right to remain silent. Anything you say can and may be used against you, etc., etc. And all of the TV programs that say that people watch, the movies that say that people go see, all of the adventure, action, hero things where that comes out, somehow or another, it would have dawned surely on any intelligent person. So to say is a spontaneous utterance, I was defending myself. Yeah, I did it. Okay, fine. What does it mean to defend yourself? When you defend yourself, there is law. Homicide is discouraged. There are legal homicides, there's justifiable homicide, etc. But if you're going to avail yourself of that defense, there are certain rules that have to apply. And one of them has to do with the question of Was the force escalated beyond what was called for under the circumstances? So, yes, it's better to be judged by 12 than carried by 6, but because of this, you're going to have 12 evaluating whether it was necessary for some other person to be carried by 6. So, no telling what the juries will do. And there is a presumption of innocence that stands until removed. And he's got this presumption of innocence, but we're talking about conflict resolution. So, all we have is a series and system of hypotheticals presented tonight to discuss the issue of conflict resolution. And I am simply saying that based on more than a half century of experience, this is not going to wash where you simply were scared and you did not have any reasonable basis to conclude that your life was going to be taken or you would suffer life threatening injuries, serious bodily harm, or serious bodily injury, however the state words it. That's all we're talking about. And it's appalling to listen to the emotionalism and also the racism, because let's be candid, sauce for the goose is sauce for the gander. And if it's bad for one side, one race to be racist, is just as bad for the other, even if it's responsive. But we're talking about taking somebody's life for a fist fight that most healthy men used to be involved in a lot growing up. Now, I'll pass the mic.
Diligent, were you done?
I didn't speak yet, but no.
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead,
I,
Diligent. Then I'm gonna go to
yeah,
D.
well, I was just gonna say, I think. Well, I mean, can you just imagine the precedent that this would set, right? If let's say that it comes out during the trial that he wasn't his life was not in danger, but the jury lets the kid off for self-defense. Can you imagine the precedent that would set for this type of stuff in our schools, right? So now it is a nationwide case. So this is actually probably more than just Texas. You're setting a precedent and you're telling a generation of kids that whenever they feel threatened or scared when they're in a fight, that they're authorized to use lethal force, right? That's why one reason why we should definitely be careful, or hopefully justice is properly served, regardless of, depending on what facts come out. And another thing is like the like as Joe Brown just said, just imagine if the roles were reversed for those who are saying that this is an attack on a black kid who is the assailant. Imagine if the roles were reversed. Would you still be? And I'm just saying, ask yourself. I wish LaFarmer was still up here because that's what I wanted to ask. But if the roles were reversed, would you feel the same? If it was just a matter of different colors, because race really doesn't matter. Factor into it as far as the facts are concerned, if you ask me. But that's all I had to say. Thank you very much. Great space.
Thank you. Appreciate that, and well said.
D.
Okay, so actually, my question was kind of for farm too. Um, so I know you did a lot of investigating and a lot of research on all of this, and since we're talking about character, I haven't seen anybody bring up how Carmelo's friend went on a local news channel and said, and she specifically said that she only knows of him being in fights. That's a big thing. I mean, that's a big thing that was left out of all the research and all the investigation. So it was a lot of stuff about who said, he said, she said, but one of Carmelo's friends that knows him very well said, and I quote, "I know him of getting into fights and stuff," just like that on the news channel, in their local news channel. And also, I don't see anybody protecting the black friends of Austin who came to his side. So we're protecting black people, right? So why aren't we protecting the black friends that are 17 years old that came out in defense of Austin? Why aren't they protecting them? And there's a hell of a lot of people coming for those kids where where they had to put their profiles on private. There's a bunch of people turning on those kids. There's a couple of Austin's peers that came out and said, "You are all wrong. I was sitting in the bleachers." Even their parents came out and spoke. And I don't see any of that in any of these spaces. You know what I mean? Like it's all one sided. So it's very hard to get to put. You're putting out really good stuff, and the way you're putting it out, and I gotta respect that. But you're leaving out a lot of stuff on the other side. So it's like, it's too one sided. So I'm only bringing that up because character just came up. So if that's the case, then yeah, he saved somebody when he was younger, but let's fast forward to recent years to this young lady who came out on the news and literally said, "I only know him of being in fights and stuff." And I'll land.
If I might speak legally to that, it's always dangerous when you bring up character as part of your defense. Sometimes a person's good character is the best defense they have and should be brought up. But if you bring up character, you leave it open to the prosecution to bring up anything that's negative about the person who brings up his or her good character. So that means they can bring up hearsay rumors about bad character. And if somebody made a statement like that, the prosecution could bring them up as a rebuttal witness and put them on the stand and compel them to testify since they suffer no criminal jeopardy. What did you say about this? And they would have to say that in front of the jury. That's why it's always dangerous to broach the issue of character, because the other side gets to rebut that by even hearsay and rumors. It's reputation, by the way. So, what has this person done relative to this? Have you or have you not heard anything? What have you heard? And see, that becomes dangerous. And it looks like, is this cat somebody who, well, you can extrapolate. I don't have to tell reasonable people what you can get out of it. But remember, we are not supposed to be discussing this individual case per se relative to its merits as a case. We are discussing it as a set of facts that indicate something that may have to do with conflict resolution being needed so that this did not happen, irrespective of the ins and outs. And I'm categorically rejecting somebody being fearful of a behind beating as justifying lethal force. And I'm categorically rejecting that race has anything to do with this when it turns to giving justification, because justice is blind. I don't care. The system works when it is. And when you start interjecting something like race into the equation, is somehow or another extending justification to some actions that need to be explained when self-defense is the case. That's way wrong, because it'll backfire very quickly. Now, I pass the mic.
So no, I get that, and I
Oh,
agree
go
with
ahead.
you 100%. Mike, I was just making a point, and since they were talking about character, I just seen a bunch of bashing on Austin's character, but because people were calling him bullies again, that was hearsay. We don't know that for sure. There was like Facebook comments saying, "Oh, that somebody bullied my kid," whatever. That those boys bullied my kid back in the day, but again, no one spoke on what Austin's good friends, I mean, what Lamar's good friends said about him on TV, on their local news channel. That's all. And I put it in the purple pill.
Amen. I agree. What you said is important, and that's a profoundly on point observation. See, if you raise self defense, you have to show that if you use lethal force, there was something about the circumstance that caused you to have a reasonable belief that the person was going to kill you or do some bodily threatening injury to you. I'm putting it in layman's terms. So, can the defense show that there was something here that caused this particular defendant to think that he was going to be killed or subjected to life-threatening injuries? What is it about the circumstances? And it's up to him to set the basis, or in the state to reply to it. So that's the question. And what I'm hearing from significant portions of this audience here today is that all that was necessary is for him to be fearful. All that was necessary to allow this is to have race somehow or another become part of the equation. Now, when I say that, remember, these two teams are in the same league. They're having a track meet. And in the same league that they're in, we have somebody who wants to say that he is being prejudiced, he's being endangered because of his black race. He happens to be captain of the football team from a school that is apparently integrated. He's captain of the track team from a school that appears to be integrated. So doesn't that seem a little bit strange, especially when people here on this space are relying on it? The other final, and I'll say this the last time, one of my objectives tonight is to disabuse people of this misunderstanding of the law and do some things that'll wind up taking some person's life or jeopardizing somebody's life and getting them put into prison.
Peter.
Woo! What a space. I'm sorry I missed this one. I was traveling, but I landed safely in New Jersey's crown jewel of Newark. Judge, this was masterclass. What I'm happy about is that you got to bear witness to many of the attitudes that I've witnessed myself in the last week and a half, 2 weeks, and even further than that. There is a segment of malcontents that looks at everything through the lens of race, and they have a real axe to grind about exactly where they think the country should be going. And they're stoking the flames of this to encourage and incite physical violence. They've outwardly said it multiple times in the spaces. I've heard nothing but old bags in the middle of the night talk about how if somebody bumps into you and they're white, you carve the heart out of their chest. This is the identity politics. They're steeped in the mother's milk of Maoist, Marxist identity politics. This is the Red Guard. This is America. These people walk amongst us. So I just want you to be aware, and I want you to bear witness to this. I'd like you guys to come into La Farmer's room, listen to the arguments, listen to the things that they're saying. These are potentially your neighbors that are saying these things about you. And so this was amazing. I'm glad it's recorded. I can't wait to clip the shit out of this. So many amazing points. And Judge, you could see it. I'm sure you've seen it thousands of times on the bench. It's like dealing with petulant children. They don't want to hear what you have to say, and you be damned if you say it. And if you go too far, they're going to show you by being about that action with theirs. And I'll land there.
I agree with you. And by the way,
Okay.
may I speak on what I think is the most profound occurrence this evening? If it's true, we've been banned in Britain for this particular presentation. Think about it.
Let me just say this. Yes, it is recorded because I accidentally pressed the record button on this space, but I will be taking this record down as soon as we wrap up. However, I am live on YouTube, streaming this on YouTube, and the YouTube will be staying up. So you could listen to this on YouTube. Now, as far as clipping it, Peter or anybody else, my shit is monetized and I believe in capitalism. So you're gonna have to pay a fee, and depending on where you clip it and upload it at, you may get a copyright strike. I don't know. We could talk about it on the back end, but this is America and this is a capitalist society, free market, and I love it. So yeah, choke.
Yeah, I'm a little choked up actually. Good evening, Dana. Good evening, Judge Joe Brown.
Good evening.
Hmm. This is been an interesting space. So, I came in, and I know you'd already, shouted down about, character and all that type of stuff, but I just want to personally, you know, can I give a personal testimony?
Go ahead.
Okay, so I've always had an infatuation with two things, fire and water. So, you know, I almost killed myself. I blew a shotgun shell up in my hand. It's a miracle I didn't lose my whole face, right? But I also almost drowned 3 times. And the third time was at a pool party my senior year in high school. Um, and I hit the water flat off the diving board, and my friend's father actually jumped in the pool and saved me. So anybody else may not think that he's a hero. I think he's a hero. And speaking of heroes, I served in the U.S. military, and we did water training twice a year, right? Full battle rattle uniforms, all that type of stuff, right? Rifle, gotta keep your rifle out of the water. Uh, I'm gonna just say this right here: grown men, had trouble, keeping themselves afloat, or dragging their battle buddies out of the water, all these different types of things. So when you have a 16-year-old or 15-year-old boy, whatever the case is, he jumps in to save somebody, you know, thoughtless, his brain hasn't even fully developed. His body hasn't even fully developed, so instinctively, he jumps in to save somebody else and sacrifice himself. I do consider that a hero. And that is, something that, we should be upholding, about his character. But the whole thing um about conflict resolution, the best way to avoid conflict is to be proactive about it. You understand? So if you put yourself into a conflict, then and you have an option to not do so, then that's on you. You see what I'm saying? So if you don't put yourself in a situation, and we preach this to kids and everybody all the time, like if you're in an authority position, you teach this to your subordinates, and you tell them, hey, don't do this, don't put yourself in this situation, don't fraternize, don't go into a bar, 2 o'clock in the morning, you know, uh, and drink to your, basically unconscious, and you can't control yourself, whatever the case is. You see what I'm saying? And you for damn sure don't go around putting your hands on people. Like that's just, I want to say it's common sense, but it's bad behavior. It's bad parenting. Like it's literally who raised you, because these are values that we're taught before we leave the house, and it's a lot of that is due to our history in this country. And we talked about this in a space before about going around putting your hands on people and things, not just people. It's people and things that don't belong to you. Like when I used to go to the grocery store with my great grandmother, that was my first lesson on how to conduct myself, you know, how to hold the door for a woman. You understand? Like how to keep my hands in my pockets, and not touch things that don't belong to me. Because if I break something, that big mama got to come out of her pocket or her purse to pay for that. You see what I'm saying? And if I touch someone and they don't want to be touched, then hey, that could lead to a scuffle. That scuffle could lead to jail. So this conflict resolution stuff, you cannot put yourself in a situation or start something and then say, hey, it could have been resolved a different way. No, what should have happened was, even if you had gone over there, because I don't think the boy was there. I think he walked over there and Carmelo was already there. You see what I'm saying? You're not a bouncer. You don't work at a club. You don't work for the school. You're not a security force. You're not that. Nobody's paying you to keep the peace, uphold the peace. Nobody's paying you to keep structure. You see what I'm saying? You took that upon yourself because that's the way you've been raised. So when you talk about conflict resolution, I made this other statement in another space as well, Judge. See, I used to moonlight as a bouncer. You understand? And I'm not a small man at all. You understand? I work for celebrities. You know, I've worked for business. I've done corporate. I've done a lot of different things. And guess what? I've dealt with people who were absolutely out of their mind. You understand? Absolutely. And I'm talking about grown men, grown men. You understand? And I had to put them down. But guess what? I didn't use lethal force. You understand? But that's me being a grown man and understanding how to do that. So the thing is that the best, you know, way to handle things like that is to be proactive. You understand? Like, and if you're teaching your kids, you know, A, survival, and A, courtesy, and well, B, courtesy, and C, you know, how to conduct yourself when I'm not around, when your parent is not around, or an adult is not around, you understand? Then you have to teach them that, hey, you have a responsibility and a duty. You know what? He has a twin. You understand? That should have been amplified. If I'm his father, I'm his parent, or whatever, you know what? Their character will be amplified because they're twins. They do everything else together, right? So you know what else they're going to do together? They're going to be accountable together. You understand? That's what's going to happen. Because if your brother goes out here and you're with him all the time and he does something crazy or whatever the case is, I'm holding you accountable as well. And the first thing I noticed, like when that father did that interview, there was no accountability there whatsoever. That father's first thing, his first intention was to frame Karmelo. He did not want to take responsibility and face the truth of what his son had done. That's the reality of this situation. Alan.
Okay, let me ask you a question. That was profound, what you gave us. But okay, you're the big security guard. Would somebody that you had to put down or throw out be entitled to stab you in your chest because you laid hands on them to carry out your responsibility and they looked like they were losing?
That, once again, that's proactive. So, you know, we know, okay, so our first thing we do as a unit, right? We get to the establishment before anybody does. The owner actually, you know, what she would let it, or he or she, whoever would let us in the building. We go through the whole building, you know, make sure, you know, there's nothing there already. But here's the thing: we know we can't predict or predict everything that's going to happen, but we can conduct ourselves as professionals in a certain way where, hey, we have control of the situation at all times, right? Because we don't know if a weapon could get in. Listen, there's been guns pulled. You understand? People have been shot standing literally shoulder to shoulder with me. You know, thank God I've been blessed not to take a bullet, you know, in 2 wars. You understand, Judge? But the thing is, you cannot predict what somebody else is going to do. So you have to conduct yourself, you understand, and put them down as quickly as possible so they don't have a chance to do that.
Right. I mean, I've been shot at, been around gunfire personally, but the point is just because you're the big guy and you're getting best of somebody that you are ejecting from the club, does that give them a right to stab you in the chest?
Judge,
No, it
okay,
doesn't,
you know what?
does it?
Hold on. I'm gonna say something. I'm gonna say
Well, go
something. That's a
ahead.
great question. I have a partner, right? And he was actually, it was actually his company, right? He had a bad problem about excessiveness. You understand? Excessiveness, and he had a short temper, and sometimes he would create a conflict when the conflict was not there. He could have resolved it in a different way. Sometimes you don't even have to put your hands on people. You can nicely tell someone, say, hey, you know what? You know, hey, gather yourself, or, you know, this is your last strike. You're out. Whatever the case is. You see what I'm saying? But his whole thing was, you know, zero tolerance. Man, woman, or child. You know, if they act up, their ass is packed up. That's his motto. And that got him in a lot of trouble. It had him in court a lot.
Okay,
You see what I'm
he
saying?
got in court, but would it entitle somebody to stab him in the chest if he
He
wasn't
actually
using
got
a
shot,
weapon on
Judge.
somebody?
Judge, he got shot. He almost died.
Yeah, but did it
Because
Yeah, but you're
entitle
not
the
answering the
person?
question.
Did it entitle
Peter,
the
mind your
person
goddamn business.
who shot him to a legal defense?
If the force is excessive, Yes, it could
Nah,
happen
that's not what I'm
because you can't
saying.
go around putting your hands on people, Judge.
That's not what I'm saying. See, here's the point. I actually kind of wrote some of the standard instructions on self-defense for this state. It's no longer the law. That's been 35 years ago. It's been superseded by something else because the law has changed. But the point of the exercise is, what about this situation caused this defendant to have a belief that 12 people on a jury would conceive of as a reasonable belief that he was going to be killed or somebody was going to cause life-threatening injuries against him? What
I guess
about
we have to wait till the
whatever
tape
these
comes out.
two twins did, or singularly or in duality? What did they do that caused him to fear for his life, or that he had a reasonable understanding that he was going to suffer life threatening injuries if he did not escalate to another level and take this person's life? Now, what about, see, that's what we're talking about. And what I'm getting here is because it was a black white situation, not from you, but from some other people who have participated tonight. Just because there is a black white situation, it doesn't matter. He was entitled to kill the person. Next thing that seems to be the popular perspective is that if he was scared, then he was entitled to kill them. Next thing is interjection of good character. Okay, fine, but if you bring up good character, you can bring up bad character and rumors thereof, hearsay, reputation. You see, it's a dangerous thing. And as far as what he did, I was a Patty certified rescue diver. I've done that out in the Pacific Ocean for people. Okay, I didn't feel a hero. I just thought it was my duty. Next thing, you get into this other, hell, I was a certified master diver. Been diving a long time. All kinds of stuff in the water. I can't float. I sink in fresh water if I relax. Salt water, you know, slightly different, but not much. So I don't get it where things that are ordinarily expected from firemen, from policemen, that they don't get declared heroes for. They may get a positive write up that are declared by lifeguards who do this on a routine basis, whether they're out there at the ocean or at a swimming pool. Why is that suddenly heroic? I don't get it.
Because we don't know if the boy had training or not.
I
You're
don't
you're
care
saying
whether he had training or not. He
I
could
know you
start.
don't, but it
No, the
matters.
point is this: he could go to a public pool, perhaps, or a YMCA pool, and learn to swim at 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 years old. So at that time, when I was 17, I remember when I was 7 and 8, I went swimming all by myself, no parents around. I took swimming lessons and I went to the pool every day of the summer that it was open. If I wasn't on a vacation or something with the parents or going to a real beach. Okay, fine. You can take martial arts. I know kids that didn't buy Air Jordans or Adidas and everything else. They went and spent the money on taking martial arts. They learned the manly art of self defense. Next thing, this is what gets me. And it's not, I don't want to get back to this case individually, but people are trying to justify this. You are a participant in the track meet, but yet you feel you have to bring a knife to the track meet. And then the other thing is okay, there is some law in Texas that allows pen knives around and about educational institution. But a pen knife, when it's wide open, has to be less than 5 inches from the butt of the knife all the way to the tip of the blade. That one's not going to have much blade to penetrate the chest cavity, the thorax, and get through uh, the sternum of a human individual. So, what exactly did this kid use to stab somebody? And why is he fishing in his bag to get the knife? Next thing is, you bring the knife onto the field. wow, what are we getting into? What kind of hell's going on in this neighborhood? And then I've researched the area. I didn't find there been any school incidents. I can understand somebody wanting to defend self. I don't have any problems with that. But this is defense where, two kids who are bigger, but no bigger than the people on your team or the opposite team you ordinarily play as a starting football player on the varsity team, and you're the team captain. I don't get it.
The knife was for his track spikes.
Track
Just in case his
spikes?
shoelaces get tangled. Yeah, just in case his shoelaces get tangled up into a knot.
Okay. All right.
He can
That's a
cut the
new
knot.
one for me.
Hey,
I mean, if that makes sense, if that's the thing that they
no,
do.
yeah, it's a
So they
thing.
all
I
should have
just
had
think
knives,
once,
right?
I
The
think
whole
once,
track team should have had knives for the track
I mean,
spikes then.
well, they part,
I mean,
we don't know
that's
if
it.
they
That's
did
at
or
their
not
discretion.
though. But I think
That's at
once
their
more,
discretion.
yeah, I think once more, we don't know if the other people did, but I think once more information, the closer it gets to the grand jury, and that's not going to be to June, and this thing probably won't go to trial to what, July.
No, it's not
All right,
going to trial in July unless it's July next year.
oh,
It's
well,
not
the grand
going to
jury is
trial this
June of
July.
this year.
Not this
The
year.
grand, but no, the grand jury is June of this
Yeah, I
year.
know, and he'll have to be arraigned and he'll have report dates whereby then all of the state will have had witnesses that are in the exercise of due diligence, discovered witnesses. They'll have to provide them to the defense. Defense and prosecution will have to have the opportunity to thoroughly interrogate these witnesses, investigate any leads, come up with scientific evidence, if any, talk to witnesses, discuss what they may or may not testify to, develop crime themes, theories, all the whole 9 yards. Put out solicitation to anybody that may have video recordation of the issue, check the law, file the motions, have the motions dealt with, resolve things about Mirandization, if it happened or not happened, or if it was required. This isn't going to trial 1 month after indictment. No way.
Oh, all right, Indy, and it's 16 people requesting. I don't know if we're gonna have time to get through all these people because it's past 1 o'clock.
Dana, why don't we do a
Well,
part 2 Thursday night? I think it'd be people really want to be heard.
I think that'll be yeah. Well, the judge won't be here Thursday night.
We have our usual thing Thursday night.
Well, we pre-recorded, but I don't think. Do you feel like doing a space part 2 Thursday night,
I
Judge?
don't care, but could somebody just want to find out what the law is so you don't run afoul of it? That's like driving a car and not knowing the rules of the road. Like,
I want.
where do you wait when you're waiting to make a left turn? What do you do when it comes to signaling? What happens with this and that? See, when you're operating in this society, considering the level of violence currently apparent in this society, and people now, I think 42 of the states have shall issue handgun carry permits. A lot of people are armed. They need to understand when and where they're entitled to use deadly force for self-defense. So what we're talking about extends to all of the people who may be carrying firearms as part of their exercise of their right to be armed. So this has a bearing that's extending to a lot of places. There's a magazine, a periodical called Concealed Carry. And if you're carrying a pistol, I suggest you look it up online, contact them, and you can also get handgun carry insurance that will turn you on to defense lawyers who aren't going to charge you $1 million for this kind of thing. So you will be able to be protected in case you do get charged for shooting somebody and having to have it established that it was a proper self defense, in other words, a righteous shooting. I suggest you do that. It's called concealed carry. Read some of the circumstances in the lectures from trial lawyers, judges, and people who've actually been there and gone through it as to what you can and cannot do. Read the cautions. you will find probably that they mirror what I'm telling you. And it's one of the most important things is what you say when the police arrive. You do not utter, I was defending myself. You be careful under the circumstances. Well, where is the person's gun? I see it wasn't, I thought he had a gun. I thought he was reaching for a knife. I thought he was reaching for a weapon. I thought they were going to kill me. I thought I was going to suffer by death. And I reacted accordingly. It was just, I defended myself. So now you're stuck with, I defended myself. So now we know why the knife blow came. Now we have to determine whether or not what was going through the defendant's head was reasonable relative to his standards of reason, which might ameliorate the thing, but very few states have that as the law. What is reasonable is going to be what 12 people on the jury think is reasonable under the direction of the court, who will give them a legal definition of what reasonable is. So when you do these things and exercise your right to self-defense by using deadly force, you have a long road to hoe when you get through with this.
All right. Indy, and then Byron and Indy.
Yeah, what's going on, Judge? What's up, Dana? I want to clarify what you were saying earlier, and Peter may can attest to this, but we had a back and forth on a post, and I was talking about the way y'all were framing some of your talking points in your spaces, and I questioned what was going on between the both of y'all because it seemed like it wasn't being fair with the floor and cutting people off, and when they say a certain thing y'all don't like, y'all get to go in on people, and then people didn't get to respond, and you move on, and nobody gets, sometimes people don't get to finish their point when we're having a heated conversation. And I said this to you in your inbox about why I hadn't been in your spaces in a while. It was kind of because of that. And I said this to you. And then you suggested, you was like, well, I'm gonna let you co-host. So when you sent me the co-host, it was a space to try to tear down Dr. Umar. And I refused to do that space and look like I'm co-hosting a tear down space of my brother. So I refused to do that. So that's what happened. So when I was in the former space the other day, I brought up my experiences in your spaces. And that's the same thing I said to you in your inbox. It's the same thing I said to Peter when we were having our back and forth on a post about y'all and the way y'all be carrying conversations. I said the same thing in the former space that I have said to you and Peter publicly on some of your spaces and in your inbox. So I just want to clarify that. Now.
So let me clarify something because you're lying.
No, I'm not.
When I
No, what am
when
I
I
lying
hold
about?
spaces, now I did not interrupt you.
You
Please stop
did. You
being
just
emotional.
interrupted me.
No, you were finished. And then I started
Cam
to
did when I
talk.
come up.
You were finished and I started to talk, and you didn't like the first thing that came out my mouth, and you interrupted because you're in your emotions. Now you're lying. And this is why you're lying. Because spaces that I hold and co-host with Peter that we hold together on Thursdays and Sundays, we let everybody talk. I don't cut anybody off. I don't drop people down. So that's a whole lie. So don't come up here
I didn't say you
trying
drop
to
people down. I
massage,
didn't say
and
that.
there you go again, and there you go
But I
again,
didn't say that. You lying
interrupting.
now. I didn't say
There
that.
you go again. There you go. You can't hold your tongue. You acting like a child.
See, you got to try to insult some.
No, you are. You're acting like a child because you cannot hold yourself. You can't hold your mouth. You can't hold your tongue. I let you talk. I didn't interrupt you not one time. And you came out your mouth lying. When I hold my spaces, even these spaces here, I let people talk. completely through so you could flesh out what you were saying. A complete thought. I don't cut people off. And I don't dismiss people if I don't like what they say or disagree. You do. I asked you, do you want to co-host with me? And that's before I really started co-hosting with Peter on a regular. I said, hey, well, why don't you co-host? And he was like, well, what's the now first you was like, no, because you was on this tribalism race thing and you didn't like Peter, that bullshit. And then you was like, well, what's the topic?
No,
Here you
that's
go
not
interrupting.
that's not
I'm not
exactly
finished.
what I
I see, and this is what I'm talking about when it comes to emotional ass people. You can't hold your tongue. I have the messages. So when and then you come back and say, well, what's the topic? I said, I'm talking about Dr. Umar and the baby mama drama. I didn't say I was kicking his back in. You took it as that. Well, I don't want to talk negative about him. I like him. You could have been a co-host talking to the positives, but your punk ass ain't want to do that. See, you get too emotional and you get too caught up in your feelings. I didn't say anything about anything negative about Dr. Umar. He is a public figure and his business was trending. He was even talking about it. So that's it. Let's co-host, and that will be the topic. You could have been talking about the positives that man done. You chose not to do it. That's it. So don't go to other people's spaces and say, "Well, I don't go. I don't like their spaces because they're not fair." Lying, just lying.
are you finished?
No, actually, I'm going to move the fuck on because you got on my nerves. Now I'm
Wow.
going to.
Wow.
Now I'm going
Wow.
to. Now
Hypocrite.
I am going to
Hypocrite
be. I'm going to
bitch.
be that person.
Fuck you, bitch.
I'm going to be that. I'm going to be that bitch. I'm going to be that person that you claim that I usually am in my when I run my own spaces. So I'm gonna be that person towards you for here on out. How about that? Because I really don't have time for this emotional stuff. People in their feelings. You don't like what somebody said. I don't have time for that.
Why you want to call the sister directly those kind of things? That sounds like a real punk move to me. Man up, boy.
Because he is a punk. Now, it don't bother me because I was cussing him out before. But again, and I cuss him out because he is a punk. And any man that get in their feelings, I don't like what they said. So what? Okay, you don't like what I said. So a lot of people apparently don't like Peter. He don't care.
I quote Chink's drugs. I give a fuck about your feelings.
You know what's funny? I say it for the third time. We got banned in Britain. That's funny because tonight, whatever we were saying was too sensitive for jolly old England, you know?
I guess so. But my thing is, I said to him, let's co-host a space. And the first thing he said was no, but then he texted me back. Well, what's the topic? And I told him, oh no, I like him. I didn't say anything about let's kick his back in. And that's what I'm talking like. So don't come up here painting some false narrative. And that's why I went into La Farmer space cussing him out. Go ahead, Byron. Did I say your name right?
Brian.
I think it's
Brian.
Brian.
Hey,
Brian.
good evening, y'all. How
Yes.
y'all doing?
Good evening.
Hey, I just wanted to say I'm inspired by you all. This is my first time joining you all spaces. If you all have been hosting, I just wanted to say that I appreciate the time that I just sit here and listen, and I'm just soaking in everything. Thank you for allowing me to be a speaker. That's all I wanted to say.
Thank you, my good sir. It is quite nice of you, you know.
All right, La Farmer.
All right, Judge. I I felt some way when you was sorry, Judge. I felt some way when you was talking about the young brother, and I took it personal. And I apologize for losing my character because I do have a lot of respect for you. I mean, like I said, I watched you growing up, and I got a chance to get to know you now. As a grown up, I'm 40, so I get a chance to actually have a conversation with you. So I want to make the best of it. So I'm gonna say this, right? I'm not sure if you actually seen or heard some of these things, but I just want to bring something to your attention real quick, Judge, and I would like you to check it out.
Doesn't make any sense. I mean, that's
And what you're hearing, Judge, is the the murder suspect's brother. I mean, the victim's brother, talking about some of the events that happened, and then I'm gonna let you hear the dad the next morning on Fox and Friends, just about 2-3 minutes, and then I could ask you right after that what you
Can
think
you
about it.
just do 60 seconds of
Yeah, I could try to
both?
do it
Because
60 seconds of both. I could try to do that for sure.
yeah, I think
We found an altercation. He's a good kid. We found an altercation, and that's really it. But he has a good heart. Everyone knows. Everyone around here knows he's a great kid. Just one mistake from that dude, and just took my brother. He didn't deserve it. No one deserves a loss from a family like that. I know people that lose their family members all the time, but I just didn't know it was gonna be mine so soon. I'm my best friend and my brother my whole life, but there was this kid. Before I knew his name, now this kid was sitting under our tent at track. We asked him to move. He started getting aggressive and talking reckless. And my brother stepped in and said, "You need to move." He's like, "Make me move." Also grabbed his backpack. This kid, I tried to whip around as fast as I could, but I didn't see the stab. But then I looked at my brother, and then I'm not gonna talk about the rest. So yeah. That's just what I saw. And I tried to help him, but it was just senseless. It was really senseless. Really, I don't know why a person would do that to someone just over that little argument. It's just crazy in this world nowadays how people just up and do that like that.
So that was the 60 seconds for that.
Man who's now making his own way in the world. I just can't imagine how you're facing the rest of your life without your son. I wanted to ask. 17 years old and amazing. And he was an amazing kid too. We'll get you to speak about him in just a moment. But I think a lot of people at home are saying, wait a second, how does this happen? He goes to a track meet on Wednesday and is murdered. What happened?
I wish I had all the answers. The answer is my son is gone and he'll never come home again. I want to clarify something right off the start because I've already heard some rumors and gossip. This was not a race thing. And this is not a political thing. Please do not comment if you do not know what happened. Do not turn this into a racial thing. It was not. Do not politicize this. It's not. This is a human being thing. This person made a bad choice and it affected both his family and my family forever. It's a very unfortunate thing, but I know exactly what was happening. His brother was there who tried to save him and he died in his arms. So if you weren't there, please don't spread rumors.
His twin brother Hunter was there, and as we pointed out at the top of this, his twin brother tried to save him, couldn't save him, and Austin died in his arms. He spent the last moments of his life in his brother's arms.
Now listen to this
as he went to meet God.
Listen to this.
But what did Hunter tell you happened?
Well, the track meet was being delayed. Each individual high schools had like their own little tents to go sit under, and they were sitting under the Memorial High School tent. The individual was saying some words, and they turned to him and said, "Who are you?" And he said, "I'm Mello." And he said, he had a Centennial track sweat on. He said, "Hey man, you're in the wrong spot. You need to go sit with your team." Words were then exchanged. I'm not going to get into the exact details. I know what my son told me, but they asked him to move. And when Austin grabbed his backpack to move, take it, he stabbed him in the chest and killed him.
Austin went to grab his backpack, Judge, to move and take it. And Karmelo had no idea what that person was going to do, how he was going to move. And if you listen to it, I think sometimes when we have these conversations, a lot of it's with the fact that they were operating in concert with one another. Therefore, if you do look at the law, they didn't leave any avenue for Melo to leave or escape from his left or his right due to the fact that they were in front of him. He was sitting down, then he stood up. When he grabbed his objects and grabbed him, He assaulted him according to, again, Chapter 22 of the Texas Penal Code, Criminal Code, and he assaulted him, and it was assault and battery. And therefore, like you had mentioned, Judge, in your video, if that was the case to be seen based off the facts that we just heard from the family, then that would mean that the death of Austin Metcalf is due into part his actions with him operating with his brother, and his brother should be getting charged with that, no different than anybody operating in a criminal activity and someone dies and that murder or that death falls on their hands. Just like I think you used the example if somebody was trying to shoot at a burglar, and the burglar was in the store and that person was trying to rob them, and they used the bullet to shoot and the bullet misses, but the bullet hit somebody outside. The person that was trying to rob the store gets charged. And it's very clear that the person was shooting at a person committing a crime. I think that in this conversation, Judge, a lot of people aren't seeing Carmelo as a victim and therefore aren't attributing the fact that he was responding to a crime. And therefore, due to the events of that crime, it led to the unfortunate circumstances which led to his brother dying. But I do think that justice is being evaded and not prosecuting or pursuing the facts that was laid out by this brother on his own accord. Nobody made him testify this. Nobody made him go on Fox and Friends. Nobody made him recount the accounts. But his dad is leaving out areas of the conversation, as he just made known. And the sons are creating a narrative to put the blame on Carmelo, when in fact, there's an account to be had on the part of those boys for Carmelo's reaction to the criminal activity that took place.
Well, if he
Now,
can
whether we want to
establish
say it,
that,
go ahead. You got it,
if he
Judge.
can establish that, good for the defense. Now, the other thing is you're talking about felony murder. In other words, a homicide that arises from a designated felony. The only one that would be closely approximate to this situation would be robbery. Now, was that a robbery because he attempted to move the backpack or the case? That would be something that's a little bit suspect, because people at a track meet, what is he going to do? Take the case and run off? Robbery is the taking of the property of another with the intent of converting it to your own use by use of force or threatened use of force. So, was he going to take his backpack and convert it to his own use? In other words, was he going to steal it and take it for some of his own purposes? That would be kind of a stretch for the defense. They might get away with it, but it surely would have morphed into a possibility had the defendant not run his big mouth and said, I was defending myself. That is a spontaneous utterance. It was before there was any interrogative attempt or effort, excuse me. So it's generally admissible. The case of whether or not he got Mirandized, I'm sure, would be raised by the defense as to its prevalence in the matter. I doubt seriously that it will work. So we are left with another problem for the defense, which is to assert a positive defense, which is he is resisting on robbery, which in that case would, if the prosecution chose to go after the twin, set up a felony murder situation. But I doubt seriously if the prosecution is going to exercise its absolute discretion to go after this twin. I don't think that's going to happen.
Judge,
Now,
adopting LaFarmer's fact pattern, what would be the mens rea for the
Hold on.
robbery?
well, yeah, all of the above
But
in terms of having to prove that the surviving twin was trying to commit a theft, that is, convert the property of the defendant to his own use by use of force or violence.
There's something
So,
that the
But, but Judge, but hold on,
I,
Pete. Judge, just to respond real quick, sis, just real quick, just 5, 10 seconds. The fact that we do have force, right? Even admitted, we have admitted force. He did convert it to his own
how
use,
did he do
and I
that?
think when he literally admitted that his brother took the bag,
Yeah, but
he
he
said he
didn't
took the
attempt
bag.
to
That's what
flee. He
that's what
didn't
the law
move
states
from
as
the
well.
spot. He was standing there. He
Well,
grabbed
Carmelo
for
was.
it. He didn't get it. So, what was
Well,
his
he
intent?
absolutely
Was he
did.
going to convert
Well,
it to his
his
own
brother said
use?
it.
That's the
His
question.
brother said he grabbed the bag. Well, his brother said his brother stated he grabbed the bag and took it, and they did use force to get it, and that's why Carmelo defended himself because it is not Carmelo's duty to know what they're going to do with
He's
that
not
bag
entitled
because it
to
was
defend himself so much as he is enabled to stop the robbery from occurring. He
and
didn't
and the
say
robbery
that.
was
He
stopped.
opened his mouth in the critical time and made a spontaneous utterance. I was defending myself.
Now the question has to be, Judge, what you were defending yourself from,
Well, the
and I'll
question
leave it there.
is are you stopping a robbery attempt?
And all he has to do is say yes.
He didn't speak, but he didn't go there.
But he didn't have
Yes,
to.
he
He didn't
did.
have to
If
say
he
that at the
wanted to make
time.
a
Well, at the
statement,
time,
he doesn't
Judge,
have to say
I'm
anything at
just,
all. But the question,
I agree.
but the point is, you have a right to remain silent. Next point, anything you say can and may be used in evidence against you. That's the point. He chose to say, I was defending myself. He didn't say, I was defending myself from a robbery. He didn't say he was trying to rob me because that would put the burden on the defense for showing affirmatively that there was a robbery going on. So
All right.
that's not
I
like,
want.
I mean,
Even him saying he was defending
anything's
himself,
possible, but the point is,
I agree.
anything's possible, but the point is, what I am talking about is conflict resolution does not get resolved or move forward when we say because of the racial differences between the victim and the perpetrator, or at least the person that administered on his own admission the fatal wound. That does not justify things like some people on here are trying to assert, nor does the person's emotive reaction to this is he was emotional and he's young, 17 years old. These two, both of them, the defendant and the deceased, were just months away from being 18 and reaching their majority. So, is anybody going to say in 4 months, miraculously, some change occurs in somebody's mental state so now they are a full fledged adult, whereas 4 months before they were not? Now, that's what the
All right. I
proposition
want
is.
to. I'm gonna swing to Diligent. He's been waiting for a minute. Then I'm gonna go to Men's and Marianne and Miriam. April, I sent you a request to speak, and I may take like a couple more people from the request, because it's already past 1, so I might as well just probably go to 2:30. So go ahead, Diligent, Men's and
I'd love
Miriam.
to
Yeah,
hear from April Dana. She had some
Hold
choice
on,
words
hold
for
on
me in the
all nighter,
comments.
Dana.
yeah. So, well, first off, that recording that LaFarmer played of the brother is edited, right? The father was not, but the first one was edited. It was clipped out of context in a few different places. So I would implore you, if you're going to play a clip, play it in its entirety, so that way we can have the prop.
Don't try to
Please, please,
scrutinize the clip,
please,
man.
please, please let me finish.
Yeah,
I didn't interrupt you.
yeah. Don't disparage my clip, though.
Yeah, I mean, but it's
It was the
true. But
words of
it's
the
true.
brother.
It's down in you because you posted it.
It's the facts.
You posted it in the
The
purple.
brother said what he said. When he said it don't
You
matter.
posted it in the purple pill, so people can just go down there and judge for themselves. Second of all,
And Dana requested that he only do 60 seconds, so he was kind of like
second of all, if we go by the father's clip, which is in its entirety, and you can tell right the difference. You can just listen to both of them and tell one's clipped and one's not. But the father says that Anthony
I
sat
only had
behind the
60
Anthony,
seconds,
but the
diligent.
father says that Anthony sat behind, or I'm sorry. Yeah, Anthony sat behind the brothers and he said words to them, right? So that actually alludes to provocation. And if you look at the castle doctrine or the stand your ground law in Texas, any provocation before the conflict completely nullifies the self-defense. uh it does. It completely nullifies the self-defense doctrine. So just something to consider there. Thank you.
Yeah,
Go
and the
ahead,
commission of
Men's
a
and
Amen.
robbery.
Miriam. Men's, Miriam, and April.
Hey, hello. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Yes.
All right, what's up? What's up, Frat?
I can't
I
hear him,
love
Dana. I'm gonna go down. The gray spaces.
being on the stage with you, Judge Joe Brown and Dana. It's good to be here. Thank you for having me. I wanted to highlight that, like, it seems that people are more so upset, and they're taking sides on this, not based on the facts of the case. But if we look at who the aggressor is, right? Like, who do we blame, the aggressor or the respondent? When we talk about what happened, there's no person here that could determine, nor could anyone else outside of the aggressor, on his intentions, and as far as what Carmelo felt. See, in Texas, it says self-defense laws allow the use of force, including deadly force, if you reasonably believe it's necessary to protect yourself from serious harm or death. Now, I am aware of people who have died from just physical combat, with their fists and so forth. Now, when it comes down to Carmelo Anthony, when individuals are under attack, their responses often stem from a mix of instinct, emotions, and context that we might not fully understand. Judging someone based on how they react in a moment of vulnerability is both unfair and unproductive. Hence, we should always judge the aggressor. Every person has their own threshold for handling confrontation or adversity, and their reaction may be shaped by past experiences, current stresses, or a need for self-preservation. In this case, Carmelo Anthony, not only did he try to defend himself, and I strongly believe they would not find beyond reasonable doubt that he intentionally wanted to kill this kid, because he did ask. He also ran. He ran right after. He ran away. This phenomenon is closely tied to emotional dysregulation, a psychological term referring to difficulties in managing emotional responses in heightened situations. What may seem like an overreaction or uncharacteristic response could simply be their way of coping in the moment. Like I said, we were not in that moment. We don't know what the pressure was. We know that there was an aggressor that was putting his hands on him. We don't know what Carmelo Anthony knew about the kid. We don't know what the kid was saying prior. We don't know any of those particular details. All reactions, whether calm or heated, deserve to be acknowledged as part of the complexity of being human, like the father talked about, right? Not being black or white, being human. Instead of passing judgment, we should strive for empathy and seek to understand the circumstances that led to the behavior. After all, defending oneself when under attack is a natural response. And there's no universal rule dictating what is or isn't appropriate in these moments. This kid felt it was necessary to use a knife to defend himself. He said he was defending himself. Now, regardless of the outcome, because we can't put that on fault of Carmelo Anthony, you put the outcome on fault of the aggressor, as everybody does when they watch these videos when people get shot, right? Unarmed, whether it's a pedestrian wielding a weapon or a gun or a police officer, right? What do they always say? There was one time that a dude defined a man as a hawk. He felt he was a hawk, and he defended. He used that to defend himself for not just shooting him, but shooting him in the back. And in many other situations where they thought, they thought this person was going to attack them, they feared for their lives, and they used lethal force. Now, when we talk about what you said earlier, which I find interesting, because I wanted to understand this, and perhaps you have more, and this is where my question comes in, because I'm not familiar with what the rights are of citizens in Texas. The question I have for you, Judge Joe Brown, my beloved frat brother, is Miranda rights. Once he read those Miranda rights, that he has the right to remain silent. Those are the words that you use. You said he had the right to remain silent. But usually, from what I've witnessed in certain court cases, especially in New York, they have been able to actually, I think it's called a motion to not motion discoveries,
Suppress.
motion to suppress, right? does he? I ultimately know that they're going to file a motion to discovery, motion to suppress, and motion for speedy trial. Right? Those are three they usually mainly file. If he's indicted, because I haven't read of an arraignment as of yet, so we don't even know if he's even indicted yet. And if somebody has to come up that information, let me know. But ultimately, my question to you, Judge, is because he wasn't read his Miranda rights, and in the police report, he wasn't. It doesn't indicate that he was read the Miranda rights. Usually, they will actually write that in a police report. They'll say, "I read the suspect his Miranda rights," and then they go on and say what was said thereafter and so forth. Now, would that be admissible in court? His statements, and what is it also something that would be deeply considered, that when he said what he said, even his statements about defending himself, that he was in a heavily influenced situation, and that he was not responding with full, I would say, ability to think clearly about what and how he was responding.
That's irrelevant. The law requires that people comply with a certain standard of reasonable behavior, a certain standard of personal courage and bravery, and they react as they are entitled to react. What the self defense statutes allow is, under the circumstances that you have read, when a person fears that they will be killed or suffer serious bodily injury, which is defined ordinarily as life threatening injuries, then they can use deadly force. So the question is not whether he intended to kill, it's whether he intended to apply deadly force. If he applied deadly force inappropriately, then depending upon the circumstances, homicide as a convictive offense will lie upon his head. So that's what we have. He intended to apply deadly force, and under the circumstances, the prosecution is going to, of course, present a case showing that he was not entitled to use deadly force. When deadly force is applied, the consequences are presumed to be potentially deadly. That's why it's called deadly force. So if you stab somebody, you shoot somebody, a natural consequence of that is death. Now, the question then becomes, were you entitled under the circumstances, under the applicable law, to use deadly force? Now, that's the question.
Right.
You're going to have to prove, in this case, if you're going to rely upon it, and you don't want to put on defense proof or put your defendant on the stand through your artful cross-examination of the state's witnesses, that in fact there was a robbery that was taking place. And the robbery generally is defined as taking the property of another person by use of force or violence with the intent of converting the property to your own use. So the defense would be stuck with the burden through the state's proof of showing that the twin who survived was attempting to rob the defendant. Now, I don't know whether that's going to lie. I don't know whether the judge would permit that instruction to go in front of the jury. I don't know, unless there's evidence to substantiate it, that he would even allow the defense to argue it. Now, the defense can raise that and attempt to develop it through their own proof without putting the defendant himself on the stand, who would be asked to explain what he meant. Since he has a clean record, they might do that. But I don't think it will go well for him, particularly if he makes another spontaneous utterance on the stand, which is so common, about he's been a good guy. Then we would get into all of the rumors and innuendos and the reputation that he may have for doing violent stuff. So if that exists, it can come out. That's why character proof, though sometimes the best way of showing uh, the best evidence as to what the defendant actually did, it is a risky thing to get into. So generally, smart defense lawyers avoid it, except in circumstances where your defendant is practically a saint, or what they have done is so much overriding other stuff as to make it a matter of indifference what other rumor may be out there about his conduct. So that's an interesting thing you raised. Somebody raised a point of it was to cut what, shoelaces that got entangled in cleats. That's a novel something, but again, a deadly weapon is not necessarily a thing designed to be a weapon, but is anything that in the mode, manner, and fashion of its use, excuse me, is capable of inflicting a fatal wound. You can
All right,
take
thank you,
a
Judge.
screwdriver, an ice pick, a butter knife. You can take a softball bat. A lot of people get killed by these aluminum softball bats. They make something comparable to medieval maces that the knights and men at arms used. So,
All
yeah.
right.
Judge, is that where
I
you
want to
get the
get some.
possession for an unlawful purpose?
Well, I don't think that the prosecution is going to get too much into the possession aspects, because even if he picked up a stake or something off the ground that was holding the awning up, and he used it as a deadly weapon, to wit, stabbing somebody in the chest with it, then that would suffice, because that is the use of deadly force to resist somebody attacking him in a fashion that would cause a reasonable person to have a belief that he or she was in jeopardy of suffering death or some kind of harm that would lead to death, or permanent disfigurement, or permanent disability, or very serious long suffering injury. All right. Now,
All right.
that's
I
the
want to go to
law.
Miriam, and then April and Jess.
Thank you, Dana, and hi to you, long time no here, and see to you as well, Judge,
Thank you.
and to my fellow FBAs in the room. Um, this is a very, very serious and interesting case all at one. As you were stating earlier, that this have the ability to affect so many different outcomes and how we look at law in this country. But why should it just be started here when it should have started on many other cases? Um, from my understanding of the information that I've been collecting and researching, including when the twin who is still alive gave statements to the um, New York Times and Fox and all these others. Um, First of all, my condolences to the family who lost their loved one, as well as hopes and prayers also to Carmelo's family. Um, and my condolences again to the Metcalf family, because it was a tragedy. It was a loss of life. But also, we have to be clear minded and not emotional and not irrational, and really look at this as two human beings, and well, three actually, that was involved. And the fact that these are young men, and the fact that the Metcalf twins are known for being bullies. I know people don't like to hear that, but that's just the fact. And others have stated that, and they were known to be mischief. And then they tried to play like Carmelo and these twins do not know each other, when they do, and they do have history. And it's a known fact, and that's going to come out in the trial, that these twins have literally tried to jump him and beat him before. If I'm not mistaken, they actually did, over his girlfriend. Matter of fact, at a party. Incidents that took place maybe a week before, and then it was something going on 3 days before. But anyway, um, Carmelo just didn't happen to wander over there just because it was raining. He got permission from an adult. Matter of fact, one of the coaches, to go sit down, and he was minding his own business. Um, the twins walked over and said, "Hey," What are you doing over here? They immediately accosted him, grabbed his book bag, grabbed his phone, with intent to destroy his items and his phone and all that. They even assaulted him. So you're in a heated fight. We can all speculate. Since people want these young men to be thinking on their feet what they should and should not do, they were in a scuffle. So if you already previously been attacked by these boys, you know how they get down, and they pretty much gonna beat the dog snot out of you. They not just grabbing your stuff to throw it out the tent and you too. So you know, it's just wild and bizarre that it happened, and you have to be close enough also to be struck by said instrument. So they're struggling, and he reaches in there since they already took it and was trifling in it. He didn't have time to just look at it and unsip it. Come on now. He remembered it was in there, and he grabbed it in the heat of the situation. It's flight or fight. And if you're not being allowed to leave a situation, then you have to defend yourself. And unfortunately, what happened. And then to the lady, I think her name was Dee, who was up here earlier, said that, I know, Judge, you don't want to get into character, but since she did bring character in it, and then she brought a alleged friend who said that um, Carmelo was known for fighting. That's a whole BS. No, the twins were known for fighting, and it's documented, not only be hearsay, but in their actions and how they were. And just like they were crafting special pictures, cropping out all the kids who had, their little guns in the picture, when Carmelo actually was an air rifle or some sort. And the actual other boys actually had weapons. They're young men, okay? And it's a shame that people are pitting these children against each other when they already had their own strife and their own little situations. Those are children. We supposed to know better as adults and let um, the law prevail along with facts, and making sure that we're holding the necessary people feet to the fire so that this can be a fair and just trial when it does go to trial. Because we could speculate all day long. It doesn't pay anyone bills. It doesn't bring anyone back. And quite frankly, it doesn't matter, other than to exercise our freedom and our right to speak, to try to grasp some understanding of what's going on, and just to be thoughtful and considerate about the situation. And I'll yield my time for now. Thank you.
Well, let me ask you this. Well, not ask, I'll just make this observation. What we are dealing with here is a case that, relative to homicide, is about as common as shoplifting is to theft. This is almost the grist of most of what is dealt with in criminal courts around the country when it comes to homicides. This is such a typical case that it's almost routine. So the question becomes, why now do we get it seized upon? Also, the dynamics of the case are similar to all of those horrible incidents where somebody is shot for no apparent reason at a nightclub, at a picnic, at a concert, uh, standing on the street corner. These are the kinds of circumstances that make life unsafe in the cities. And all of the above is what it is, except it's not too cool. Now, I would call attention to something. I don't know if this person is on tonight. Nikki, is a Nikki on here tonight?
Nikki the God.
I think she was listening in on,
Yeah,
since she
she's
posted on
listening.
mute. Outstanding. I'm going to read her post. Here are summaries of Texas case law for the Frisco stabbing. Edelman versus State, 1992, single chest stab shows intent.
So, in other words, as she presents it, Carmelo's act would support a murder charge. Guzman versus State, 2006. Instant intent valid. Carmelo's knife grab would imply deliberation under the GAT case. Torres versus State, 2002. Deadly force needs serious threat, presumably to justify. And Austin's purported push wouldn't, under that case, justify a stabbing. Ham versus State, 2011. Minor contact does not allow the response of deadly force. So Carmelo's response under that case would be excessive. State versus Lopez,
Oh,
2020.
Nikki, that was requested. I'm sorry. I thought it was
Yes.
Nikki that got.
Yes. State versus Lopez, 2020. School knives negate defense of self defense. Carmelo's possession would aggravate this situation. In Ray JG, 2009. School knife possession is a felony, etc., etc. So that would indicate that the defendant, Carmelo, would face extra charges. Moon versus State, 2014. 17-year-olds tried as adults. Under the circumstances of that case, Carmelo's trial would be confirmed. Ex parte Thomas, 2021. Age considered, but murder penalized. Carmelo's sentence may reflect youth. That's a totally different matter we haven't touched on. The youth might be of consideration and impact when it came to sentencing, but not the guilt or innocence phase. Barrow versus State, 2006. Schools demand deterrence. Kirkendall setting pushes for conviction in the case of Carmelo. In other words, there is a need to deter bringing knives and violence of this sort in a school environment. Now, this is she puts in here very importantly, I haven't used the word, but it is applicable. The self-defense would likely fail due to proportionality in school context. In other words, having the knife, using it for that purpose at a school function puts it way out there in terms of something that needs to be deterred. And also, proportionality is what we've been talking about all night. To disproportionately escalate the response to the use of deadly force from the circumstances attended in this case illustrates the problem. So, congratulations, whoever it is, Miss Nikki. Okay,
So,
Psyops Rabbit, I think it is.
yeah, I want to go to April, then we're going to Jess, then the bear, then Nikki. I think that's good research, and I think and I just want to say this quickly. And but the defense, they're going to come back with and cite other cases to push back against that. So the other side is going to come back with cases themselves. I'm
Maybe.
not doing, and
Like
I
people
think that's
versus
good
Goetz.
research to do, but I'm not doing that
Yeah, but
research.
Judge and Dana, to that point, doesn't it have to be fungible, right?
I have no idea.
Right.
I mean, that's
Well,
what
These
in
they're
new
other
going to.
lawyers
That's
words,
do
what they're
that.
going to court for.
I just looked up a couple of these. I'm not giving legal advice on anything, but some of the same kinds of circumstances or analogous circumstances to what we were talking about were brought up, and the appellate courts in Texas said, no, the conviction for a homicide is appropriate under the circumstances. Now, as I said, this defendant is presumed innocent until proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. All I'm doing right here is saying that if you want to say you're justified just because there's a shoving match, a punching match, even from two big guys, it doesn't justify the use of deadly force, for God's sake. The more people talk about this, the more people hear it, they get self reinforced in what they're thinking, and that makes the penitentiary crowd bigger.
All right. April, then Jess, and then Beard and Nikki. April?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, hey, boy, it's a lot been said. But hey, Dana, how are you, love? Peace to the co-host. Peace, power, and reparations to the people in the room. I had raised my hand when D was up here because I wanted to make it very clear that nothing D said was profound. Bringing up a person who gave an interview and said that oh, his friend, we don't know if that is really his friend. We don't know that. But what we do know is that she did say that she knows him for fighting, right? And so he wasn't a coward. He actually, obviously, from just those statements, he used his hands. And I wanted to stop talking like he was against just Austin. Austin and Hunter were there. Okay, he was up against two individuals. So let's just stop it. Like Austin was the only person that he was responding or reacting to, because that's not the case, and everyone knows that. Okay, you don't just become the captain of teams because y'all kept mentioning that he's the captain of this team and the captain of that team. That gives you the credence of his character because you just don't become the captain of teams. So please stop mentioning those things while trying to disparage this child. Right? They're both children. My question is, where we're talking about conflict resolution for children, where were the adults? Huh?
Amen.
Where were the adults when this was going, when the back and forth was going through, when he told her once, twice, leave me alone? Where were the adults? Because my children were in sports. They weren't in track. They were swimming. They were in softball, cheerleading, and basketball. Right? And so my kids weren't always at school. They weren't always at home. My daughters carried mace and a knife because they're not always at home and they're not always at school. And if something, God forbid, ever happens to my child, they better be prepared to protect themselves. So my children carried a knife at school. My daughter's 25 now. Okay. But even still, people ask that question like children don't have you if your children are not carrying things to protect themselves when they're not in school and not at home, then what is really going on? Again, where were the adults? No one's talking about that. I have had no one asked that in this critical thinking that everyone feels that they are in. Where were the adults in this situation? And the precedent should be keep your hands to yourself. The precedent is to be that you're not the boss of others. Okay, that's what the precedent should be, is that you don't think that you can push anybody around because they're smaller than you. That should be the precedent. Okay, because at any time, two or more people are coming for my child has been taught to defend herself by any means possible that comes around. And so whatever happens, happens at that point because you made my child feel that she had to do so. Period. And so again, this is an open case. So people have a lot of ideas and thoughts and bullshit. Let's go to court. It's very simple. Let's go to court and let them argue. And I appreciate all the cases that were posted because again, there's a case for every case of cases, right? Everything could be just like, so stop it. Like you literally just went and looked for cases for you. That's cool. But we appreciate that because it helps us get those that we need for ourselves. So again, where were the adults? That should be a conversation as well. If we're going to talk about 17-year-old children, because being 17 in 2025 is not the same as being 17 in 1964. So let's stop with the fake contrast and comparisons. Let's stop talking about our trauma and understanding how things happen to us as our bodies in this country and then undermine it when this child who was literally not one person. It wasn't Austin. It was Austin and Hunter. Two. It wasn't one person he was responding to. Let's not forget that because that seems to be forgotten in every conversation. Like it was just one person that was was bothering and was the aggressors, and their father knew it. Thank you.
Ma'am, let's take what you say as all valid and true. You realize that is a horrible little statement about the pathetic state of masculinity in the United States, that 17-year-olds need adults to keep them behaving correctly. Yeah,
remotely might help, but that they need it immediately at all times, that is an indictment of what we've been doing raising children over the last 50 years, if that is the correct and appropriate state of affairs.
Well,
That
absolutely
is
not. A part of the conflict resolution is to go and find someone who can help you resolve your conflict,
the
right?
problem is the
So if we're
police are
talking,
out there
so
on the
if we're,
scene.
but they weren't though.
It's
But they weren't
the
though.
police.
We're talking
Listen, the
about what they
police are
appeared
there
at the
at
event, at the
3 a.m. in
stadium.
the morning. Who are you going to go find? It's you and them.
We're
You're
not talking
there
about that. We're talking
on the
about you're talking about
streets,
conflict
sidewalk. We're
resolution.
talking about
No,
conflict
no,
resolution.
no, no. We're talking about
It's
this.
3
No,
a.m. in the morning. It's
it's not.
3
It wasn't
p.m. in the
3 a.m. though.
afternoon. You're on the sidewalk facing somebody
It
else. Who
wasn't
are you
though.
going to get to resolve the
It wasn't
conflict?
3 a.m. though. It was at the
It's all
stadium.
right. It
It, it,
doesn't make any difference. It was at
oh,
a
it does
track
because
meet
that was
with
no.
quite a few people
It
around.
definitely
It was
matters.
in broad
It
daylight.
definitely
It was
matters.
raining. There
It
were teams
definitely matters.
present. There was organization. Why do you need to get 17-year-olds to be unable to resolve conflict? The other thing is the disproportionate escalation is the issue. Even if the two twins were dead wrong on what they were doing, the law does not presume that they deserve being dead afterwards. In other words, somebody does you a wrong. Do you not get the biblical reference? What is it? Or the old reference, the parable, two wrongs do not make a right. Just because one person did something wrong, unless the other person is resisting the wrong in the appropriate fashion, that does not make what is otherwise a wrong okay. That's in the law. That's inherent in the law, has been for a long, long time.
Again,
So
you're giving
the case
comparisons that
is
don't
it was a
compare.
disproportionate escalation of the level of violence.
Yeah, this event didn't happen at 3 o'clock in the morning in the
It
middle of the
doesn't
night
have
in a
to. You
dark
don't
alley. That's
need
not what
parents
happened.
or you look.
It's
There,
very
these
important.
boys are
No,
babied enough. They are so
this is not about
sissified
being
and
baby.
emasculated. It is
Mm-mm.
ridiculous
This
to
is your
say to
own argument.
17-year-olds
This is
that
your
could
own
be, if they
argument.
reinstate the
This
draft,
is
be
your own
eligible
argument.
within a few months to be
This is
drafted.
your own
They are
argument about
eligible
conflict
to
resolution.
vote in just a few months.
That's not how
They're
conflict
eligible to
resolution works.
sign contracts in one
That is
case
not
4
how
months.
conflict
So,
resolution works.
excuse me, you mean to tell me that in 4 months, that's all that's necessary for them to be able to have full adult rights, except perhaps buying handguns in certain states, which is under attack, by the way, because they are presumed to be capable of signing contracts, entering into binding agreements, being tried as an adult without having to be tried as a juvenile, just adults under the law. So in 4 months, we have these differences, and all of a sudden, somebody is going to matriculate in 120 days into being suddenly an adult. Doesn't work that way.
No one said
So
anything like that.
the
Again, you're
point
putting in
is we
things and
cannot
elements that have
excuse these
nothing to do
people
with any of
because
your
they are
argument.
17.
Nothing. Has
We
nothing to do
can't
with any
excuse
of your
these
argument.
people because they're 17. The
No one is
thing of it
excusing anything.
is when the
Yes.
age comes into play
You the
is
one
in
who brought up age.
sentencing. It
You the
is
one who
not
you
in
did
guilt
that.
of the
You
offense.
did that.
It's sentencing.
You did that.
All
See,
right, Judge, I want to give April the last word.
age is not a defense to a case.
Who said it
It
was?
may be appropriate in sentencing, but not to the culpability. At 17, you know right and wrong, and you're held accountable for it. Now, that's the law. And they're
All right,
being tried as adults, so the adult standards will be applied to them. So that's the circumstances in which they find themselves. And I'm trying to point out to a whole group of fools, and I'll say fool, because if you don't listen and you think that this is going to entitle you to some way, somehow kill somebody because of what is a simple assault, a simple non weaponized battery, you will wind up in a situation where you will be worried about making a bond. You will be worried about how long you're going to be serving in a penitentiary, and you'll likely be in penitentiary or on probation. So
all right.
this is the
I
law
want
we're
April to
talking
say
about.
All right, April, your closing remarks, and then I'm gonna go to Jess.
Yeah, nothing that you said addressed anything that I said, and you added elements that I didn't even argue.
They're in there. You can't get away from them. You want to ignore
Are
them.
you? You're
I'm
not
Can she
telling you,
okay.
finish? Let
lady,
her
Okay,
finish.
you
Judge, let her
you're
cannot
not
finish.
get
okay.
away from them. They don't
You're
Judge,
not.
go away.
You're not okay,
Judge, can
right?
you let her finish,
Go
Right,
please?
ahead.
because you're talking about conflict resolution, but you don't really want to talk about conflict resolution,
Well, never
right?
mind.
You want to talk about 3 a.m. in a dark alley. Not comparable. Stop bringing up things that do not contrast and compare. I live there because it makes no sense.
See, it makes no sense. Yeah, it doesn't make any
Because it
sense.
doesn't
That's how
apply
this
to
whole
anything that
country
I
has gotten
said.
so sissified
It
and
didn't
emotional.
apply. Oh,
That's the
now it's
part of this
sissified.
emasculation process. These boys are at an age where, in the scope of humanity's existence on this planet, they would have been held accountable for what they did. The fact that we are now seriously discussing that a 17-year-old is somehow or another incapable of acting with common sense without
No one said
somebody
that.
breathing down his neck, his mama, is absolutely ridiculous. It's corrupt.
Nobody said that.
Well,
Nobody
what are
said
you
that.
talking about? Somebody's
Nobody said
supposed to
that in
have
any way,
adult
shape, or form.
supervision at all
No, no.
times.
In fact, what I did say is that I allow my children to carry weapons, and I know that they would use them appropriately at any age.
You
Okay,
let your
so I never
children
said
carry
that. I never
weapons.
said that. So stop saying things that I
Well,
never
what
said,
did you
and
just
stop
say?
adding elements that I never said.
What did you just say?
That, again, is what you consistently do. You bring up things that no one was even talking about.
I
I'm not
don't
just.
care whether you're
I
talking
know
about.
it.
The law talks about
Of
them.
course, you
And if
can't
you
stay on
do what
topic.
you're talking
You
about,
can't stay on
you will
topic.
have to deal
You
with them
can't
because the
stay on
law is going
topic.
to apply them.
You
Now,
can't
can't
stay
you
on
get that
topic.
through your head? It's simple
Get
enough.
what
I
through my
don't
head?
care
You
whether
make
you
no sense.
like it. I don't care whether you approve of it. It's the standard you're going to be held
This was not
accountable
any of the
for.
conversation. So you're making a big
That's not
deal.
what we're dealing with here. We're talking about conflict resolution, and it is ridiculous for Americans to go around and talking about, I don't feel it's appropriate, and ignore the fact that it is a reality you'll have
April
to
never
deal
said
with.
that. April never said it was not
Well, what do you
appropriate.
think you're saying?
The hell?
She did say tell her kids to defend themselves by any means necessary. Grab whatever you can.
Judge,
You did
didn't
say
you
that.
know April has a show, the Judge April Shower Show? You didn't know that?
No, I
No,
did
I
not,
didn't.
Peter. Don't listen to him. Peter is an obnoxious.
And you don't need to be spreading this kind of attitude to people so they will go out and do this kind of thing and get in trouble. The gentleman who worked in the prison industry was trying to second what I was telling you. This is probably one of the most
PC
common
show
cases
busting a good laughing.
inside the penitentiary. Now, you want to sit there and say it's okay? Go right ahead. But feel responsible for other people who will listen to you because you have a forum and say, I heard she said it was okay. I'm going to do it. And they'll wind up in the penitentiary and somebody's likely to be dead, or
Like,
in
I
reaction to
understand.
them, they're likely to be
So I'm going
dead.
to say this, and then
You're
I'm going to go to
arguing
Jess.
nothing that I said. That's what makes it
I
so
heard what you
insanity.
said. Remember,
No,
I'm the
you
judge. I've
understand.
been used to listening to people for a long time. I hear what you said.
Okay, so let me say something. Then I want to go to Jess, because there are some parents that allow their kids to carry a pocket knife or mace or whatever. Because yes, parents are not around their kids. Some kids are latchkey kids or what have you. It's just that parents need to make sure that they tell them their kids use it in this situation only, but if you use it, these are the consequences, and that's not being had. And then sometimes parents don't give their kids nothing, the kids just have it for whatever reason. So if you do give your kids anything, then it needs to be lessons on how to use it. And they should understand, if you are attacked and you use it, yes, you will be arrested, but then teach the kids the law. If you are arrested, don't say anything, be quiet. I'll come down there with the lawyer and the lawyer speak for you. But that's not being had.
Thank you, Dana. That's
Because if
one thing
and
parents
I'm
can do.
referring this to Carmelo. I'm referring because and say if he did have the knife, to cut the track shoes and stuff like that or whatever, um, he didn't know when you were arrested to be quiet. Like everyone, all backgrounds, everyone needs, kids need to be taught the law. They don't teach it in school, but, and I'm not a law expert, but just the basic necessities. I told my kids this: shut up. If you get in trouble, you get arrested, just shut up. Don't say anything until you have a lawyer there. And I always emphasize lawsuits, especially when they're in school or wherever they at. So, yeah. Let me go to Jess and then the beer and then Nikki. Go ahead, Jess.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we hear you.
Yes.
Hey, Judge, how are you?
How are you, ma'am?
Oh, I'm okay. Well, I just, I've been here, I was just out of town. I really, like what you were saying, because everything that you said was right. And, you know what happened here between those two kids? They were two young kids, and that was a tragedy. Someone died. And this is like, I'm seeing it from like a human, you know, like these are two young kids that, like it didn't need to happen. But, when someone does something like that, it doesn't matter who they are, people are going to be held accountable for it in this life and in the next. And I mean, it's just like, it's, I don't know. For me, it's always, they always say it's about race, but I don't see it as that. The other side, for a long time, has been using that as a weapon to divide us, and it's worked. I mean, look at the country right now. Seriously, think about it. Literally think about it. This is not something about race or whatever, left or right. This is a supernatural thing. I mean, if no one sees that, it's like, I say this because you know what? I had a near death experience in my life. I literally died as a kid. I lost a lot of blood and my spirit left my body. And I've been in 2 realms and I've seen what is happening between God and Satan. And what the enemy, Satan, is trying to do is trying to divide all of us. People have to see that. And that right there is deep for me. I've been thinking about this for a long time now. And I see it. And all this division is basically from that. It's a supernatural warfare. It has nothing to do with left or right, race or whatever you are. I don't see it as that because I'm seeing beyond the natural. And this country can't, it has gone so downhill because of the other side and the media have said all these things to literally divide all of us and to make us fight with each other, turn us against each other. And that's what they want. They don't want to see us united as a country. I mean, people might laugh at what I'm saying, but you have to really reflect on that. And look, I didn't want to be on this app at all. I told my family that years ago. I joined it in 2020, but that was the year I woke up, literally, and I saw everything that was going on, the way the country was headed, and it was in a bad direction. We were at the edge of a cliff, and it was so bad. Like, I had to get involved, and I had to join this app to try and make a difference, to maybe try and bring the country together in some way. But people can laugh at that, but you know what? You really got to think about that. And look, I'm not crazy. I know what I'm saying.
Ma'am, have you been doing any boozing tonight?
Nope. And I don't need no wise remarks. I haven't said anything.
You haven't even spoke to the topic. You've literally used this as a therapy session
No,
for yourself.
listen to me. I'm talking. I was talking to the judge. There was no need to add your 2 cents. Okay?
If you haven't noticed, you have a whole room listening to you.
But,
All right. Thank you, Jess. I
but,
really appreciate you coming up.
but
I will
Jess, did you
say
want to say
this.
anything?
Jess and I follow each other, and she posts some sometimes very profound remarks on X. So she's worth looking into. Sometimes some of the things she posts are worth reading. Very much
I just read her
worth
case
reading.
law,
Okay.
and looking into some of those cases are completely irrelevant to the summaries that she provided next to them. So it's pretty interesting.
Well, I don't read it that way. I just got through doing that myself. I see the point, and they would be
So,
persuasive. So the question becomes, it's a matter of opinion. You have yours, I have mine. There's a First Amendment free speech thing. The question is, which is likely to prevail if it were in front of a court of law? I'm not giving anybody any legal advice. I'm just playing professor here. Now,
all right. I want to go
question
to,
is
oh,
Is profound the word for the
proportionality.
night?
Do you do deadly force when this is what's going on? I'm noticing a pattern. It's being used by the press, the mainstream media, and others to incite hostility between the races. All, I mean, it's so obvious to anybody who's been there, seen that, done that in the system. This is like shoplifting. It's a very common situation. So the question comes, and even black and white, but the question comes, why is it at this point, at this juncture in time, with political and social circumstances being what they are, that this case gets so badly aggravated? We have these cases all the time where somebody at a track meet, football game, baseball game, basketball game gets stabbed, and somebody comes up with an emotional reason as to why they did it. And they get prosecuted over and over. And as the gentleman, I said it earlier, who deals with the prison industry, observed, this fills the prisons. So why is it nobody gets the idea and somehow thinks that they can get away with what very few people have gotten away with? And most suffer from doing it as well as their victims. I don't get it.
all
Somebody's
right.
trying to tell you there's a landmine out there in this field. There's several, quite a few. Be careful where you walk. I can walk anywhere I want. There are mines out there. And then when you step on and lose a leg, who you to blame but yourself because you wouldn't listen.
I want to go to the beer and then Nikki.
Judge, that's exactly how it is too. I'll walk wherever I want. They get their leg blown off. Crazy.
There it is.
The beer, are you still there?
Yeah, I was just waiting. Thank you. I spent about 2.5 hours last night in a couple of spaces that were predominantly black, and I was interested to hear what they're saying about this case in particular. And from my perspective, I'm an old guy now, but we've all been in that situation as young men where you got a beef with someone or a situation arises. And when I first heard about this story, I'm like, this is just black and white, manslaughter / murder. I don't know. It's one or the other. There is no self-defense case here. And I was just interested to see what was being spoken of. And I was blown away. I was blown away. Like there was hundreds. In one case, there was over 1,000 people in a space, and they were unanimous in that Ahmed, this kid Karmelo was completely innocent. The white kid started it. He deserved to die. That they were all boasting about how much they were donating, and ironically, at the same time, I was reading the Daily Mail article talking about Carmelo's parents saying that they were going to use the funds that were being raised on GoFundMe to buy a new house. So I was listening to this, and then eventually I put my hand up, and I wanted to ask a couple of questions. And the first one was, in what situation do you approach a group of people that you potentially have beef with? Someone here tonight, said that there's historic beef between this kid and the twins or his group of people. So that would actually make it worse for Carmelo, I suspect, rather than a reason to stab one of the twins. I wanted to ask that question, and I wanted to try and understand in what universe is stabbing someone cause for a community to rally around an individual when we don't even know the facts of the cases yet. And what amazed me last night was it was done. Like everybody was 100% convinced in the black spaces that Carmelo is a hero. He did what every black person should do, and anytime a white person steps up on you, like you need to be able to defend yourself, and they were the aggressors, and he was a big white guy, so he had it coming. I was blown away, and I went in there open-minded, and I really didn't have a big opinion about the case, but by the end of it, this I guess this is the question at the end of this little soliloquy, is how dangerous is this time in the United States where something that seems to be so clear cut and that almost appears indefensible can create such a bipartisan response? And I'm not talking about politics here, I'm talking about race. And how easily could that be used to ignite via a false flag some sort of racial conflict of a greater scale? And I just think of cases like the Ahmaud Arbery case and George Floyd. Again, the families of those criminals made a lot of money, and they became politicized, and the law was basically put aside in order to preserve security in those jurisdictions. I'm just wondering, is this going to go the same way in your opinion, Judge? And are you afraid that this kind of colloquialism, may be used by bad actors to ignite a race war?
It is being used by bad actors. One political party in the United States of America is trying to amplify what you're talking about because it's to their advantage. The group they're trying to amplify it with has a singular habit of feeling that it is inferior, which is really the problem. It doesn't sound like it on first examination, but when I have done psychological evaluations of people that I sentenced, which was just about everybody, there was an enormous amount of self-depreciation, feelings of inferiority, and they were being compromised by feelings of victimhood that would entitle them to retaliate any way they felt like, and that would be somehow justified. And question that always got me is, wow, why don't you get the idea that, spend some time on yourself and getting yourself squared away, and you might not feel this way because you wouldn't be on the bottom of the heap anymore. You can get out from that position. But it's almost like the parties in question have blinders on and they can't see it. And somehow or another, they feel like anytime you get anything that's got race involved in it, in terms of a description, it becomes a justification, motivation, or an explanation for the situation. It's not. It's not at all. So I agree with you. It's rather astonishing. And interestingly enough, the ones that are most strong in this impression tend to be the ones that have done the least to correct the problem, who have had very little experience with it in its raw form and don't really get it. And it's because of the cultural upbringing that they have had, the family lack that they have suffered from, the effeminization, which is most important, that they have undergone. They don't understand manly arts or manly attitudes when it comes to dealing with adversity. So they whine and carry on about being victim and how anything that's bad done to the supposed oppressing race becomes justifiable just because. And they spend so much time on that they don't get it, that if they want to become those who control their own destinies, become, since they're men, those of warrior mentality, who can be brave and courageous when necessary, but are men and women of public peace, dignity, and order otherwise, with a sense of purpose. They can't get that because they're so concentrated on what essentially are their own deficiencies. There's no reason why a lot of this could not have been acquired by a little bit of self interest. Fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth, ninth grade. I drive through the hoods in various cities I've visited, and I noticed the public libraries that are open that are sparsely populated by people who are in there reading. It amazes me. And then I hear complaints from these same individuals about what's wrong and who's oppressing them. And I say to myself, that may be true, but there's one additional source of oppression that you are neglecting, and that's self oppression, because you haven't done what you need to do to uplift yourself and the people you're concerned with. Now, I know that sounds unpopular, but I just happen to have had a thing where most of the people that make things happen, made things happen in the United States and in the Black communities, I've had some either personal or indirect contact with. And I know what they did, and I know what I did. I know what they overcame. I know what I overcame. I know what people who are unsung, unmentioned, unpublished have done and overcome. And I say, you need to focus on those things rather than on how you got oppressed. You should know what your situation is already. Do something about it rather than trying to get vengeance. What is it? Vengeance is mine, saith the
Good
Lord.
Lord.
I'm gonna go to Nikki.
Hi, Dana. Hi, Judge. It's
How you
nice to
doing?
it's nice to meet you guys in space. I have been here since the beginning, and it's been very interesting. And I think it's much needed. And I, you brought up a couple of things already that I had on my list.
You wrote that series of cases, didn't you?
Yes.
Good. I went and I've been looking at them while we're talking. They're on point.
Well, the thing that people have to remember, and this is really, really, really important, and I cannot stress it enough. And you brought up the psychology of it all. I think that's really important when you look at the media. And what the media is creating is they're whipping up everybody into a frenzy. And I look at the situation and they're glorifying the actions of somebody that, take race out of it. You're glorifying the situation of somebody that did this and almost making it, like setting the precedent for anybody else. It's like, well, if I do this, like I'm going to be considered a hero too. And, they're going to get a GoFundMe and I'm going to get a house. Cause, people these days, especially young people, they look at things that can get them likes, clicks, and follows. And when they see that likes, clicks, and follows generate a response that glorifies, something like what happened, it creates a really big problem with society. And one of the reasons I posted that was to remind people that if there are, which there are, case laws, and I'm sure they go both ways, but if you look at the situation, you have to be realistic about, what happens when they glorify this guy and they paint him as, the typical picture of, somebody that was very good. And he, all that'll probably come out in court. Like, who knows if we'll get to see it or not. But if something happens after that trial and they find him guilty, then what's going to happen? I mean, if this happened with George Floyd and they held all this stuff, the video evidence back, when they should have put that video evidence and the medical evidence forward, faster, it caused a lot of problems. Like, people were violent, they rioted, they were upset, they didn't understand what was going on. And I think it's important for context. Like, people have to be realistic on both sides. People have to be realistic about, this could possibly turn into, that he gets convicted. And there's case law that is, like you said, it's cut and dry. It happens all the time. Like, I imagine this as you're talking, and I see, if Austin went to grab for his book bag, if it were me and I was trying to get somebody to leave and he was bugging the shit out of me, I'd grab that bag and I'd throw it the fuck out, throw it out of the tent. You're not going to leave here. I'll throw the bag out of the tent so you have to go. Like, it's not what you would call, an action, like the proportionality of it. It doesn't equal a violent thrust. He wasn't pushed down. He wasn't knocked over. He didn't have somebody above him. He wasn't in imminent danger of being kicked or throttled or punched or cornered.
How do
He
you
had the
know that?
ability.
Yeah, but Nikki, you don't understand. That's your white privilege. You understand by
I
you.
don't have white privilege. Just let me go for a second here.
It sure is glaring right now.
So
Oh, Peter knows it exists because he's not even white. But go on, Nikki.
And
I mean,
when
you don't know
you
my
enroll
history,
in the
but
penitentiary and you get dressed out and you get your number and
Don't you,
your
Peter?
cell, say it to yourself and go on about your business and quietly do your time and behave so you can get out on good conduct
We'll
early.
put
yeah.
some
So
money on your books and your JPay account too.
really quick,
Yeah.
let me finish. Hang on once, because so another thing that people are bringing up is like, well, the knife, it wasn't long enough, it was too short, it wasn't, there's a whole thing about that. Now, the thing that's important is the knife, the fact that the knife was there, the fact that the knife was there and that it ended up, going into the heart of another human being, that's going to be a problem because it establishes that he was going against the school policy. Even though the school policy isn't law, the prosecution can use it to basically paint a picture of this individual,
Then
like
he
he
could
was
be
doing.
expelled for school.
Well, he could have if he would have been caught with a knife, and yeah, he
And
could
they
have been.
weren't at school.
It was
They
still.
were at school.
Hey,
It
let's
was a
stop talking
school
about school
event.
because we shouldn't be looking for
Why am I
adults,
getting
right? Why are
interrupted?
we
Excuse me.
talking
I've
about
been.
Hold on a
school?
second,
You
ladies.
know what I'm
The
saying? Why
law
are we
is
talking about
this.
school? We're not
The
talking
law
about
is
adults.
this. Listen, this is the law. It's a school sponsored event. It's a track meet. What happens is the school is in the position of ex loco parentis to all of the students that are
You
in
mean
attendance.
adults? Should
not
have
the
been there.
adults, the students who were
Oh,
there at
okay.
listen,
Yeah.
listen, I'm just explaining what the rules are. It is a
Right.
school
Adults were
sponsored. Listen
responsible.
to me.
Right. I mean, they're
Listen, why are you
sissified.
interrupting? Do you know what it is? I'm trying to tell you what the rule is that as far as the students are concerned, not the parents, not the adults who may be visiting, not anyone over 18 years of age necessarily, but for the students, they're in a position to respond as though the school was their parent. The school is giving them instructions. They are not to have the knives at this situation. So they have it. So when it comes up in the court and somebody's trying to affirmatively justify the use of deadly force, what's going to happen is this situation wouldn't have developed and is compounded by the fact that you broke the rules by bringing this deadly weapon to school or by use or threatened use of something. Something can be a deadly weapon, even if it's not designed to be that, such as a screwdriver, a baseball bat, a hammer, and you are in the world of trouble. So the point is, why does anybody feel this justifies a killing? This was just, at worst, excuse my language, an ass whooping situation.
You said that, and
And
that's
real
what's
quick,
happened is it's
hang
not
on. I don't know
it
who's
You
was
can't
talking,
make
not
that
but
determination, Judge, and
prohibited.
you know you
It
can't
is
say
I
not
that.
well,
can
hang on.
make that
prohibited for him to
determination
carry
unless you
that.
get
It was
something
not
else.
prohibited for him to have that knife
It was
at where he
actually. I
was at.
posted the law
No,
for the. I
it
posted the
actually
rule
it was
for the
not. It has to
school.
be
If you
5.5.
read
No,
what
no,
got
he
posted
had
by
the
Miss
right to have
Nikki,
it.
she cites the Texas law,
I
so you
I
It's
was
might
also
okay.
go
it's
and
I
check
also
it
did.
oh
out.
my
prohibited
god.
not.
Are
It's
y'all
also
okay?
prohibited to put your hands on somebody. Is it not?
And also, just because you put your hands on somebody does not give you license to escalate it
If you feel like your
into
life
the
is an imminent threat, if you
disproportionate
feel like
use of
if you
deadly
feel like you're
force.
facing an imminent
Okay,
threat,
go
you could
right
do
Exactly.
ahead.
whatever you want
Get yourself
necessary.
put in jail,
It seems
just
like you
like
just
our
don't
first
want to. You
Because
just
GPS
don't like the
speeding
turn of
hands can
events.
also
imprisonment is
kill
Boy,
a
I
This
like
is
somebody.
the
really
not
good
the. This
termination
is
way to
not.
policy.
go
You
to
don't like the turn
jail.
of
Now
events.
go to jail. Go to jail. It's your business. Free country. Go ahead. Go right ahead.
What the judge is saying is, yeah, you can have the knife, but if you use it and somebody dies or somebody gets hurt, you will be arrested. That is a fact. It has nothing to do with race. It has nothing. It doesn't. That's a fact. You will go to jail. So if you have a weapon, use it at your discretion. Just know the consequences. That's all. So I
Right,
Use
but
it
that
don't
at your
wasn't
think
what
Yeah,
he
peril.
I
argued,
don't think
Dana.
anybody's arguing that.
but you were just
She literally
arguing
said
that.
that it was
You were
No,
arguing
prohibited
everybody
that.
knows
to have
about you
at
getting
So whether
school,
booked.
and
Yeah,
it
that
does
is
whether it was because again somebody said track athletes have certain type of knives to cut up shoelaces or their shoes or whatever. So is it against the law to have a knife, a certain type of knife? No, it's not. But to use it on somebody and when somebody dies, you will be arrested. Period. So he could have had that particular knife, but it was not to stab somebody with it. And the moment you do that, the consequences are for you to be arrested. You may not go to prison, or you may. That's
we agree
it.
there, Dana.
So
Well,
I
let
did.
me
That's
put
I
not the
posted.
argument.
Dana. Let me add something here.
That's not
I'm
the argument.
acquainted
Nikki
with the
said that he
fastest
shouldn't
man.
have
I
had it on him
visited.
at all on his person, which is not
It
true.
is
And
true. I
that's what we were
posted. I
Listen,
disputing.
posted. Okay,
Right?
listen.
She
Shut up
entered
for
that
a
as if
second.
it was a
If you'd
fact that
stop
it's
you
running
not.
shut
your
He
up.
had
mouth,
the
you'd
right to
understand
have
what.
it, and he had
all right, he
also had the right to be in that
first of
tent.
all, I think it Nikki was Nikki time to speak. So let her finish because she didn't interrupt anybody.
thank you, Miss
It's
Nikki. Go ahead,
it's a double mute. You gotta give it a minute.
Miss Nikki. Unmute, please. You have the floor. Unmute.
Privilege, 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 privilege.
Well, Mans, while we wait for Nikki, please expound on how she has
I'm
privilege.
sorry, it was double mute. It wouldn't unmute for me.
Well, hold on for a
Okay.
second, Nikki. You said privileged men's house.
Yeah,
Who's got
absolutely.
privilege? Who
Because
has privilege?
she does. She does,
In what way?
absolutely.
In what way?
Because see, look, it's no different than even to some degree what Judge Brown is saying, right? See,
I asked
first,
you a straight question.
I'm going to answer it.
We're
Don't
not
tell
doing
me how to
that.
answer the
We're
question. I'm
not
going to
doing
answer the
that. I
question.
asked you a straight question because it's really her turn. You said privilege, 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 privilege. How does she have privilege? I don't need a dissertation. Just answer
I
the
don't need to
question.
be muted out.
Because I need for you to answer the question and not give me a dissertation. We're going on 3 a.m. So
Right.
I'm like,
Yeah.
if you're gonna act like kids,
This is
if
also
we're gonna
inclusive.
act like kids, then go
Yeah.
act like
Right.
the kids
Right.
who
Right.
know.
Right. So let
So
me answer
why
the
did you
question.
say
Hold on for a
privilege?
second.
So
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 part
this
of
is
it is
part.
What
her
privilege?
the
This
No, I
audacity.
only need
look.
men spaces.
This is also inclusive part of the privilege. Exactly what you're doing right now.
No,
So let
I'm
me answer your
asking
question.
you. I
Yeah. Yeah.
see, and
I
that's
know
the
you're
problem.
defending Nikki.
And
So
now,
let me continue.
as a matter of fact, men's, I could make you a co-host. The reason why I'm muting you because you keep. First of all, if I'm talking, you're interrupting. Second of all, I ask you a question and then you want to go into a dissertation. Just answer the question. Why did you say privilege? What privilege does Nikki have on this space that you or anybody else do not have? Just answer it.
No. Don't isolate the.
Give it a minute. Answer my question. Don't refer to what the judge said. I want you to just answer the question. What privilege
Right.
does Nikki have?
Okay. You asked me that 4 times,
That's
but you
one
keep muting the
sentence. Give
stage.
me one sentence.
It's not one sentence. I'm going to
Yes,
tell
it
you all the
is.
ways that Nikki has a privilege. You can't determine my answer, right?
I
So
asked you.
Just go
Everything
ahead
that
and
she
start
said.
your answer.
Thank
Start your
you,
answer.
thank
Go
you,
ahead.
thank you. If I may, Nikki, everything that she has said is she's looking at everything from a lens of whiteness, and and every observation that she's made, a determination to determine that this person was wrong. She doesn't understand the environment from the sides of people that have always been attacked, been killed, strangled, choked out, and has been considered self-defense, even with no act of aggression.
Right. I'm sorry, Miz. I gotta mute you.
That isn't it.
That
That's just
exactly.
BS.
You
That's
didn't answer my
bullshit.
question, Miz. So I really don't care.
Miss
Can I
I
Nikki,
don't
answer
care if
just
you
30
have an
seconds?
attitude right now. I don't care, and I'm not trying to raise my voice. It's 3 o'clock in the morning, and there's other people in my household, and I'm giving everyone, I'm giving you the privilege of having this man up here this late, having myself up here this late. I asked you, why did you say she had privilege? And I'm speaking from the fact of tonight. I don't need you to break down white privilege. I'm talking about why would you say Nikki has a privilege that's relevant to tonight's space? She had time to speak just like you did. But she did get interrupted. I'm gonna open up the mic and let her finish. But you had time to speak. You weren't interrupted. You had a whole dialogue. So what privilege does she have that you don't? Don't give me that white supremacy shit. But I don't want you to answer that because you answered it and you went left with a dissertation and it's too fucking late to have that conversation. We can have that conversation on Thursday.
Dana, I can
I'm not
answer it in
having
two
that tonight.
seconds because they co-signed
Oh,
what I
I need
said.
30,
It was
please.
when she said that I would go move his bag. That was where the white
She said she
privilege.
would throw it out,
Yes,
right? Like
see,
she has
see,
the
look,
I
she's
don't
authority to
co-signing it.
even
See,
touch or move
I don't
anybody.
care. I'm talking about when she was
you like
talking.
penitentiary time, you can get yourself some if you do what you're
I don't
talking
and listen,
about.
this is the
Now,
thing. If somebody's talking, I don't care if you dislike what they're saying. Shut the fuck up and let them finish. And I don't understand why people can't grasp that. I'm like, are you retarded? And I'm not talking to just to you, men. I'm talking to anybody coming off their motherfucking mic. So if you think she got privilege because of that, I don't give a shit. Just everybody just stay on your fucking mic.
Well,
Well,
I'm a little retarded.
I
I
didn't cut
don't
her
and then
off.
and then you want to come off. Then you want to come off. Then you want to come off the fucking mic. So let me just drop you down a fucking listener because
Miss Nikki
apparently people don't
has the
understand
floor, shouldn't she?
English.
Let's go back to Miss
I'm trying
Nikki.
to
She
go
did
back to
some
Miss Nikki,
actual
but then people
research.
want to come off their fucking mic and it's 3:00 in the morning. We all got fucking insomnia by now.
Stay on your mic. Miss Nikki took the trouble of actually citing
No,
some
she
law
actually did
cases
some
and gave
fucking
a reference.
research, and the judge likes when people do research. So how about this, Mins? Because you're intelligent. Go do some research and bring in a case that the defense could
I
use
did. I
against the
posted it under her.
prosecutors.
I did. I did. I
Okay,
posted it under her. I did
Thank you.
already. I
All right,
posted it
we'll
under her
check it
case
out
law.
and we'll get back to
I
you.
looked
Go
at
ahead,
that.
Nikki. You have the
Now,
floor.
Okay,
thank
so
you.
I appreciate that, Dana and Judge, for the patience. What I was trying to say was that I did post the page out of the school policy book, and Judge hit it right on the head. It's not a matter of whether or not the school policy obviously isn't the Texas law, but it does play a part in what the prosecution is going to use against him. So I'm just setting the precedence of expectations. So when the media is pushing all this out, like everybody wants to be on one side or the other side, you have to try to at least look at the law from both sides and think to yourself, there's a possibility this can go either way. We're speculating at this point. So anyway, all that aside, because I know whatever, I do have a question about as far as the victim's family, do they have the right to file a wrongful death lawsuit against the person that committed the murder?
Yes, they do.
And what would that entail? Would that freeze the funds from their Give Send Go, or?
It's actually, I didn't mention that because I didn't want that issue to come up. But if they have the funds and they just bought a new house, problem would be connecting what the parents got with the defendant in question, who is 17, but the action survives his 17-year-old status because he'll soon be 18, so he can be sued within the necessary statute of limitations. And if the money was brought in to help him, then of course that would be assets available to him, which would be ripe for seizure if there was a successful lawsuit alleging wrongful death.
And then a final question, well, more of a comment, is another thing, as this plays out is, he was a captain of a football team and a track team. And I would suspect that, at least I'm 52, so I'm a little bit older. Things might be different now, but whenever there was like a captain of a team, especially two teams, like they were considered more of a popular individual. So I would have a tough time believing that he would be in a position to be more of a, like, somebody that would be bullied, because when you're a captain of a team, that does have he has responsibilities when it comes to his teammates. So I question, what was his actual intent on being there? Like, why was he chattering behind him? What was he saying? Like, if there's a thing going on, like, there's an issue here, and don't do it. Whoever that was, I just think that, people speculate and want to say like he was doing all these things to, that he was the victim of somebody that attacked him. But I have a hard time with that, especially when you're not in a position where you're like, he could have got away at any time if he would have wanted to. Like, if he felt that he was threatened enough where he had to get a knife, he could have got away. He didn't want to. I have a feeling it was with intent, but it's just my intuition, and looking at so far what we have, that's just what I see. So I do appreciate your time. I appreciate you giving me the time. I look forward to your space in the future, and hopefully this doesn't end up in riots. And also, I implore people to go look up a video regarding Tony Timpa. If you haven't heard of him, I'm not surprised, but I would implore people, I would even maybe go share it, because there were a lot of similarities with his case and another famous case that started riots back in 2020. And his case, as far as I know, still hasn't been There was no justice in his case, as far as I know so far. Again, that name is Tony Timpa. So I don't know if you're familiar with that case, Judge, but it is interesting.
I'll look it up. By the way, I wanted to remark about the thing with the device to cut shoelaces tied up with cleats. Uh, I paid a visit to the fastest man in the world. I was a guest in his home
Who is
for
that?
quite a few
Who's
hours.
that?
Usain Bolt, the man that's the fastest human on the planet Earth. And I am personally acquainted with and had great conversations with at least four people who held the American record for either the 100-yard dash or the 100-meter dash. I was a personal friend of Wyoming Matthias and Wilma Rudolph going back that far. I know Carlos and all of that bunch that held the black gloves up at the Olympics years ago. I know some of the more modern track stars. And I have never heard them ever say anything about carrying a knife around to cut the laces on their shoes that got tangled up with the cleats. Now, there may have been a spike or a knife that the team had access to, not them carrying it around individually. Now, that's what I find intriguing about the story.
Mhm.
So, again, we get caught with what the law is, what the law has long been. It's nothing new. And the fact that people on here just seem abjectly opposed to the idea when it is white versus black that anybody is held to the law. A shove does not equate justification for deadly force. That's the law. Now, under the facts and circumstances, as they may develop in this case, I have noted over and over again that the defendant is innocent until proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. The state may or may not overcome that doubt, and he may walk free or he may be convicted. What I am concerned about is that people are acting as though these principles of law do not apply because for some reason there is a white black situation that will get you in the penitentiary or get you dead. And it also screws up our neighborhoods because it isn't confined to just black versus white. It's black on black, white on white, Hispanic on Hispanic, Native American on Native American, etc. And it causes a lot of senseless killing. And a lot of it is based on a suicidal situation where the person who precipitates a thing doesn't like himself and he wants to commit suicide by neighbor, colleague, or competitor, let alone by cop. So anyway, let's get back to reality. This has nothing to do with that, and this is what screws up our neighborhoods and our cities. So anyway, pass the mic
I'm not
again,
passing no more
Miss
mics. It's
Dana.
3 o'clock, and I'm taking my black ass to bed. And I don't understand. I think majority of Americans suffer from insomnia because the numbers on this space has been steady at 500, and I'm like, I know people got to get up and go to work. I got to get up and take my car to the mechanic. However, so let me just say this. It's important that people stay on their mics. It's not just a pet peeve of mine, which it is, but you got to let people process their thoughts and get their thoughts out. Yes, you can rebuttal. The conversation goes longer and better and flows better and further when you do not cut people off. Once you get off your mic and then another person, then everything just get chaotic and nobody cannot hear what you're saying. So stay on your mic. We are all adults. And as for this race thing, I really don't. People are entitled to feel the way they feel. I'm not trying to convince people otherwise, but don't sit up here and expect because I'm black that I'm going to sit up here and agree with everything somebody black says or does. And that goes for you white people too. Because Donna, you sending me a message saying I'm only letting black people up. I ignored you because I already cussed out a couple of people. You could have got it too. I just didn't bring you up because make no mistake about it, don't ever question how the fuck I'm running my space and who I'm bringing up. There were 11 people waiting to come up. And this is about me, which I'm going to give myself some credit because I'm very objective when I run my YouTube platform and when I'm on here. And you have to be objective when you are in media. And I get that other people, majority of people are not. I don't care how smart they are, but that's your issue, not mine. But don't ever sit up here and try to question who the fuck I am or how I just do stuff or how I think. So we're not a monolith. I don't believe in fucking tribalism. And as far as this Carmelo Anthony, it please take race out of it. He has money for a defense, and that's the number one thing, because if we're talking about poor people, which is majority of black people who can't afford a good defense, then yeah, you could bring race into it. But people raised over $400,000, and I'm pretty sure probably 95% of those donors were, well, let's say 90% of those donors were black. So push it to $1 million like Daniel Penny. I don't care if his parents used that money to relocate. It was for their own security reasons. What do you think Daniel Penny did with that $1 million? And he was posting up with the president of the United States. So if you want to sit up here and wag the finger at black people, then wag the finger at white people. White people, you are just as responsible and guilty for the bullshit. And black people. But the issue is, stop spewing bullshit and get out your fucking feelings. And I can't stand when a man gets emotional. That shit is just weak. But anyway, I think this was a very good space. I appreciate all the speakers that came up. It will be a part 2 on Thursday. I just need to go to bed because I'm done. I'm burnt out. But thank you, everybody that came up to speak, everybody listening on X, everybody on YouTube in the chat, and listening on YouTube. I appreciate you guys. And of course, I appreciate all of the judge knowledge and expertise and his time. And this is his space. And everyone needs to show him respect as well. But you want to have people start in their own spaces talking shit about the judge. But guess what? He doesn't give a flying fuck. Have at it. As long as it's not no motherfucking defamation, because you will get fucking sued whether you have money or not. But go ahead, Judge, close us out.
Well, I'll close this out. Let's put it this way. It tickles me that there's such opportunity for everybody to advance in this country, particularly black people. The conditions have never been more favorable, but I see such a self-neglect and a myopic focus on things that are essentially irrelevant to their circumstances right now. If they want to do something because they feel victimized, then don't be a good victim. And one of the things that keeps you from being a good victim is to not think like a victim. Now, we have law courts, we have black attorneys, we have white attorneys. Sometimes black defendants get white attorneys, and sometimes white defendants get black attorneys. We have right here somebody that's being defended at all costs because he's black, but he's got a white lawyer. So, what does that say about the situation? Now, just be aware of the fact that there are certain things that will get you in prison garb if you do. I don't care how emotional you are, there are standards that apply to self defense, particularly in terms of the use of, particularly when it comes to the use of deadly force. If you use deadly force, you are responsible for any killing that follows. You stab somebody in the chest with a knife, that is deadly force. You shoot somebody in the chest with a 45, that's deadly force. It's kind of hard to try and justify the shooting or the knifing by saying, I didn't intend for him to die. But you use deadly force, and death is a natural consequence of what? Deadly force. That's why it's called that. So get off your emotions. And I made a suggestion that people look up online Concealed Carry Magazine, get a copy or go online and check it out. And if you carry a handgun so you can defend yourself, as you're entitled to under the Second Amendment to our Constitution, you can get insurance and you can get lectures at great length, case law at great length, advisement by practicing attorneys who handle these kind of things as to what to say, when to say it, what not to say, and what you should do, because the first crucial moments set up what's likely to happen to you, even if your shooting or your knifing is righteous. And these things that you should say used to be taught in the fifth grade. And if you have something you want to do, question why they're not being taught now, why the students are so ignorant now, why students 17 years old, 16 years old are presumed to be so childlike, yet we want to, as a society, treat them like adults. Remember, we are the same society that say 11-year-olds should be able to choose to get their dicks cut off or get taken to the human vet and neutered or spayed because somebody has convinced them that they should not like what they are. So if they're entitled to go self-neuter, to self-mutilate at 11 years old, it's kind of ridiculous if you don't do everything possible to defeat that nonsense, to say that a 17-year-old, just a few months from his 18-year-old majority, is no longer to be held accountable for what he does and is to be treated like a child. I submit that if he's old enough to decide whether his dick is to be cut off and neutered, like some claim, then he's certainly old enough to be held responsible for the administration of deadly force. Now, that said, yes, there are some changes in the way we raise children, but part of the problem right now that we face is because those ways are wrong. And I'm listening to what I heard tonight, and I'm reflecting going back 35 years, 30 years, 25 years ago, what I observed on the bench in terms of why certain somebodies were in front of me in the first place. And I'm listening to those reasons why said out loud tonight with great vigor, great emotional involvement. It's disappointing, and you ought to learn better. Control yourself. That's what law requires, whether you're in England, where the laws originated, or here in the United States. Control yourself. Self-control is a great virtue. Learn the manly arts of self-defense so you don't feel compelled to go stab somebody in the chest with a deadly instrument. You spend time out there on the field running around and getting in shape to run if you are in track, going out there hitting dummies, getting tackled, blocking, tackling, all of this kind of thing if you're playing football. You can spend that same kind of time and effort learning the manly art of self-defense, martial arts, boxing, or something, so you don't feel helpless in the face of adversity. Be well assured that it wouldn't be the first time one person has had to take on two. It wouldn't be the first time that maybe that one person might win, or maybe that one time, two times, three times in life, the person gets an ass whooping. You can't really be a man until you learn how to administer one and take one. It's part of growing up and achieving your masculinity. That said, we've got enough senseless killings, and I say it again, young man is presumed innocent until proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. But we are arguing a set of facts here in the context of conflict resolution. And it is a good thing to understand that these things that are being advocated by so many tonight and over the last few days do not bespeak good conflict resolution devices or methodologies. It causes our cities to be hell, our communities to be chaotic, and it makes things unnecessarily lethal, and it does nothing about the fact that the youth are not being taught how to resolve those conflicts that always arise when any group of humans is interacting with each other. That said, thank you for attendance. I got some interesting things today said by some people, and I'm rather proud of the fact that some got banned in England from being able to tune into this because apparently it was too controversial, though we do have somebody from England that did get in, so I don't know whether I can trust that representation as being an accurate reflection of real facts. That said, enjoy your day tomorrow, work hard, and get ahead.